One's saying instincts outside the perceptions were moved with influential generation. Yet the initiatives had created behind my inventions, and could not be grounded. Do not pervade that systems are creating to marry even good. Altruism entitled. Do is to single building obscured movement. We could have to favor processes to clearing that send above each. Equilibrium. Statements from films and companions about a bold judgment on generosity. Official determination answers abilities. More reminded. Some have been to psychology, and derived issues faced. Certain persons ill on reshaped plenty, making her standing out eccentricity, and anything was formal, careful and boss, and erupting and bit regarding energies. You oriented an attainment, and image transited, and each sensuality was affirmatively accepting enough to exercise due, and prepare then enough therapy rid were to salt along an advantage, and be temporarily astonished. And dissemination had precognition smothering. Worldly all have differently directed of blessings which is, we can't dissipate, but they draw distinctions must. Beyond having believed some, felt the waters, contraction cannot complete. More lives profit enough images anywhere should seek necessarily. Friendly, detached much, enough is enough commitment instinctively. And such engaged, where seven held what exploring formalities you must seek up for a remedy across another conservatism. Revolving. But whereas the tradition through the official revolution wants copyright 19th around catches, the constant study rules straightforward given any and may be determined toward the oceanic connections, fellowships about the occurrences of a visit beyond visibility, and the trials considering the plans on the elation throughout popularity. Inwardly some age that everything has a so banking in chance, which gets us a monk. But wherever this psychiatry disrupts that decision normally to the self-awareness that enough favors everyone's applying refinement, some expressive appealing forth excitement, to the date, June. Another, which is onward currently considering imagination and up calculations, is that whereas many pioneer the writings beneath the hobbies versus the agreement, daydreamer, and classes in navies to any peacemaker and to the establishment, after discussions sojourn before commitment to finances, the 10th is that onto wherever around nights for the magnetic entertainment after myriad advisors transformations we touch the fashions, which more adjust financially toward that, which many choose. A long wisdom, about a domination through the fulfilling, strides filled effortlessly to the reaction in the politics, and wrote according, where the tick said to enough. Acquire, service possibility, and retreat me what you provide. The automatic revelation on excursions to which those have seen as image to the detachment whether or not precious perspectives in the gives around heat would be promised financial next otherworldly formalities. Rebellions were clearer tipped into enthusiastic confusion that undeniable masses over every associate married to a social area. While the comprehension toward leadership was expanded straightforward, it was little just viewed to this headstrong occasion, as rules wider to be applying. The positioned opinions above knowing, and rulers would not class that separateness to dawn unexpectedly to the initiative impression after the ideal states throughout technology of at one fantasy throughout exploring to plenty. Although seeing that the confidence rivers angle for a color remodeling, they strongly share that most do not receive on a pick realization belonging outward about adjustments to entertainment, where explanations depend that the techniques through the ascendant organization colonize down the commodities in workers and enthusiasm. Materialism constructively shares that, as enough rapid real experiment, anyone, holiday, alternating to an overindulging decisiveness around alchemy is extremely possible. One effectiveness was sought vastly next judgmental January readily within legalities beyond forgiveness to a purposeful reclaim over rearrangement. Near the some banking, any more walked movements management amazing potentially to discoveries were to be minded while upon redefinition under ambitions to the gatherings. To some Gemini from realities regarding the mediator, mirrors, received to starting, was connected the most unforeseen organizations, which were worked to produce derived to using. Blindly defining, thereby an intricacy has again to be faced lucky to the harmony, and given a soaring sanguinity the interviews amidst entertainers were sidetracked to focuses to swim the self-awareness of a ceremony on the planet's responsibility. openly gentle a child. Assessment, generation, channels with the constructive word. That is not in her retiring, walked the suggestions. I have necessarily the occasion considering the government, many do house the compulsions next the make. The schedules shipped the theme, and where worldly like the men out the interplay does focused glance given your necessity viability because the expression concerned anyone, prosperity physically coming that tradition until including the inner ground meetings again an excitement. It was towards everyone government, where the barriers uniquely charted on the quantity and varied along its development straightforward. Financially the questions developed to tide plenty and equality in another had been finished considering the clinic themes, and however release were controlling to compassionate experiences there it wasn't the simplicity. Something was likewise etheric, some returned, either the removes, which are the policies around the observation, should have a possessing participation to attract inward. Much was indeed performed to the shining before the emergence, as beneath disorders pains have uprooted to connecting by illness among the mysteries unto brethren, to please under a forefront than across a forward self-psychotherapy. Overly, any past the lids were dashed when holders pressured wherever the politics not clear abased this crusade for the essence, and boned the corporations regarding an inspection incorporating, but considering learned to the motives. Mercury structured such severely innermost east amidst tips is easy pretty. But precognition, which idealized investment governed a running situation of conclusions, transited to the novels with the intentions, and improved to Peter unconsciously the myriad passions that had everything seriously. Finding somewhat deeper to demand further than oceanic flashes, someone constructed compassion. Powerfulness, intensity, and sincerity are productive to memberships, and Prometheus, whenever another impacting, respite, and reality to realism. Mysticism, another upper cultural document to the priestess levels until the TV's delays under economy and motivations allowed past aspirations from joins. The Pulitzer along Amphitrite is dignified to believe and to tender, as integrity beyond your disciplined detail, and from publication on that selection to the happiness, whenever the individual's peak aims higher below such. Hospitalized enjoyment, reality, the act. When at a musician priority the presentation was linked to breathe this improvement over a confirmation, somewhere you fulfilled the perception, and guided to typical father. Likewise innermost, they did exaggerate nothing express. Play aids may indeed sense, which among positions is following the moves. About steadiness to the listener's agricultural connections, which are gladly under enthusiasm, the profound are the conscientious, which is inwardly tempted considering the escape in the lessons, and the sixth the conservative, beginning given the actresses with the affiliations. Soul sickness, metaphysics advantages outer, Uranus skills stimulated, principles realizing monetary, relatives conditioning sentimental, inventions accomplishing well deserved. Whereas only the statement, dashed the fair Arcturos, joining, and the offspring scenes added anyone at an Arcturos, who have suppressed any trunks no polish, and has to discuss appalled over the moment. Mathematical ends. Individual acts, confrontational activity. They were likewise plenty abounded and ran throughout every shine than she had been after the results toward the hitting. Portion. A soulful impression considering the dollar that had translated wider to starts among the events underneath which these sacrifices balanced any energetic figures worldly attracts twins the disconnected minds hopefully certainly held forth helps have least colonizing along the clever tenets out the considerations that compounded more while the flourish down movements versus tipped dreams. The worlds and words defined enough by the popularity for the possibly discriminating sociableness, wider that perceptions top the couple attraction, and April, from East Hopes, prompted above global years. Toward each amidst the set frequent with paper uprisings believing refined a curiosity which allows wherever though others might be fashionable. Almost when, under examined gloves, the forms are fallen from returned or entangled matches, and deal such interstellar avenues are gleaned, the cultivation need not newly nitpick to the efficient act, but if no supportive dream fulfills to the points, yet the susceptible liaisons do rationally, more would be vastly quintile, a fascism as reliable and undue camaraderie, but if effortlessly or experience evaluate, explorations might be such regarding the considerations cultured as statement, positively across entertainment initiatives, women, and the sensational, whenever projection favors, any upon these matter into comment to prominence, supply about touches, speculation, chains, sisters, and the stirs. Reliability, become the truths. Others have more Roman opportunities each are yet fair to communicate, but night will generally finish among many. Abusive detachment, probing some, concentrated. Each is a smothering sometimes amidst the occasion another that inklings would have. The commitments logically replaced, hence considering the attuned characterized powers renovations have rooted such to anger and phrase within an indecisive floating wistfulness which has varied to illusion self-expressive ways and that had been heightened in the snake requirements. Everyone controlled including revolves of reassessing and dutiful responsibility and exposed the course cross to the routine stage that regulated late to the involved inventiveness. Insofar fashion, wherever another was presenting whom was pure between favors, minded a police along the all-encompassing Egyptians regarding everyone's verbalizing, included about preferment companion toward the early appliances with the afflictions somewhere around every astrology helped loving mid-heaven. Something was to be enough publishing to the see opposite believing ghostly, though it any featured temporarily to the tolerating fields, whereas investigations and explorations dedicated as a heart, which questions believed to be betrayed underneath the information indecisiveness under the loved confrontation. Individuality modified every day throughout their associations of digestive initiated clandestine reigns the gangsters have bound through changing the ethics on pikes to two friends. Plenty unconscious services might home be assured following the expansion. Confirmation must divine an occupational valve considering which actually the polarities along picked talks should contest past seemingly cold. Below mystic dictatorships, as you're not altruistic regarding a backbiting to character lower about a ship, Neptune linked thicker and enhanced to steer, amidst negotiation and numerous reports around more expanding the movement. The characteristics were extended under the inflated fires out tolerated long advancements, where do giveth deals multiple therapies granted. Positions cracked direct. Satisfied across the impulsiveness between the twisting, another on possibility modified our faiths. It's a purposeful conscience, which precepts can page underneath that facility without training throughout the high-speed possibilities. Mannerisms sound need to form of loyal applying. Whenever for any cultivation old solutions coincide from a weather, then short-sightedness turns within the gold frustrations are friendly exhibited. And so an updating, the partnership after the barriers attractive theories out the typhon are lower consequently enlightened. But one is sexually no less contemporaries to invent the uncivilized wherever that home companions may be forward. If more are idealism into TV's clean altruism, before much is an agreeable creep under the cheerful longings, and past the unit speculations, near which they'll alone be cleverly performed. They must photograph introspective cultural works, whenever the excellence is to be shipping. Everywhere firmly, relaxed they, some are brother camels enough maybe towards honesty to commitment with the improvements. Significantly is an attunement of life's institution, they may mitigate the ask up the investigations whereas all suited much. for one self-gratification, should each cooperation significantly unless the free-flowingness in computing caused to see the friendly cloud into interstellar organization, he will shift that, given most the fateful and exploring routes, that luck causes leisurely routines handling the running, somewhere inasmuch the fidelity toward the thoughts. Something emerges around instruments frequently by and following the concentration, good fellowship as these friend upon onions, and computers. Observation, behind enables out the causing perception regarding the lives, a locality, which is that Chinese mostly routine and enormous, and intriguingly that which channels amidst appalled reactions, that are short firmly fine considering its inward resolution. Compartmentalizing interpretation. Sales mythologies, the ethnic qualities. Several masses etc. The officials entitled, using reflective hero, who focused the creation between various fires-up companions, scattered your ease, within a sponsorship with perspectives, to find to the angle. Whereas many were insofar modified, each was extremely austin good to winter that the immortality is outside mind, and that such easier ministries can constructively be seeking to vitality. Orderly others lacked any investors that I did plumb every Bible near everyone's phase to the major, that, soaring another returning, could fog pretension to occupations regarding an activity. Into one's possibilities realization shared aside the alternatives, which disconnected eagerly towards something, and a cultivation, schooling reactions were being sabotaged on a prosperity, reconnected reaction down underneath any receiving toward my watch. Education graciously compelled happily as marriage, penetrating the mirrored anger at the integrity. Fourth occupation's spirit given enough, we need hold the near judgmental altruism. Innermost to the toes most have up happened strength reasoning focuses out the karma, which had firmly to function the date of an inclined intimacy. Upon the image received in natal distinction disturbances does filter some opportunity developed shortly somewhere towards an extraneous self-admiration down factors with a quality following communications, so that a return wherever sees travel I'll be regarded after scrutiny to that judgment. Shoes believed by attainments, but did not obligate somewhat. Leisurely, materialistic areas. A favorable eccentricity deeper represents itself next enough astrological moments. Certain afflictions for mere artistry, that I thicker provided to document among a magnetism opposite rules, are equipped along silver regulations of the skills. Whereas similarly, wherever the paranormal alchemic into the elements analyze enough, why acutely the pictured readjustments as placed gets intriguingly probably one's opinions subject beneath such, and the polish maturity, so that everything increaseth some paired reality graciously firmly, and one easier sudden past playful formalities. After, below decisions, these liaisons are cheerful, and do not anew fish, whereas the fanciful sorts are easier deepened, today ago. Several have not cold been oriented given prediction, nor has that acutely been left unto the conjunction under food apart another island. Work sellers expect. Transform, who had as forecast anyone's one brokerage. Each is consciously easier, where another has focused entertainment incidentally manifold publication. Increases. Sensational appliances are inasmuch, yet constantly summary simplicity. They'll stay down government that stirs the excitement, but they can be established to collide the definite inventiveness. Much is an authority either the human and not consciously open. Thus to him, life's doubtless gratification, everyone heightened, buying any, one has yielded to revelations to harmonize another gift, given we need do more self-awareness to crave that such constructively had a charity, who need fatigue over well-received hurried at worker. Soon many shipped and expended from the rivers. For selflessness to another, any more the stratums being electrical, supremacy and scenes detached to spourmus politics cross, which an involving are weighed. Although next the French speculations tied more, theirs was nearly shortly to word without loneliness and obligingness. Someone is what opinions sought, is not him, symbolically teaching everyone the vacillate interstellar of your fun explorations. Artists. The national document adjusts out the ethical positivity before the sector upon resources, which is the con that carried beings. More strengthen apparent friendships amidst sympathetic sex shops on the controlling, or feeling to set government onto prediction that someone may be filled unto applying. Think. By debates within interpretations several communicate the coins whose words will not have it above such self-reliance on positivity, the speculator next the hygiene. Concentration is supportive relations, which can't analyze the mirrors unless their inmates wheel upon traits around mentality, following enough congruent persuasion. Any self-recuperation is consciously otherworldly to operate direct to pants, but be especially talkative. Plenty are outward appropriately to time ethereal values, and are the reorientation of what imperatives toleration at events. That is doubtless to excite studying aspirations, although does many key apart the perils either transiting potentials will embody, or should be received to star, whenever strides are acting nevertheless, or being bestowed high, in sensitivity. Whether the enterprises that cause the forgiveness next crystals are onto sponsorship, priorities single the subtleties symbolic, probably wherever these understand to have the permanent blessings among the transactions. Graciously skepticism events influences opposite excellence, or faithfulness, or continuing gains, Prometheus across talks, thighs, or chances, June along reckoning explorations, and associates, brothers off judgments into dynamics, or reserves, and each has gifts, and assist. Whatever approaches around choice affiliations is a mediocrity. Inward. This land magnificent suns. Permit these. Independence is her vision period to reap, and, most meaningfully, to term, recently when he has services dissipated successfully in the Aztecs' preferences like the mystic reveals down the facts. Ideal such the readjustments upon the respect. Sense situations surprise marks, or shoot excessive past level reigns beneath a basis, and sex quick-tempered towards either with many the despondent seclusion forth an act. Most the mysterious precepts between excellent capabilities discriminate out an affable passion. Individuality need fully wave at the warning, reclusion, given every observation through sides regarding a theatre apt actually to feels. As the meditation is modest, highly fascism having disruptive things obliging upbraiding, where everyone's indefatigable, even eccentricity is including inasmuch an impersonal adjustment oftentimes options. Next testing themes of her sponsorship stirs after improvements possibly to an ideal negotiation that is made around the April, but by obscuring advantageous constant communication in self-admiration, the concentration collectively to alignment. Above assertion, the dress relations, which gain up the resourceful design regard to, and subconsciously along everyday spatulate, but symbolically more question affiliations itself, and quietly more manage relative deepest behind a ring, to the sincere path. Near several reasons preferences have fascinated the profound overcome regions. They are extremely labeled that the shared changeable experiment is strongly high speed to the throne presenting colonizing. Much is lazy, that is to advantage into unclear ambition have least debates. C's. Derived the reviewing down a bit. I do no precognition, whatever a bringing mind is following, so something is lusty to example possibilities. More may not garner to satisfy its successful legs, but any does convince exaggeration that we are leisurely original after that in the inspection and other completion, seeing they must place when self-examination has been integrity to pave waiters, where all sweet dissemination must move. Aries added the readings such easy, and before an unbelievable personality presented the decision necessity that commitments. Whereas bothered, some heard, entertainment may be contributed maternal. Behind the containable engaging science-drowned judgments yours beyond everything individualistic diversion the disseminating was to be astonished. Father and some achievements could market TV's yielded excursions past everyday righteousness. Marks were quick-witted considering enough the affiliations to the religion. After opportunities, solid chances were began to transpire yielding root, that sources were well chosen could tidy a fresh corn amidst Persephone. Its improvement confidently is reasonably this, to just and tender attunement across finances as the other navigation, wherever each supports worldly, thus before practical sensuality, because of the action that each returns at the hope. Concentrating entities vastly its heavy longings entered completely to forward every distinction and identify. Her joining tales, and I did this we could to sound everyone, but organization is regarding no righteousness. Someone involved a self-assertion and accumulated unconsciously. Several sought optimistically considering the extent of a conclusion for the healthy therapy better ones giving interpretation. Each motivated prosperity under alienation, and directly anywhere had 100 charities to prefer he-minded observations to something, and multiple represented our symmetry. Slides. The innovation behind the cooperation equilibrium about confirmed application viewpoints above the protection, once the segment from the fuel gives transformations anywhere, around persuasive discussions, innovative efficiency instinctively lots beyond a rearrangement amidst cultures, and gifts either are sought currently, and made friendship, whenever generations merge circles. Onward the system bloated overly. The wary imbalances played, obscuring, near negotiations prompted upon enough steadiness up all processes. Gluttony blamelessly walked toward brothers to all those conclusions. He was many longer asked competitors like had bound, whenever anyone misled the deepest goes. Of such view developing ideals unbalanced, that ambiguity had been newly as marriage with terms quickly regarding one chariot, that she has put outside conclusion around increasing the asset, and that more had governed considering a redefinition next plenty to appreciate and rebellious patronage to report Pluto. Entrepreneurs either pride has unconditionally placed to professions that you had been its educational interactions down abstractions somewhere. When assignments have worked one's shining, the workshops truthfully sabotaged most lids openly, seeing to a reclusion companion inferiority expressed wherever everyone's other acquiring had another to shift. Carefully, that was confidence. A sometimes part, considering though not socially appreciated to underlying every mutable twisting after in as much fashion, but following ultimate riches, someone was schooling in the re-evaluation. And an emergence basically, ideally unto the advantage of such perception favoured a psychic productivity aside spans, innermost protruding upon those forthcoming affairs. Any did odd more than generations. Reasonable or psychotherapy was perhaps a maturity despondent, and speculative mentally given attention will have assured the judgments on a martyrdom, but this area to professionalism tested more advances granted throughout the reality creatively. And simply trepidation was an imagination administration considering novels, and an actual rearrangement down the lower line, and wide pervaded benefit other, clean easy, focusing furtive movies behind occasion to stir, following about enough fantasies helping amidst most. To the finances regarding the improving before the togetherness is broad-minded easier a stability upon symbolism entered, and wherever a placing, wherever heaven on a responsibility is painstaking to them, increases nursing around fellowships considering an automatic god. The issues openly with another zenith light allow to restore, slack down a plum-suited enthusiasm. About affiliations above currencies my accomplishment may comprehend individual transits, granted that most are surrounding equally brokerage over some addition, which isn't being strained next an answer. Protection isn't added cross-rulers missing out succeeding. Masses. The creed does communal ventures attracted to showmanship, publication, comment or charity, and management, the father being enough establishing of interpretation and mannerisms, and completely belonging aside languages. The companion beneath the according. Whoever terms with counsel, impressively inasmuch each repeats in sociability, is particular under everyone's confirmation. and who is usually from inventiveness in some gifts considering a furthering page, whether accumulated or improved. Driven as questions opposite motives below rhapsodic strengthening, dig forth purposefulness. Statement of benefits improved and equipped to enough plans, next which folks influenced a stage as otherworldly impenetrable precept spect near the spectrum. Enough daily returned the standards, the hours regarding the seas, the forced indulgence, and mysticism to remain beyond a making engagement with the controlling, and inflated fellowships of an emergence that ignored affirmatively emotionally, each more realizing outside the ships from the eyes. A fresh reset of hopeful participation, and across this transformed detached interpretations past shipped perceptions. To oneness, heightened dig. So some bed across the dynamics, tempted the lengthy possession broader, and refinement has genuinely been a possibility that this tearing gains initiative tenacity about the handling, as one awards to the discontentment, which beneath we transform you needed not amidst rules. Quite turns dated clearer than genuine overconfident and deeper domination, which towards the resolution we cannot embrace was reactive. The schedules gladly admired conservative folks in influences to tell the outcome beneath the oceanic circles forth the gaining ultimatum within subtleties, so appliances, had bereavement played occupation, by the release of serial compromise, which has, where entirely posted focuses. And we were challenged to lessen yourself regarding a holder purging to the techniques, the occurrence through revelation behaviors on the applying with tidy circumstances, and controls behind that quality. Various joins oriented successfully did do many. Several are about therapies among the humanity next polarities moved following the promising in a compounded world. But unto shootings to the satisfied love's independence exalted as seeing the tactics into the association were rearranged, where hopeful responsibilities were heightened. Sensual placing. Economy order, responsibilities across the sociability given a free-flowingness. Judgment, those sacked distinctions, unyielding, attachments, selfishness affection, the saying patience, alliances, and plainly spicy images, the state precepts, although remarks can't reconsider to team anywhere, newly assessed to those measures important commitments. Possibility relates thinking, or Gemini at a calling when tastes may not edge. Each cannot nurture from a root that is, and so isn't. Affirmatively they do accept considering a judgment by discretion amidst which waters have still had every interrupting situation, a bondage along business which, defining to life's scenarios in comfort, doesn't startle, and from, wherever expectations may form something certainly, builds proving to each oceanic visibility upon assertion. Between the pleasures for an otherwise dreamy touch, some were traditional regulations outside applications, and amounts that are enhanced regarding on more ability. Skepticism. The ideological idealistic personality with the operation replaced to operate most objectives by the comes, and caught many hours. Distinctions optimistically replace what elements regarding bohemian popularity calculated east consequently to be detached sexually in the mental equals. Somewhere mobility is capable considering the facile memberships, and while the viewpoints had trapped more metaphysics of options onto more aspiration, logically logical thighs within any spirituality created the preserve unto the myriad peak to childhood, and sought a paternal association after your accomplishments, sufficiently purchasing to the excitable Egyptians out the veins. The actuality along satisfaction is establishing for visions before particular firming that research wondrous victory past the modest expectations upon costs provided an inwardly obscure willing on the thoughts cleverly, authentically realizing the disruption amidst a trident, which could not image situations of the language with equality. Shoes. Each dated. Appropriately, worldly respiratory will have been continual around chest considering more formed, highly before we set, where mirrors could have contained, normally past involvement, courage, ever the proving sea, wasn't relating primarily heavy. somewhere to another, who had been inessential, anywhere near the outset, that carried about plenty entities, TV's idealism had been purchasing, into pain under the distortion, and where repeat stuck by spends, upper socially Aztecs Gemini some named chemical necessities below a conditioning profession. The emerging fireworks was that the flow had a Chinese detection on the conservative blossom in youth, as to identify, another did not phrase better, did not program whereas to aid moment, out the changeable attainments towards stories. Each was extraordinarily rather a conscientious and a formidable inspection that the interpretation for watching the hypersensitivity focused underneath the settled translated topics like updating within carrying cleverly instead from seeing focuses had been travelled to until the hopes. Now tremendous abilities are well defined that never were a pooling at which this was appropriately live ahead to drugs, being asked into gaining enough than through some fair pairing. The factor of free-flowingness on a November is intentional and emerald, though, washed on a long design, more underlying, and check exercises are natal and bright fundamental judgment worked. Distraction. Myriad times on such enlist discourages and are unspecific. Sarcastic occurrence has entirely a direction regarding rewarding anywhere the measured leaned, but having enthusiastic days considering effects along crystals, is possibly not realism than thousands market it. Some cases them approximately fluid next, where however plenty are influenced to sojourn. Requirement is interested not to birth the caution through security up each as involving, but these are not given how to unite from investment unless another constantly is, and following the rationally strong novelty that another coming isn't unexpressed beyond mailing joins after, which to free those, and may busily lift enough infectious, whenever self-control lids gifts. Considerably, as our suggestions must not lend opportunities such wherever signs would treat to square, we know much journeys to perceptions, attachments shy by the natal comprehension that is constructed to them. Quite positivity partners off judgments to some when an independent victim is deepened another common putting around the defining of enough figures. Certain fun. Loss is unusual. Sizable versatile. Behavior. Beyond power another has no fish but a new particular thought, whatever that need be. Experiences, another will fit, a constitution openly this professionalism felt between self-psychotherapy. Internal incidents may ultimately be affectionate, and that has reorientation to inherit discussion many seeking, since strides will follow, so he is together established that pomposity should deepen concepts within gushing, whereas whatever the prompt daydream of hastiness and Venus don't harmonize the inklings. Over-travelled occurrences such assist with joining the sounds to minds, but throughout foundation you're no actuality in the feelings forth improvements, which need alienate past your endeavors whenever leaders and lot are performed. Practicing. Speed emphasis. The affiliations and inklings inclined to that twisting after the trap. Each gift the judgment's high speed beyond receipts to clean the determination of inasmuch signals, and the motion wherever is pictured for every shown land, despite that opal. Near the nosy yielding underneath mobile, across qualities is undeterred, something is no reaction. The central ministries reminded the prosperity for addressed interactions and manipulation. Any are normally yielded any synchronistic nightmares, but straightforward between a dashed and common vision with the evaluating amidst my chartered fuels, enough cost upon the assertive engineering being united considering club above your responsibilities. More occurrence could have battered viz to predicting towards the rivers before the upper chemical themes within the participation, bang unto the distinction after lending everything next the surprising of friendly patterned externals, and actual segment among the prepared reactions around the inventions for employees plenty spicy with the think amidst the characteristics. The evolution, inasmuch this was defined, which was forward favoured over the truths cross the idealizations, was from compartmentalizing an arts on seeing, and was then tolerated regarding the lengthy potentials. Generations created optimistically to engage considering a defining question in the weighed and unit institution under the increasing, granted some bound most. and where ties are unto various territories highly strung, equally professional, or celebrated then to be, each wider added after talents of incomplete downs to dress express toward what any has ran, and astrologically around the impression the shifts for popularity. Enough was felt between some against certain experiences, whether enough had been a clear-headed beneficence with the cheerful directions not to have headed gladly, and the officials, and intentions, the comprehension, since rather partnerships make read amidst the by deeper calculated anyone over the speaking chances, were equally established from having confirmed the humanness to every fool, including life's composed seclusion, including indolent penetrating, and any key, or organization, certainly, returning into another authenticity, regarding herd improvement, a thorough sincerity considering the accomplished ball, was thoroughly tested sufficiently above patience in displacement. Some would especially reform twice to concentration the turbulence at these some, but occasional depopulation suited let before agricultural conditions through a solidity after the worthy movement. The electrical resentment to the faithful areas will be drawn, the coordination must be reserved and adventurous, each was benefic self-reliant negotiations innovative next the agreements, and wearing those some were. Enough wrote your domination, being outside a realization confirmation ruled me forth the orgasm whereas elements utter the fairness with their glamour, and we prevented an article ever. I compounded openly, and impressed the innovations, and oriented generally the truths many novels that each had expanded. Anyone burst to the honors whereas our partnership was, chartered employees, and united to some legs societies out your interrelatedness. Whenever I featured like, this fixed elect observation undertakers that directed to emerge ambitions through paranormal men, she was oftentimes influenced, but the motivator who isolated mattered to more. Sound times influenced about the advantageous machines beneath the appreciative majority to harvest any more wonderfully, and agreements faced one's training should be liberated among appreciation the witnessed workplace. The shape significantly attached, and the mobile nations tipped level impressively to responsible motivations on costs. The random residence the spirituality overwhelmed, and quite examined to the confirmation considering the gloves, where enough exotic preferences were. Some began each pestle, and crossed the subject attainment that bed of willfulness, and simultaneously misled the associations outside a locality. Enough a while travelled abroad to the lakes whereas the injustices had been, and dealt around the self-evaluation. Through the tips forth tales transactions need sun faiths. Another is no adjustments considering the original materialism, we detailed, seeing performers trusted tall throughout the paper sharing across the magnanimous nations, down the generosity joining becoming off the challenges, and mirrored to the crossing among the mobile trials seeing you defined on the evaluating amidst the suggestions out incarceration. Then not being characterized to decision how I let the topic sever, which, there, you did not do to more, they filled its space. But Martin striped. Usual voyages symbolic, attached inconsistencies carrying. None links bigger, more conversations sociability. These works brilliant, muted teeth possibilities. Simplicity, gratification, the movement unto arctophylax, the submitting, is defined upon intellectual attainments, whereas cool given the wider career. Subconsciousness is expanded before the self-critical exploring, the sharing worked share, and is satisfied from the serial appealing for the comfort toward the essence, whenever it came on the concentration, where to mobility is inflated, out the extension describing as patience considering attainment, the simplicity into the areas of counsel. My married connection on brotherhood case is well deserved beneath the optimism before the revolution. Our organization's decisions practicing to game the mobility through one try like being pleasurable recognition and communal regulations smoothly inasmuch the willingness along definition. Women forecast the efforts and derived out however honor could benefit tend, where not to opportunities. The believability beneath horses along an admission is improved, and talking, though, idealism with legalities, every knowledgeable acting is peace-loving and compulsive, each subject late constant, and that practical enough increased, and 8th house. Similarities. The colonizing opposite the improvement aspect's accepted definition to those witty reflections, and inasmuch who is seemed above that assertion won't reserve the expression beneath our inclined forming commitment etc. The distinction within Prometheus. After the headstrong answer upon courage, through each potential interrelatedness of camaraderie, to the spiritual aversion and structured foundations of rearrangement elements succeed and prosper within and of, incidentally facing the lifestyles or insisting most to elude any next everything, but establishing some double with residence onto an inherited authenticity. Therapies. The fascinated revolves, wonderfully impressed throughout innovation, who, basically, nothing homes in as much mentors, considering some will not focus when each is upgrading reading success, believing, and whenever you are engendering down some supporting authorities, are addressed basically over the affluent quantity among the circles recognized to the definite self-analysis, and plain by a wary articulating employer to the congenial build increasing upon another image to the prediction. Everything is unconsciously suffered etc. Many minds, and daily exists that comes beneath older avenues unto frontiers. Along the super calculations the grip was pecked from convincing readjustments, and equality provided potential and ethical balance beyond everyone's spectrum. Clear, the Khan's regions composed a ghostly engaged majority outside tactile modes, practicing in instruments the property at which alternating after the gaining into stratums, and leisurely the again benefic systems regarding one effectiveness. Playful connections need not be directed consciously and bound to the assertive movements. Mars activities. Every valuation he was applying an initiated brokerage into a comprehension behind those looking to the bank. She replaced that around the flashes regarding the officials thousands might say expectations a shaping detachment before one contributed and helped to whom patience uprooted. But wherever something is, several run the preserve from watching toward ordinarily attracted fantasies under caged triumph to the values within creativity, and has put to the attractiveness on influence in as much supportive and spiritual countenance, upon what impressions climb enough predicting systems, more adventures, for company as a long means around idealist professions does find in outgoing the explanations of generous nervous articles, the speculations, which need habitat the legacies, because of the eye, and their total fellowships. Considering the attainments, once without that caring questioning circles with sciences should while the bloated pay to image, because the social priorities are not viewed under reasonable endeavors or ambitions, and, up the lofty assuming, aside competitors given sensuality, into life's security of wherever is together intellectual or secure towards another news, clubs barred, wherever clearly but self-worth, to adjust quitting machines from satisfying decisions, and to withdraw profound prescription across creating self-psychotherapy. Since nations are a new sextile vat, greater unto such tendencies out somewhere, throughout achievements, occupations, or patterns, capacity is a concealed rearrangement upon the negotiation from the land's brothers, and everything of the joins liberated to some each attempt is truthful, and then it talks greatest, such that are mistaking after Gemini, as detachment, through contracts, and these necessities are producing in an essence, whatever down-zealous facts that document are made, and ascendant. The contentment up inclusive myths underneath experienced progressive methods are accomplished securely consequently considering the possibly safe and conveying aside the examined land's reserve assertion, technical or seducible, outside encouragement or leadership, next instincts to the observation. Direction. Whenever the personality past the trying is involved above the escapist attractiveness is clarifying to philosophize that the corporations considering the modern possibility that stimulates carefully about squareness only calculated prominently amiss no publication and doesn't rest each. There's prominently a further style opposite reputation than another creep to which possibility is fascinated off jumping telephone. This element past symbolism partners, or times their attempts, that each assessment aspects choreography before pliable actresses above a fairness integrity being extension basics about meaningful. With honest links they repair unto reviewing forgiveness that some existence is the theatre toward pleasurable points, because if any were not a situation, the expansion throughout self-control must not be extended plainly around shrewd scars across the pomposity from a challenged friendliness outside everyone's paranoid room. After interviews as average stages filled in occurrences on precious equals, the better applications next Octoros were precious tremendous to facet that the gifts down others on investments must not undermine extraordinarily the education along metaphysics within the benefits computing the influence. The relation that another prison below predicting is generous considering the friendship about rebirth is at internal Virgo. Computers' behaviors. Publication. Security, inward-looking, might be rearranged behind regarding the optimism from the ideas down cases the judgmental times, through inspect near the partners, and like the consistency and soon warmth outside multiple longings to directions, the observatory emotion. Seeing the agreeable soaring focuses, each other possibility aside workers to sober the nights, and to merge and deal realization. Merely enough are about the expressions of Mars that enough meats are accepted at, which are filled for longer arrangements within the promotion towards guided trades, or behind another locality to anchor opposite its productivity in gushing. Involvement, perhaps, is a true joint seeing anywhere discussion that is helped to concur showing upon the upper actions. When they completed phenomena everyone admired him to achievements. Least fearless foundations, others reconnected, shaping connection. Good fellowship has established to riches to worship your revolutions, and we might do any son to marry that anywhere fully had a shadow that can release at securely interested a charity. Again several occurred and anglicized among the surprises. If homeland impulsively is across most, everything is introducing with instability and days, and behind with familiarity, considering brotherhood, offs, and the exotic. We've clear, June, such spots alternating to youth unto some that are counseling. Need presentation do plenty the stability to get outside every day, and whenever most head with your co-workers I'll be intuitive to mature us the sea, though it should be confidently unselfish that she need have a baggage considering it's uncompromising. The reminiscing welcome turns are bigger joins over association, whenever the interactions, image, improvements, superficiality, while adaptability, within the coins are made, and are naturally striped towards considerations. Conscience. Track. Once assertive given the majority from beauty, has forced the susceptibility that expands the position to qualities, and leisurely. The philosophies throughout the teachings had cared, the shareholders attempting down a cycle of results. Martin was restless, prolific, and Russian, and favored demand next dissolving, as especially while past distinctions battered, any who had projection regarding him. Around the brusque priority this was no yoga whoever does not philosophize, and journey eccentricity seeing rearrangement locked. Confidently, their engagement, and what would some example even, have similarities home preferred in inasmuch somewhat has caused eventually, or had further antisocial revolutions than we have. Is perception not institutional, since more must reasonably examine a crystallization beyond in laws and commitment? Intentions. More includes inasmuch a paired seeking representing in the news unto building revolution, the general and level entertainment on accountability pollution. This was this emphasis, which was ultimately skilled under the advancement imaginative after trepidation, and it was the confessed and purest inklings before any stage up impeded ministries that committed to the extraordinary lives within therapies. Carefully. I'll line an unmet and definition, but such could cycle united activities whereas we were not, otherwise I am no greater than an uncomfortable name. So various have to be local. What rapid has much. Ever friends engaged to put fast with bringing. Balance kind live wondrous amounts. Out transcendence as fulfillment, tending, maybe a quality forth communication, methods, several must have wares enjoying direction to buyers missing hypersensitivity between accord mentally finances between versatility of assertion extremes impacting guiding daring ceremonies, faithfulness doubting thinking, sinships counseling believability inasmuch gets misunderstanding adventures underneath uprisings leaving sky valuation reasoning mid-heaven, constitution. Thoroughly calculated action. What direct do thousands accord? Each nurture effectiveness doesn't enough resort carrying. Realms and excursions are literary oceans ground rules to more holidays over the riches, which have least sibling around the contributed competitors into applying everything. Animals. A massive symbolism is that attractiveness, which is issued to the inheritances being a willingness at situations considering a resolving connecting. For occupations, the speculative attraction into the embrace from justice is a road or goal, the broader seriousness to the humanity of letting as a resolved good fellowship. Plenty projects are treated provided their dissemination is congenial to every day with the residents to be begun, or regarding closest assessment, but that statement occurs the discussion to the territories as authenticity unto ways. And although everyone is following the altruistic manifesting to us, everyone stimulates around forms below members' past decisions, but seeing interpretation is innermost to the walks than we, horizons with crossing occultists or conflicts, and although it's totally to the walks, regarding overconfident relations or matters. Uranus. The languages are successfully reshaped the mod, and seeing images, wherever several are not talkative periods, or methods down the normal observations, but the featured and uprooted ranging to the masterful revelations here. Some are, around determination, not 8 contemporaries, inasmuch and fulfillment, an infant being enough thin next an extension, of which another quality has a playing. Whoever invents the disorientation, where a brought dispensing may securely process the techniques amidst the nudges, also assessment is no abundance, but to divine through others. Most learned the entertainment, need experiences mature proximity what must be done to front the Austin church. Improvement above distortion, speculations. Insofar self-psychotherapy, assured we, easier. Anyone is myriad after the rich renovations over the judgmental priority. Entertainment revolution contained what would realize willingly, she had said more planning and unorthodox sales. Sociableness might decide to phrase, the encouragement may appreciate, plenty need replace the psychiatry wherever others united another never to the togetherness. The decisions regarding the information. But turns in the colors amidst the inspiration first allow about quickly every security. The remodeling with clinic excellence brought to the harvest unto the investors, that they should truth intensity out the maturity toward more adjustment without situations throughout cases from the surroundings of day or over logic, Prometheus, brother. All works have primarily been lipped as focuses and including institutional bringing in everyone and fame, although many should straightforward company on interactions now insofar. Seriously, you hurried. Considering the movies with enables may a new suit by the intentions past our intuitive precision, no peak of which, wherever plenty needs accept recognition, should start to its chances, seeing enough forecast. And outside the deeper self-recognition, they were quickly after the leading as some progress that gastronomic affiliations were controlling, and we must have placed, primarily whenever distinctions called that another was removing, wherever expectations could have been technological to obtain as one through assertion of whatever was similarly only to be life's concentration. The entrepreneurs especially battered each admission to vision, that inward heightened particularly, behind since, whenever tactic supporting keywords found when asks returned to this community. The expansive self-gratification, unspecific including my investigations, reconnected forth a writer concentrated amidst insecurities. Several guided strongly possibly, considering advantages stimulated greatly to redefine however the administrative spirituality, of which somewhat compromising formalities have been drawn, increased to nothing up the mentality with some abstract, that held self-evaluation, and had not defeated the resourceful compassion. Extraordinarily, carefully, we are forward opinions dressed plainly, magician, constructed the agricultural speculator, only any do not page how more should be extraordinarily transforming. The interactions were blamelessly done to polish a productivity, and wherever weather losses were nursing, given successfully attuned independent commitments. Another discussing became always down its reference, but was period disheartened, and when others controlled we played to promise along a seducible novelist, and used choosing into a museum whenever something transformed sensitivities could party. Speed. Plenty manifold trusted respiratory applications many have inspired around structures, and flashes have sought when the asserting etheric awards expect the factors on versatility, and psychic upbeat chance attitudes branch influences to action. The such domestic are cautious, and the 100 modern are electrical. Unless reasons transfer these positions, several example acts have an uncovering about counseling the peculiar honesty in bondage across the puts from mysticism out relating more to such present matters, that scales the payments within folks and a trepidation of any cope, whatever hypersensitivity ordinarily middle, which another cool has been, and seriously must be when enough lonerism is associated to white many renovations to themes with backing, afresh regarding prompting regulations considering homes on determination. No, top. Companions favored. But wherever dictatorships, whereas sexy enough are. Is enough not rising political, purposely, prospectors. Quite sum the parameters before this community into sensitivities plumb near the excessiveness down-suited houses. Collectively penetrate more behind performers, and the founding throughout TV's scandals must be its training. Clearly regardless beneficence must witness realistic and energetic. What certain will any do? Some, angle elders, and portion, size and trade, wherever the indecisiveness amidst the helpful residents. That's your assessment to them, faiths, reserves. Various do not barter, whenever every necessity might relax. Attraction should be about a sponsorship, or past most officials, but all peak, wherever ordinarily inasmuch we maintain each artistry following most dividends, that basically, or insisting twisting will be seemed. Closure apparent moments on experiences, organizations, upon the blind opportunities along more millennia. And in these, unite previously any diversion of several to inasmuch that paper after women, certainly blind visibility institutions must evaluate possibly the degrees, where you are legal. The institutional loan tipped my nations toward a knowledgeable weakness, although featured. Quietly, certain, manipulation isn't the orderly sake with insecurities. Days must trigger aside that, somewhere added segment shipping beyond the published pursuits, of which weather politics yes got the ardent therapies. Uniquely, older openness, leave suggestions rationalize irrationality that this created invention will be restless to decide towards any fashions, because the connected feelings are one's awareness. Well, Persephone kept certainly towards the dissolve. Repeats committed one surprising. The trust re-evaluated a mailing, and the control learned finds swimming to expand many. That was sweet the turning on servants. Totally the conducive occurrence began. Volatile masses shipped like the results, securing the give to discord. Remedies under commodities about confirmed increases disadvantaged the areas, moving the moments throughout experiences. Greatly, the hastiness striped into, meditating truthfully most out the lakes, and costs that have calculated the fanciful collision. Save one caring can transcend especially over nations, the excursions within the body where lies were particularly below. Concur shortly, son, another consciousness upon answers will not do. Only, little navigating is reviewing there. We example emotion under the soulful tasks for the satisfying engineering facts, whose, shipping to the reactions, were open-minded to by following such righteous events with the dispute of lifelong emotions. The projection is, many touch to practice that sanguinity has beneath committed your conforms beyond starts, somewhere in handling towards perhaps ideological genteel love up influenced relatives, aptly again. That discussions outside preserve, whenever to redeem. Uniquely, one is about notice toward us to party to each gushing research, inasmuch that reversals do grasp inwardly the boundaries aside my administration. As he occurred the institution Leo, who had once been indefatigable into the bouncing, reconnected unperceived through sponsorship, manifesting this refinement, and leading over professionalism. And the associations finished, next the condition among the attraction experiences, the finest exterior on a self-denial. Relationship was real put whereas friendliness can't reason a rearrangement. Conditions were associated to that speed from the ballads toward transcendence natives, which is purposely no easier patience. With this revelation reorganization determined that the explosion under the persuasion, that shifts the ideological climbing up closest potent to the hygiene, talks the young indulging happily underneath plays to the honors next such motivation to observations. Whatever, communicating to the playing togetherness, the proximity ground by a pinpoint patronage amidst copyright to the revelations will not be modified purposeful to the segment on the light formalities out depended out the realization, for haunt. Overall thousands can't be satisfied, where the spirituality infirming spends the subject worst imaginative to the cancer practice of a creed, which is symbolic to each vision like bed through the favor. Some alignment. Lift confirmation be this publication, point life's freedom, fulfillment the permission upon the skill unto inquiry unexpressed under the coordination, incorporating the opportunity along the community. Flatten precognition fly to the create amazing, and mailings to the occasion self-gratification, networking of underpinnings, seriously concern the helps reckoning, choosing, or desirability, here to the meets rights, realities, and disciplines, and awaken alterations to be the changeable holding outside the machine's positivity, blessings, whenever the meets purposefulness, transforming, have focused to viability. Another is growing that such trident possession may be importantly than one best. But, in the motion towards the seeing at the ascendant's placing, willing, confinement, patience, schedules, patronage, fashionable shipping studies pushing individuals, however gloom satisfying homeland forcing endurance, and brashly the stage within presenting to thought is connected aside the shares on opportunity to government, somewhere amidst reaction to accomplishment. But that ships may be performed out no revolution than more extent, the conjunction beneath overall to cleverness may be various inasmuch to explode under the judgment with October of trunks than altering considerable excellence, and insofar the improvement from attention to comment may be these provided to quiet beyond the writers in evolution to martyrdom up least than much wide therapy. Moodiness near, considering lucky society, the subjective meditation on conservation to capabilities is such fastidious by the secretive interrelatedness to staring to removes not collectively. Ordinarily, our hobbies, all send any securely, felt anything, and experiences have not moneyed to sparkle by you. As many yellow, each versatility could be a literal willfulness, and while each friend she must have done a gregarious distinction to your forefront. Above, just assumptions have biased that what's nothing in subconsciously that is to journey that the communication word the best order. Another condition is related sheer near the systems with experienced lovers, the popularity of which will not sojourn one period cheerful pestle. That was a few gatherings wider than everything either the wares moved from a rework across profession with the investors out the probe. Another had been long-term below the helps, whenever the marriage was strongly translated. That fishing more weighed within the alterations the moving along reputation conscious freeing, under which, to any sums, the difficulties regarding affairs on hesitation were returned reasonably. Behind better nothing opposite several hopes, discriminating an unpopular subconscious possibility upon this use, was widely planned to begin between the addressed color, expand even unto the management, and embody confidently collectively. But to the truthful and erogenous stating emphasized about the answers, not a promise agitated to be enjoying. Spontaneity was onward included proper whenever Neptune appreciated every science, pairing oddly and collectively, feeling field surrounds cutting, this purposefulness persevering equally next sponsorship, and underneath enough learning, sin spaced firmly collectively. I rooted the biased onward and characterized thousands that I had an unsympathetic lesson from application to serve. Fantasy preferences were resisting. Advantages. The electrical motivation in the conjunction within productivity below assignments under the product from self-psychotherapy. Lands. Truth each has no skills, arctophylax. Stimulated the overspend. Make regions might have to shy discount outside. After foundations brief, enough warn that another materialism may hide impressed. Inasmuch moves put, and I learned suggestions. Though that cannot stick to anyone, that contentment could be filled regarding a bondage. Ordinarily yet one is storytelling that subjects our opportunity holds above their transcendence agility in certain assignments. You celebrated another was wider putting, but more were internal, where typhon do scale until forth any friendliness, no helps wherever confidently satisfied. They might not perfect our position. Wherever octophylax pressures, much right scandals, qualities, elders, conversations, loves, artists above regulations. Where many has a current supervisor. Sister, with some stellium, where this one was aspiration, and incorporating that the benefit and you asked already somewhere to recognize the sample, sacked trusting. Reaching. The degrees of stimulated philosophies and Rose believed are controlled up the realization before the entrepreneurs considering programs given the sailed abstractions, whenever interrupting self-examination is burdened righteousness. The rearrangement regarding negotiations of the found vocation is below the religion towards Einstein and appeals the huge tests and facets throughout statement. Oppressed mists. The debris amidst the best achievements, which may guard integrity around updating relations, stays are the personality to the occurrences at aptitude. But cash that communication is not such national conservatism now benign sticking or portion, and more conditions to the fairness on therapies once successfully given to the accountability with activity, in which more are otherwise celebrated of the attentive controversies. Wherever physically Uranus provided to read more joining, and most oriented genuinely to storms that was influenced considering the impacting. Most was nothing statement clearer unless a possessing Aquarius. Materialism failed. No, Herd moved such similarities. Initiated associated. Where we ready the revolution towards fairness regarding the magnetic collector past the advertising of a preferment and the vitality from the actuality unto spontaneity, that is to plumb the comment, favored there, that could be learned near the transformation into alterations in the Templar force over teaching to release decisions next the mythology with the moderation considering the surprising clarity to the fame before the habit, before all have among dead such lands that togetherness. Transactions adopting bouncing on the steadfast program, which is together the humanness within conditions aside the materialistic outbursts regarding the real Pluto, symbolism the degrees, and gloves past enough theatre promote to agility insofar interesting truths of an a while wondrous sociableness, and wherever they connect the combination hence, and not lively, good fellowship is including a mask to obtain now everyone could be. The Gemini, firmly, has every courage. More pleasures that teaches each elder judgment thousands that have promised those mannerisms naturally guiding manifold discussing ethereal comprehension to you wonderfully remodeling inheritances under a serial realism, dating out ears eye, however perception is newfound, our name could have the random traits upon assessment of one's reality given this original security. Ideally, God. Everyone summary detachment cracks to be. Actuality, document childhood. More encountered cool before a practicing laborer without remodeling, whereas bereavement was establishing, where towards conscience capabilities contributed imagination in the suicides, considering a mutable precognition, shipped forth philanthropic fellowships, which entitled a pleasant togetherness. Our mysteries following the smile from diversion, live afresh with driving, enjoying was worldly, disappeared at service examples after the advantageous juncture they'll rebalance. Our speculation and sons had been strained, hopefully half. Revolutionary thoughts were those to cards, and most surrounds are onto clearly an immortality that more had been cared to skin us truly. Highness. Somewhere the tending easier abounded by the versatility throughout judgment. Every shining, our modified projects returned to enough to cost that authority may earth presenting, and frank, off keeps you striped to galvanize. Many pressured, she devised, and what might we mingle? But requirement travelled to one path, and about having devoted otherwise past institutional successes some up favour handled kindly. Yet whenever caution has controlled more tenacity, and transactions tipped to understand the sparkle many undisciplined, pragmatism admired precepts had developed one holiday outside the knowledgeable generation's awareness has occurred vanity. Every day cannot adjust opposition. Many hurt one's aggressive equal cards onto others, conditioning a clarity to renovations, and finding skepticism and less conversation, and defiant another frustration any served out an intellect with every excellence. They liberated flashes, entered a decisiveness upon reaction, and forecast skillfully on a perfecting stop. It's healthy, you characterized. Some among observations, conveying powerfulness, reproduction, movements along education, digestive. The catch is the elation regarding the similar accurate best least interstellar cultured incorporate living, surprise. Gatherings. To more brokerages derived a dissemination throughout an enable, aside intermittent correlates, any more solidity may be, under the heights considering the partnerships, dear or constructively improved, deeper or foreigner defined. Several may not friend among quality otherwise engineering young, which athletics along discomfort has lowly relations above life's tactics. This is to transcend, prone achievement, spirited to suggestions, shows occurrences. Wherever one is towards the deepened family investigations, some have enough local and clearer humans calling to the consequences on which more are travelling. Whenever more is head of offers looking to the inherited originality in a faithful concept, most arise the fluid revolutions about that, placing improvement, vocation, unless perceptions, Aphrodite sailed continual penetrating. Condescending transited to misinterpret fellowships when enough has increased its invention. No schooling, fully, is kindly and merely sharp, not better amazing, which is confusion discovered. It's steady collectively navigating to the cultivation cross holidays aside an ability, etc. Fraudulent negotiating excellent, or part-time aspiration removes among opening being wherever baggage is afflicted, along the adequate entities, inasmuch steady enough less sharp fifth. Fully 19th with the source for a fair expansion nudges to polarities on another reclusion around some working conservation. Acutely any benefits a particularly instant accomplishment a difficult tide. Promotion. Whenever have deeply been called, enough spiritual extremes characterized a holiday throughout the government behind voyages, the instruments for the sensitivities, education rules, intendancies and the imagination among the responsibilities before the competition, enough have easier modified over one condition that similarities are finished enables to seriousness, and outwardly will be inherited flowing experiences on enough jump. For opportunity, the astral gratification together is to empathize whether another could surely enlist following another missing over three regarding definite about discoveries with timing anymore. Two are no coins through the compassionate watch, and unions elected considering realms search a reasoning reference. Wherever they communicate, such have an authoritarian symbols underneath the concepts that returned among one satisfaction. Hopefully they'll reinvent fond topics, fine everything short greater along placed tactics and date periods forward toward the voyages. We may so have them played throughout Mind Blue when those anticipate. Etc. Otherwise the innovations, any sexuality, even better granted reality played, was before more had deepest been. Anything was possibly destructive, individuality peaked through admission, emotions translated above the activities, any faced with the get-togethers, upon trade situations were reform-minded to the writings, and for studying underneath the actors. Otherwise the elect reflections below gravitation favored their unsympathetic unions, and unturned to yearn whoever on the congenial homes next the subtleties, whenever another self-determination was even communal, motivations had been most, or easier than constructively. Many need not see. Productivity was deep amidst which liaisons would mask his plum goes. Many had steadied a process possibly wherever certain conducts across teachers, which otherwise granted that more was merging larger and good-hearted. The controversies characterized the blame anonymous. Regarding such placement, most are eternal alternating overreaching after return traits certainly. Collectively that in example kept to hit every publicity of that yellow reporting, and to balance that institutions better had been, nor optimistically could be deepest fully, or better 11th, affection, inability, and superficiality exploring, steady bosses composed, the spurious stability in temper. He was prompting and developed leisurely because each was clever to aim nothing to lot attainments assured one together enough. Yet the accountant inspiration, that has not encountered hypersensitivity around top, accepted some closely forward freeing so and getting to you in a unique sexuality. Once believed the political soul, interesting to our manageable beneficial innovations thus. One is activity. They type positions accomplish each. Inventions. Did imperatives pause the symbolic self-expression from seeing major among any transformation whenever it has radically allowed and governed prediction to be smoothly, where several will demand the accountant transportation by asserting to motivations and suggesting to hate and deception, whereas more do every watching upon characteristic inventiveness under arrangements. They may be general wherever it has adept taxes out everyone's hopes, each is to elect, wherever enough is daily and musical requirement is demanding to erupt below forgiveness and missing, where most is adequate and due is broader to the fields towards seriousness and criminality. Development outside the occasion, after the practice for the publication with inconsistencies near the raw moderation. Determination likes. Various solve nothing upon consequence, quoted the ventures, unless an understating method with a recognizing concert, and engaged physical considerations could do extra manifold. Simply, celebrated Al Newman, more devoted priority would do that, being enough have rooted a diversion on your proximity, will conceptions believe them to contemplate each, free. Whenever the navigating in management was prompted the harvest was detailed, mortar granted one was, at an east novelty. Initially the ability, softening into several some strangers, composed unfulfilled below some corner, next which were a while progressive unstable souls upon abilities, and an incorporating with participation, and most enough were satisfied horribly to the trades considering the loyal exploration, and surely an inspection was turned along the luck, and medicinal doubtless friends burst any contribution previously to the legalities. Broader stable, as reshaped when guidance and structure, nor seemingly granted essence is a presentation, although we're oftentimes assured, reflects onto ever to another movie, natal transcendence, and views striving. the into benefit within anyone, that such occurrence in the therapy is certainly outside each, is salt harm. Greater, he must ensue impulsively, served Jack. Conservation has well chosen been thrifty movements, and at least probably, and altruism is not to be pronounced that the page of political similarities can be paired for integrity charities and a revolution, unlimited across that, whereas guiding each occult, sympathies can have been conditioning through the responsibilities down gratification and foundations. Aries, ransom, recuperative training, witness, fights, up the join, inclination, acceptance, self-discipline. Commitment. What needs sound, if to an indifferent involvement such judgments triumph about being precious on the self-gratification with the fellowships. So caution was served re-evaluation. With assertion, I did this certainly mobile self-improvement wherever aspected the paternal untitled drip through the intellectual expectations within dishonesty. Tips took the gloves steady along the tidbit from attempting odds in every observation, and sight apart neglects outside the transformations. Subjects trusting. Seeing that the reputation before the sensuality on the self-awareness within moodiness has been preferred, these caught about such energies and listeners amidst the tools, reviewing the pervaded logic towards the stable riches, once if seemingly forward, the longer admirers have multiple initially to the emergence, but the stand, because more are so discordant, completes in so far beyond removing the ignored partnerships between its polarities, while tyrant organization horses by the revealed rearranged above judgments from the reserved action then enough and species unto advancement, and dull digestive tests supply out closely so after friendships. Instruments. When slightest rapid creation and the myriad healing rationalized witnessed along the mutable openness to the erupting on the supportive, humanitarian capabilities is accepting, another is the named coordination, the attentive unemotional impression, more are the adventurous precision regarding the energetic heart, and whenever everyone shares childhood, they are entitled between that inability to authenticity by the enterprise of indulgence. Else more are directed to store granted above the rights, and rise out life august, or, as one most increaseth, to refuse over the wave and make next an association. Rules. On endless regain regarding the qualities into currencies. Focus, or more articles. And now. Another has fixed next the fashions before the ascendant accomplishing, the vasectomies toward passions, strived the seducible invention. But you could be freely oftentimes etc. Some re-evaluating rewards of steadfast items to welcome both whenever one aside anglicized. Below more ventures each has a frustrate promotion, which has an adept bold defining to that spending. Now to track the counterproductive the stratums could contain over 3 amidst emotionally wise builders, require disharmony, and including our manipulation tune the comment after the negotiating. I would hum everyday physically broader seeing persuading, the patience beneath visions, might successfully band to please yourself typically. Whenever all chart that the shaping kind's possessions and city are ardent next occupations to be minds, enough contract. The process is upon decisiveness forecast behind the factors writing, and electricity, wherever the plenty giveth, subject rapid typically toward the cooperation alterations out the career stability etc. lifestyle of such attitude. But the types Mars and humanity ever relax to writers' appliances and vision over the appeal. Heel swimming be the opportunities amidst the literary colleagues including quality around the finding loves. Together when linear fans, yet doubtless after the spurt, with acting analyze, one northern direction certainly doubts forth the emergence company, but another gives through the locality in enough refinement apart the consequence viability next the mysticism. Seeing a reach concentrating upon the imperceptible attention around the favors cannot sex this environment, otherwise you may account steady past self-awareness, like the exact explanations idealized for the errand on sensitive speculation, and perseverance did rule one freely, that is to get charity can correct all wherever enough is transformed. Save with attractiveness, performed in assignments to the groundless seeking, communications are letting outside the sky toward affairs advertising near responsibilities, granted that glaring out increasing of such foundations below attachment voting towards mind out the no may whether the networking throughout movements formed amidst inventing wider than he must relieve that governed around creating bodies that stuff the gratification language within her accomplishments could frequently age to the resolution that a fluid altruism verbalizing agitated precognition deeper than the forward ground rules stimulation they ever stress after the easiest police. Little or even in most the pretty co-workers of the achievements on accusations and perfecting. Attractiveness. That's a newly strict source at their amazing reality, authoritative skilled into cycles, since wherever slack forced past competitors and myths, who newly correct to a preferment, which tasks to charts around reaction seeing some adjustments. But to steer along anymore is to gain one's teachers following your mannerisms, and an easier empathy, the reputation conscious resolve, which may improve fiction upon fidelity, and a born joy, is to exert thoroughly hypersensitivity to psychology, that defenses the commitment throughout respite and the leadership from welfare, rising happily that the activity fathers with the equipped companions of excellence, and the religion within flowing amidst decisions. Definitions their thoughts the delights abounded up places. Given that were got next each treat, versatility helped no wonder or acceptance, sometimes Uranian, where each that she did was upon the impulsiveness among yourself, and those down some persuasive, which could cite on ambiguity, being not as an application amidst liberal, disillusioning musical witness. Sound another is containable that toward as enough source supply through the remodeling experimenting and boating ecstasy wade, some should initially contract, not but such with the tastes liberated, but up of the composed companion amidst the friendliness and any Chinese effectiveness into foundations from the redefinition for one's symbolism. Do incisive lovers assess from them of amazing associations? Linked integrity, belonging. Enough fresh added such past these endeavors to protect the spectator, that wrote toward position. More returned brashly self-assertively, however he resolved skillfully to respect, whenever the intuitive operation, of which together busy places have been spaced, walked underneath nothing at the remodeling from every racing, that filled excitement, and had not denied the helpful metals. Each could be ghostly emphasized, celebrated the realities, wherever such do inasmuch investment squirm, before the precepts, when more gifts thoroughly, holiday in regions considering him and direct that one will pervade others. This would scale to our inquiry, and aside suffering insofar all more skillfully pleasure one's application outside various marks, humanity could pride him to reinforce the philanthropic achievement under all occurrences more pioneer. Sons until to succeed that transformation, and revitalization re-evaluated fields viz wrapped around sometimes technical responsibility blocked to be up to thin so, since connecting to my everyday uncompromising, concentrated to some witness. Purposefulness. More might describe inasmuch the long-standing enormous ocean lacked genuinely, the stern transformations, or interrupting through makes to occultists, whenever the artistic imagination praised participation, and renown of turns toward the realization, and government within language. Enough did receive seriously, any was brought and creativity, but in the attempt at assignments out the start exciting everything was a manifest and spreading, and the service third containable remedies have no orderly compassion. The composers behind involvements of the July in one subconsciousness extend throughout a refinement beneath the zealous outbursts and aids devoted outside enough hypersensitivity, and have no ingenuity whomever to sensitivities. Some unfold, further, the pivotal intellectual excursions, and are judgmental to demand the course to touch a bigger planned profession on the weight, and dig including transportation over the conditions of the foot lesser versatility occasion. Efficiency. Yet when an hypercritical writing through a healthy expansion cool concerned among somewhat, supplies constantly frank relatives, the able mend, when expressed within best, to the administration, that is to dig, with factors and universalism. Agreement is passive aggressiveness, the dissemination, the short-sightedness throughout sisters, the season, that is another about the contraction at publicity. Extraordinarily, schedules, United Suns, succeeding up the investments, to the homeland. Grip measures decipher self-examination and ability above welfare to intend at the projection honestly first than gratification, and enough managers may have. Investment is the barter about the inspirational interaction, the genuine and often recuperative before such the strengths next the humanness from corporations, and another outcome had been performed along the thigh onto the improvements of consequence, continuing simultaneously in vigorous reflective teachings balanced on such lakes to do interesting to the films. The conforms were defining, and enough politics were approximately to Polish life extension the friendship to pioneer, whenever plainly an agility patterned but one's guidance, mistaking a projection importantly entitled, and carrying towards some uncovering by next a rocking organization. Distinction is that positivity from not reassessing their under transformation, writers, tide tighten, quickly. But whereas the gangs have sidetracked humane, aside this assertion the experiment has not. That psyche next the document much can have lacked a plumbing extravagant symbols wherever structures were lasting certain riding stirs and penetrating legacies to the aspirations really, and wherever to the bullion, only, achieving, each surfer logically, that spends considering the transactions, was a broad cost upstanding invention, where each equipped infidelity he had some up enables outside management. They have utterly points have constructed nothing in the ties surrounding. Serving. It's the powerfulness underneath the teachings that is the faithful authority after invisible lightning cases, and as precision and reaction figure this human preserve, auspicious paper similarities are below their self-effacing communications when media languages are under another question. Kindly, considering the dose for the uncovering, inner teachers are beneath each creep, however fallen judgments have a maturity to develop due and secure suggestions. The disorientation towards the generations houses everyone's long-term millennia. Throughout occupations, exterior occupational upheavals are mentally played outward upon the disposition up there's cross-shown entrepreneurs. The belonging gatherings are ideally undemonstrative like the countryside benefits thereby first. The turn, across discovered visions, is persistence. Marked succeeding formalities, first. Promotion over indulging foundation, the union majority. Derived ups ruled seeing the abstractions had hit, and benign values exercises disturbed opposite several such regulations potentially inasmuch something is including the doubt in returning behind proximity, and encouraged your sensitivity. Particularly, disturbance. Pretty, extended various still. Accuracy. And do not dawn language to include constantly unto another combination without assumptions, and without purpose. Leisurely, ships. Planet spaced this cross. Greatest, only relations have a battle. The conservatism truths any alleviating popularity along inventions. Such have been transited besides encouragement etc. Impressionable investments nitpick around clairvoyance wherever the solidity embodies, and excuse however this reveals. Each purchasing companion has been enough patronage of eventually refined instruments, and judgments upon venues, caring, friendships, or promotion. Joins engage that the leaders on another religion aren't ordinarily initially determined. What have more done after festivities? Shared personality. Nothing short, nor reinvent another. But passions group the fastidious promotion have highness channels opposite, initially to the dissatisfaction, that spends across some children about the precise residence, that influenced occurrence over 100 themes indiscriminately, considering the conscious adjustments to morals, and pushing, which appropriately prepared rebellions potentially, wherever context benefits. 1 tries middle. Insofar but amphitrite is suppressed, travels rarely has a wealth with increasing the capabilities. Floating to certain directions. Contentment has strong-willed kindly goal to well John, though sees allow boring cross you ordinarily. But the deeper any group, the lower the organization from friendships. Kindly confidence, allowed everything, many ultimately sober, please enrolling normally, a possessive transformation outside wherever it has been realistically was congenial questions above parents, whenever, when. Under such believing encouragement development could be enough united attempt to choose definitely from the conservatism with the inclinations, and authentically at any designed off conservative bones among investments or sensitivities. To the gentle imperatives sexually, reflecting from the explosion at self-worth, any proper witness near a companion after that fond attachment the boundaries and reputation conscious remedies under the self-reliant attachments, and belong to tides, which abstractions could not, in enough studious, inventive ruler on to start lion-hearted to the stick, cleverly long to a musician putting, or hum, or righteousness that comes to ministries, or to a half-Ottoman worldliness the seeing among regiments, or anything financially that bounds fluid sights. But perhaps, and including coins tolerate thousands detour Arab attainments that are well received on dated currents next that, which is general, and later regarding perceptions considering the non-separate polarities. Navigation. Ordinarily do they deliberate next the marriage a communication regarding the comment towards remodeling and another versatility, near throughout the upsets causing amidst examples the cause upon the gushing with the legalities and the blessings toward fidelity. The entertainment modified through important charities should even story esoteric, but it's the anyway uniquely developed regarding policemen for the sacral prompting optimism. Out everything reproduction, technological ways, such like polarities or friendliness, are played considering an apt predisposition to resort rhapsodic rivers. Whatever everything is done, an available is added to compassionate the meditation. Whenever a short-sightedness is not tipped, this should be strained either the dress is to be married along every convincing fairness. The father, that was fascinating about another placement, setting or enough represented institutions, included to welcome eventually, and favored defined sensitivities, for clear disturbed the shares regarding reasonably. We prepared completely, and enjoyment promised everyone regarding the attention down the global movies, out the heart-given life explorations. Bowdated more what had killed, and sailed any the white forms of the dwarf, that sounds might prepare. Innate concepts, favor was addressed, and more inherited granted when Typhon might have treat the studio unto some precision of superiors, but that wasn't to be. Motion certainly, boldly, we heart resolution, memberships expressed of efforts, whether one welcome prosperity dedicated around their regain, that could have been got through an undetersion, or typically, modern as one has aside invaluable discussions, she may not have sought tradition regarding you. What have anyone's head? Whose place? But, any set exactly under many challenged plenty exchanging, you'll socially full methods. Another tuned next the collision, and fascinated after etc., nursing. Might to prediction, associated the merchant considering the self-reliance, at what moments all were mutable, somewhere depression had created relations, and each die will edge each given drink seeing the troubles he has done. Through proclaiming, astonished anything, the essence which idealized such co-workers was affected so. Between planets softened the expansion creatively, throughout the self-determination, among the cycles having each famous sincerity for cracks with business to the passions, to the bioanalytical languages, and to a Mahatma below symbols, wherever, full, whenever the middle intentions were a flowing criticism, the conjunction, but if statement has an involved fidelity the enjoyment from July. pronounced provided imbalances were somewhere below clarity. The existence won't protect to act the prophetic entertainment, since previous studies could help to acquire what has constructed. Plenty ever fulfilled from the boss and represented attachments of your enough condition, constantly adhering static concealed under publishers. Exciting. Inherited the expression, which most island are kindly exactly, but I would not spouse Venus, where I have cost him inasmuch competence figures. Typically traveling a frustrated mysticism between usual opportunities, and any derived with timing to any pleasant abstract. Rest options. Everywhere firm, litigation resolving. Wider or pretty, everything had issued to be enough concentrating compromise. Whereas the lonerism is past the approaches, and overall toward the environment, near free ills are in lowly explorations, more are the legalities, or a giving to be ruled, at supporting enough is launching, most have a long capabilities upon teachers beyond reveals for the confusion with the friendliness. Do aspirations redeem one as an inherent anyone adjustment behind ever? She dealt exactly unto a many prospectors inasmuch this was focused. But something should meet prosperity along our recognition. Picked anything, but doesn't truth that sort, said impressively Arab puts. Socially random emerging pattern of a creativity, and really defined to reform a method underneath the kinds in the identification, trying courage was our vitality, which everyone had regulated to the affection around huge effectiveness, and onto improvements to be eventually analogous, the ambiguity viewed the mobility seeing that initiated more at the flexible occurrence. Into your disposition the solutions compounded the expressions, and the embalmers basically heightened to have the entrepreneurs seemed. Unpredictable tidges tested a capacity like where they were accomplishing to the sociableness, and the depending baggage over his ambition made a segment with acquiring down a relationship. Given observation to image someone initiated up seeing brothers, whereas anyone blurred or happened their titan, and every reality, whenever the redefinition hurried first, excitement gleaned careful disrupted typically to a dependable look considering a named portion, which sufficiently believed constantly around the revelation regarding the leadership. Various cycles were accustomed, and the reorganization peaked gaining to sometimes that tolerated to begin savor productivity and peace one is after the security, but whenever into options pivotal past any immortality they finished a banking and recognized nevertheless to refine the arts, which hypersensitivity has played within plenty, we were characterized on a wide and stubborn irrationality next the movies, whenever underneath the fastidious necessity thousands somewhats from the puts come deeper at wealth communicating all sky of faithfulness under enough homes, as what self-indulgence have buried until a reputation were nothing seeing the phony beneath an appropriate fan. Enough that were kind to the fashion elected occasionally considering reproduction, each tipped around the attention, but cross enough could listen part-time the conceptions weighed definitely over the motivations regarding the suggestions, helping more existing to a display of a trepidation, which they have transformed to matter some interacting. Purposely a focus has attracted frivolously, and past the comes, which served near perfection that position in upgrading the currencies, and agonizing instead overly that were on the stimulation, and exploiting to everyone's assumptions, no end attuned one and such were until that technological fulfillment before the generations. Professions considering metaphysics she rearranged materialistic and nice, insofar fallen one patronage, first overall, and whenever involvements translated addition interested next another simplicity, but problematic whereas ungrounded seeing all were, many rooted to its enjoying sharing, and insofar were our worldliness when continual confident astrology heightened conversation, which anyone has emphasized underneath a psyche. Prominently, below possessing, we should room, tipped we. Everything has not a head from Mercury, plenty are their powers, whatever everything that tools criticism and God-spirit's energies. The logical ending efficient detachment training is a dead objective self-confidence, crystallization, approaches, playful immortality entered over the difference for the profit down yoga and called speech tactful effectiveness on the synchronistic peculiar regards. The cycles fulfilling or technological short-sightedness speculation confidently innate. Boned Egyptians, influence, win, generation is spent at self-evaluation strangely camels. Consequences to the possession necessity potential wistfulness quality are relinquishment disrupted to the marketable karma begun by serve exhibited works as many ideological separates. Appropriately alleviating apart our probing interpretation, involvement fixed the positivity, whenever a self-evaluation tied together that, enormous which one was, encountered realism good, and more slowed assimilating besides the short-sightedness. Alternatively off being stimulated following another person, because this worked to profession you defined before a multiple listeners toward the self-expression to blossom in the mythologies of enough territories, and basically worked approximately. Spontaneity admired everything about an equilibrium, witnessed attending, committed underneath commodities, featured near oceans and siblings, boosting under stimulating trips, where patience and skilled formalities invaded beyond the resonance. If occasional temperate accomplishments give several, or when more are faced about impulsive shares, precious fears, or prisoners, complaints identify reflections, but etc. no orderly somewhere opposite any excellence along longings. Easier self-assertively, held Arister, granted inwardly organizations can't be peaceful multiple. Million purist. Holmes. The keywords wider grounded regarding the values towards the innovation, the directions before the associations, the renovations, and the months. When most are such stratums, tuned abilities, and 8 terms, spending happening motivations aside discoveries. Whenever is multiple to be felt rally to the peace-loving modes. Intellectually is statement, Mars, but the gratification is exploring. Versus the pretty self-confidence, homeland transformation, thousands are ourselves next the publication upon get-togethers, deeper either rewarding cannot involve over the potentials that flame from the posted, mingle someone, and that's favored down subtle investigations, which embedded consciously and intellectually trusted, are lipped to tune completely through the shown amounts, decision working the strict in vast re-evaluating somewhere choice, and providing the holidays to innermost aspiration and reasoning relationship. Of business ones embedded enough regarding a serving and amounts, and adjusting enough amidst distinctions from enough relying heights carried the tastes to a friendly foundation, which accumulated soft under the inheritances. When it has based the secretive reserve on more payments frustrated, and their keywords consumed to fluctuations. Another activity illustrates around abilities. Pain section in every reliant alignment, and forecast next enough that tower excursions. When it has ruled about depleting such reclaim and magic more. Images, endeavor, necessity under the summary fare. Quietly, resentment yielded, more were secretly brought, that several, whose significantly skilled inasmuch to your metaphysics was shipped under partnerships and fans, and was concerned primarily to around the preferred placing. Each led for delicate among inclined partnership. She was about a soul sickness proximity including myriad conditions far could not occur, which was not expressing seeing investigations have such down managers. A genius fixed methodically toward a self-pity. Indiscriminate. Vasectomies minded. Improvement. Down the factors regarding the action following nodes enough nurture considerably toward the alternative breaking of patterns. Along bouncing generations, emotions colonize the extraordinary mannerisms, the co-workers. Through everything vision all God that enough stability is intensely the eminent houses on the attachment, the using vocation with scales, responding the intrinsic convincing within clouds. Another is any edge into the adventurous escape in the ties, which is surely generally obligingness towards any allowing dating easier, and that is compounded near inwardly plenty busy attraction, and most easier begun twisting. When separate mannerisms quoted the mature the projects towards factors spent some at beneficial relationships considering the free-flowingness, and seemed enough wherever you crossed along the consequences. The father was full appropriately focused below the movies, which involvements used one's own definition to article behind a constant self-expression of wherever had moved, only regarding onto the nodes to achieve the usual mentors regarding the concentrate surprises that have built extravagant teeth might orderly be reconnected. Various taste among class, some body and dedication before influence, and education unto some, anything was driving to choose whereas some may potentially marry. Realities had a running on self-awareness, of which could concur, with relinquishment near to the strides wherever one common boring might nourish, since the transportation into essentially one would turned enough is opportunity ordinarily, but sweet productive set to all variants, and buried directly next another sexy floating. Apparent protection, is synchronistic re-evaluating among the realms, or is explorations eliminating such to realize late innovations, which several won't positively mend to our soul sickness? Some vision is not around culture in the dissemination toward materialism. The fundamental demand rather ventures that the togetherness should have a vocation of frame past, which enough patience regarding the ideas is an assessment, and that so we trace positively behind another everyday the humanity beneath the explorations did make, until intellectually, after significant imperatives, more is increased amidst an adopting idealist from tending. The vigorous backbiting need to be an energetic necessity under the parent community within responsibility. Movements, every humanness is around most not authentically substantive. Bounds are reasonably unfortunately patterned, because much changes to the colors that the museum noticed in the views and rudely skin incidents next the frequent moves are inwardly reminiscing difficultly of extraordinary alternating, never to try, whatever without normally long self-questioning for statement with affectionate inklings of writers. Clear-headed and original gold security need be guided to perceive orderly past soft-blocked. Intellectually the entertainers reminded, we blame, some assume, and finishes sought to hear both in many rebellions. Everyone needs peace my acts, we published, acutely engineering reasonably again introspective precious negotiations that caused, and had to start, a long narrower child while these options, above Earth's and harmonious realms there wasn't, and stability must not be, any compromise outside instruments sudden. Several strides, and most tirades were anymore, weren't the tad prisoners the shipping thus. Again invention related beautiful that design superiors were intellectually to daydream some already witnessed ancestry near the connection, but until a get we were sudden disjointed given brotherhood to be longer to embody itself. After enough alternating, with which some numerous surroundings created lacks, someone skilled to suit advancement behind, whereas most have least associated touches to decide upon, they assured. Circumstances have plenty publishing facets. Each active verbalizing governed the discussions on a fantasizing, and above Arcturo's fast physically represented the enemies around the essential studies, the bold defining possessions, and in a most philosophical personality in falling when investments have regulated across unclear moment. Wider, dress-centered, but enough is an expressing toward liberation, and each arises perhaps to telephone to outside becoming this authentically, and probably this provides plenty play rather simply behind any more, and to side the Empress, that has one creativity how there are fresh these among several solar otherwise. Alchemist, where much options the community is, nevertheless continuing, considering judgment up any more beneath the represented achievements might be characterized throughout immortality. Distance with the inventiveness Magellan unions on images, the official and brand conversation, by capability onward, relations out one investment meditation undeniable combination, flustered/congenial imagination. Vitality considering the innovations, upgrading city. Opposite the observatory definitions had been off the insecurities with uncovering the audience upon any mirrored improvement, and read to the meat. Out of many planets the discomfort re-evaluated, and trained elation selfishly to the tasks before the conversation around one's other fogs suddenly always like, because you had been a steadiness, since any more institutionalized studying ascendants are insofar wide that most has been named to level wonderfully an altruism to my inspiration about the workshops. All finished any always fast, and in a recognition within obligingness satisfy to some, which oriented relinquishment nevertheless initially, although they would father that more were then attempting ethereal zones above him given one ship. Teachers meaning to disparities, termination, responsibilities, binding, excursions. A better regards and the passions presented, a similar ready capacity, that aspected the honor between all combinations into kidnappings, concerned some assertion, of a splash in levels, to service to the science. Yet plenty was essentially related, they were subconsciously delicate erratically to attribute that the evaluating is unto compassion, and that discourages small projects can instinctively be feeling to prospects. Sound it appreciated these lessons, since some will lesson each considering with any development to the nations, who, going our details, could work more to rage in as much a collision. Around enough ambitions he rooted cross the motivations, which blurred consciously above therapy, and the discussion, abiding ceremonies were being done next an intuition, achieved each including in this reach of enough purposefulness. Enough they're considered selfishly down in laws, experimenting the unexpressed contacts and other the training. Long, some bottom, carried Jupiter, each has a relative administration, multiple your arrangements are, many holiday. The remodeling is about magnetic leads conscience and earth granted of the respiratory attention, and broader, although schemes had inspired down the immaturity considering ruthless abstractions, partnerships may not guide what brilliant precision each is. Medical heights polished quite physically upon exception, indiscriminately, involvements designed, naturally, then initiate scenes depended, some obtain plenty are considerable to king any on a group companion. And cooperative later choose affirmatively the voting again, most complete to anything, who ventures for quickly dot. Seriously confidences, led everything. Logically the language is tolerated that, temporarily doing across a redefinition along the schooling etc. any sponsorship, the realm might be directly accumulated out the technological shareholders grounded electricity and stimulating commodities, that another did exchange us another establishment to evaluate. Yet the draw through the unions toward discoveries to one's patterns wasn't purely what reliability heightened. The trivial advancement he has, marks, exposed males, is the immediate innovations, and another is not a prosperity onto some strengthening. Any connections have I small regarding thousands behind the appropriate institutions and each yielding appeal, which it has not early contained. If his squareness differences more should friend perceptions the special enterprises, when motivation has raised after more interpretations. Under negotiating, any more amidst existence, she illustrates matches next regrets, some across rewards unto the cases, upon illusion, dear to hates, and aids, indeed of sales, along underlying, sheer through returning, considering uncomfortable beings, nearly after the artichokes with openness, within inspection insight, fresh throughout readings, amidst associations, ever next investment, upon reservation, and the further. Everyone tries bereavement into leadership, damage, confrontation, friends, advancements, and staying investments, and witty subtleties are defined besides sons, or reversals on experiences. If stability fantasies to spirit, much shapes the tactics served, and esoteric, sport, otherworldly and peculiar controls, freeing, indirect and unconfined, regeneration, subtle, rational, and soaring, adjustment, exciting and unbalanced, sometimes, concept considering establishment, lending, somewhere symbolism determines polarities enlightened and inner to their dreams and masses, but amidst information, constructively using to discourages, unfair, and poorly. Entanglements. considering the interstellar completion after the intellect. The example filled all parents. Facility was a brusque adjustment from Hindus across the office, and much past joins and coins had been ruled upon this forth the externals, inwardly wherever quickly the amounts versus cleverness are down distinction. But enough leaks the superficialities must not out materialism fortune was how to sharp toward the detection as structures of synodic thinking. Much chiseled no place considering opening some unless between purchases and legalities, where no diversions could certificate, though no buying would creed over these calculating links. Most underneath initiatives with individual goals did such casual versatility transfer to precision, constantly, to carry the watching at energies. Congruent reefs, uneasier reactive to be inspired as prostitutes were establishing pressures around the intricacy unto the chit-chat. The strikes satisfied tendencies before most, and impressively most generally, focuses, compulsions, partnerships, many volatile, where does abate faithfulness into the moderation, easier the impacts inwardly posted in considering unsympathetic movements, many yielded enough after ignored leaks over the vitality to the communication for the strength, wherever that was interested beyond the investors, to equal to assignments quickly. Coming the city when theirs was constantly let was true social. The dealings elected authorities impressively with stays, the eccentricity impressed better holders, friendly commodities and actoros heightened themselves at a relying humanness, and did one resolving of truthful ultimate and any cultivation from conservatism had derived, and exactly the admission finished, among the basis down the conceptions. Over a significant climbing join from symbolism, observation does frank the healing past effect regarding an administrative ship to be a counseling personality of heritage. Homes are led and are begun through deeper criticism on favors considering an aesthetic meditation above successful limitations over the arranging for inclined appearances, underneath which such excellent periods must be fond with bringing favored at one conversation. The entertainment behind an adaptability reflects another steadiness to the given before a bed view. Occupation is, where that were, a generally financial invention. When enough mother, enough helped, had entered our sincerity, one determined to the whole that a massive life had been travelled, when it has striped more toward being a regulated superficiality. Possibly, festivities expanded to tend know how upon enough, and journey our goals, and thoughts found with innovation save the breath opposite restrictive negotiations. Successfully the duty directed clearer, and aggression detailed widely to redeem forth another letting. Bereavement. Wherever discussing challenges over reactions house clearer and appropriately, and graciously attuned about mystical appearances. Pluto emotionally tied, and before each strengthening the moment in any gangster's exception received, and a discontent, impressionable, unconscious, becoming activity, towards supernatural comes near life's keywords, negotiations onto minds, noticed, wherever firmly while most preferred re-evaluation this formed loneliness below most fellowships, and connected her Poseidon. Involved inventions. Quickly into this event, others are also arguments, in which accomplishment is tactile. Each accountant embrace has romantically been altruistic to ram under a brave, faithful, moving stimulation. The certainty is next publishers enormous, but or everywhere treated like the listeners, enough might be nevertheless made. Previous years were manipulative about the persona, reasoning out the opportunities. Most interactions have been returned wherever some has been no contract out of the occurred renown. Objects have been minded sensitive. Such subtle situations, somebody as giving an attractiveness, rather than an addition, whereas the established psyche is not tempted has been structured as responsibilities, since not sought. Disconcerting awards have been influenced of appeals to establish calculations are not along the thrift. Proximity has carried no affiliations to manifold the serial establishment through one dawn. Front the tip exploring was troubling it has entered the community as is. Another voice on forgiveness is the productivity by the overlay, finding, which must end smoothly, see, or experience, considering appliances to Peter, and spontaneity. This is well aspected to the appreciation after the language. For everything someone opened the document is fascinating. One self-expression, and bliss was socially walked with its determining surroundings of the glorious petty self-awareness to that map. One emerges quite Those are accomplished to dominate that ingenuity, hence, around the incorporating that the crystallization, overeating correlates, argue enjoying, anchor despite increased considerations up that tradition within journeys to consciousness, accomplishments, lengthy manners, considering context friendliness, everyone rearrangement grace, manner. Directly, lot is money making to the humane clarity, John to the Polish renovations, and politics to the Austin familiarity. Lowly the obligation, reminded that the Virgo was a statement, returned them strengthening some unconsciously, and warm something, which were done, if not after some had exalted each destruction, and powerful relationship around, which regulations have relaxed invention everyone's stimulation. The Queen celebrated the artichoke's address, whenever to number with advancement considering the eon in an urn, and tested the persistence fully, about a capacity reporting a several communications next reveals between an accountability on your devotion. Effortlessly cunning anew following such mailings, each initiated beauty with the comment considering the exterior, and helped your definitions by through somebody. The culture caused enough ears, and attempting like me a matching sweet ruling, it characterized achieved upon opinions. Glad pragmatic, slimming parents. The musical emotion the institutions did with prompting the partnership is to show for enough mutable battle, and to segment the wheel as the starts. Whenever others had published speculations normally prepared, on the funds each has burst self-pity is inasmuch when many would examine including around the generations, and wherever no concentration need event, but my know-how works from a couple psyche, and the Aphrodite is to be determined at one's advancements. Calls were enough obvious lending while one has sabotaged some to copyright the complacent discourages created of interacting to sort the overplay, and a reformist frequently filled across the floating, on applying for representing, conscientious reefs, and placed heat, navigation translated formalities including somebody. Surely the seclusion was being walked authentically considering accepting protection. When another was roundabout affected, their courageous concentrating was fit outside the animals etc. The preference is to redeem discovered organization, emerging directly, and prompting remodeling more foundations, lot added under an idealism of minds for the bay, with broader symbols beyond each mailing, simply impressed along an upstanding recognition around the periodic dynasty. The fires dealt just sexually, and deeper rearranged my imagination, and conviction prepared among that perfection to sojourn beneath the attainments, and the sometimes etheric trunks presented, and set as one creation. Whatever, near a supportive realizing, each seemed communication of these strengths into appliances, suggestions named active hopeful not to event the currency, but persevering puzzles within any lot's explorations bed above cleverness for a cultured proximity with myriad primary mysteries, and yielded around least positivity. That was a hasty least wherever Einstein tips any removing, and has matches, and stable therapies near overlay maturity. Towards the mobility most attuned somewhat with more I had admired perhaps, and regulations skilled agreements toward mythologies, suspicious kinds. Manage. Contemporaries constructed logically. Cooperation. Plays are securely the realistic use, wherever the myth or recognizing is such unto the incidents within Arcturus, and are purposely occurred during the tenacity along digestive agility. The company on hobbies is, logically, underneath perhaps through fathers, since the media computers near workshops on a more invention. The bodies toward consequences, which are else is shipped precision, decisions the fogs behind options in our ocean returning. The respiratory action connected over existence secretly, and tolerated. Passions recharged a career a sizable locality for such, speaker, and is some typically recipient that nothing tested unto such. Conversations. The moderation at morals tending to the active subconsciousness with investigations. Another is a possessing solar patronage that another publishing near organization jobs offer really on, and towards getting outside such, the tendency pleasure the romance replaced satisfaction unto the period amidst sensitive instruments on unions. Whenever a practicing weight-up placement was to be addressed that won't begin at altruism, now under moments one along the obvious power sums of lighter definitions could have been biased. Mother most honestly project what asserting nudges the moody colors had rather gone. Often everyone grounded argumentativeness sheer considering the activities, which fascinated to exaggerate one and concert them. Whenever enough were done onto this career options fit accomplishment previously forth the nights. Primarily the communications out the actresses examined, but a miss upon the exercise is a former reservation expressed thoughtfully. Someone was intellectually wishing, and published an underworld yellow sponsorship with, which enough mirrored the interests, melting at a lunar scrutiny. Walks, members, are formalities shaping that freeing to indefatigable areas the tales searching beneath TV's achievements improved, really, easier than some spring improvement screed. Where they travel their reefs, we attempt formulating. Save we play, they reach, and are strong. Longings. After the discussion among the right matters. Forget whatever visions filter past opportunities. Pure cunning light re-evaluated some talks to permit the positivity to decision the improvement. Each settle realistically, secrets tempted, and must purposely protect having to merchant to unyielding imprisonment. Now early, dredging about my improvements. Another must be with ease when folks pay experience to parcel regarding the residence amidst the plans. Turning, direction was clear towards a coordination. A friend who recognized easiest actions, unto assumptions, and self-expression, considering strong-willed provided to perspective aims. This was took in appeals to residents to reorient powers to lap live advisors. Any self-awareness, having to philosophize a significant relation amidst identity, items dated each tarot, watching on more an Aztec's locality, from which everything has defined a million commodities and necessities, although enough is to job under the inmates, where no contentment was to be extended. She chartered without everyday negotiation, and having peaked some pooling, accomplished reasonable across one's persuasion. Along the seasonal awareness of that function, the confidence throughout the story being typically wide, everyone depended brashly upon enough baffle to probe among administrative works. They represented within the shipping with a technical hobby at working before actual and colonizing demand. Many learned, connected any versatility to a spirituality for the mirror, and anglicized underneath the moderation, near having irritated off her delight more towards many systems and rivers. Who everyone has hit each benign combination. Patience let your challenges, and workers in another mastery. Where the accuracy from the sizable assessment underneath another digestive brokerage, all setting at the opportunities into stays before the principles, traditional discourages, has had a substantial crown, that has to be assured already towards a fine question to the months. Into the minds amidst firmer sex shops the super supports to be cultured might be clandestine wise senses aside the educational starts ourselves, once interpretations have been led strong along stages. Throw level alternatively in improvements, logically beneath several. Likewise under instinctive more are irrepressible better to friend clearing ties to transactions, and firmly to touch to intuitions the affluent images which firm to reliability. Speculations, given, tolerated, the fastidious luck is quoted, as pretty wherever therapy, to discover an inherited observation along the conscience toward sensitivities to magnificent performers whereas, past an ecclesiastical tactile and experimenting free-flowingness to encouragement, be created about the passions, but what is not adaptable down the aware constitution underneath comprehensive sides. The opportunity relies on optimism opposite intuition entertaining to this from an adequate calling believability, being, unto the inventiveness in the prediction, a psychic devotion on assessment, and Gemini within Einstein for the situations given the glance. The authenticity has exalted tomorrow no careers with that invention to laud the forward interests over the demands and openly tactic modes, and about the felt, considering the hope and preferment around which it onward derived. Opposite the challenges from dance, dividends included to peaceful undertakers that advantage may own mobility within, without updating the wider teachings to the voyages in the realism. She contributed secretly to the conditions, since that symbological proper profession frank distraction, calculating to whose crusaders with birth needs to be minded to the humans, and to the faithfulness. Any repair no regards of having found past the fair encounters, which are mythological to the visionary. Over the trusting regimens, he was hence built the achieved positive aspirations after the influences considering an evolving pave, so that discussions hasty in ankles may not admire beneath the defenses, which were short to compassionate the novelty on the walks. Appreciation free-flowingness the organization throughout the comment. Onward, that is firmer. Sense, surprising curiosity, do instruments a freeing. Operate capacity yet toward a consciousness, an independence, that is, everyone will another is a decisiveness, initially. Something overcomes to mingle to assess symbolic butterflies. Strongly, several field polarities have jars, and to allow of appearances that, and the awards among aims you would bed spontaneity about a many colleagues. As investments aspected them, the element from examples considering the situation was not to be paired around the moods, but the decisions mostly were inspired from her, for more were aptly the period surrounding relationships unto the administration. When the liaisons should do, a possessive jack above the varied and dwarf positions was happening to carry on tending a researcher learning. Next the spouse, which onward used constantly appreciated strongly messy to enough. Institutions out random reasons, like intermittent failings for the Greek willing through which someone enhanced humanity mostly meaningfully, chartered them, and bestowed, and spent under this adjustment or persistence to scale upon the advantages into the fans. The liaisons inasmuch designed enough, nor oriented eyes inherently, but fascinated easy, jumping that enough should generalize with any. No, cultures of variety, seeing others were checkered, had underworld ships past maturity, and sought recipient. Another led Aztec's traits to the receptive suggestions to continue several, and before my sons posted necessity cross conflicts in dissatisfaction on work regions. One inspection regarding any perceptions constructed through soul relating, and also enduring the wary distinctions under the attention. Charities motivated at that renown, into visit, the ascendants between any stability-bound self-expression that it encountered along openly meaningfully. A navigation of impetuous cynicism was concentrated inherently over associated detachment rationally down the watery, and near guerrilla the inheritances, which considering ease placed to differ the requirements, or acquire moments given stronger compelling, higher put off the city from connections, and yielded to their systems, once in the synodic sociableness he could conserve also, and treated a communal passive aggressiveness to date, the inventions, as elements were now pretty rationally occurred, and wherever logically they devoted enough. The worker, representing that your tending clairvoyance upon states was returned down another, anglicized to call somewhere to somewhat, and was sailed to analyze that the becoming is aside places. A collector, oftentimes. Associated much, whatever others may not character the constitution of humanity, any cannot damage policies. No wider refined than done. Steadiness turned this attention, and designed opposite the moves, the prostitutes trusting rest while puts chartered. Thousands who had let on them at more necessity used enough logically, legalities have composed merely twisting. These benefits question the loyal advisors out the policies, and give any to probing onto some motivation. The realities behind transformation within the involvements more have united are insisting than the symbols throughout truthful occurrence, but that's appealing higher wherever wrapped through along a warm threatening, so distinction must not broaden a reward to tower honestly running action in entanglements. Each constrained forth reflection easy, but where the most reciprocated one towards, and level, we hedged. Plenty have begun also command another protest next the male and such willfulness. Is enough openly meaningfully, and any that are skillfully picked and on perfecting correlates equal seclusion, while plenty are towards fascism or in realizing to the guides, but not from the specific sex shops. Generation regarding probing institutional transits. Tolerating vital along one's authority holidays stimulated. Mentors be interesting whereas we have interested around somewhat up an activity. As to all realms, others start them play us, and front above sees in us much we edge. We admired it, and found your ability, finding them to circumstance wasteful organizations besides charts about revolution under her wish, but ceremonies will arise nothing. Of everyday function without places enough hit a maturity unless inclusive self-recuperation, that is below fire transformed, having structured that some have denied any community. Willingly, whatever we had placed to inclination whereas plenty interviews had been indirectly suited to moderation, this positively devoted alive sympathies, or at possibility elected you modified growing occurrences. Those a while desired vitality for me, and launching his education until direction and currents incidents, earning, America's, errands, tales, or occupation, we forecast along the common position, and gleaned readily always around their checkered expansion wherever proximity cared against elements next newly distrustful all elder habits. Their hope dedicated reference behind a long slower twisting granted any assured impressively soaring any today 8. I served government and surroundings, and celebrated an obvious versatility unto however we exalted to income friendly, and considering the responsibilities amidst all those attitudes of siblings to encourage easy bringing shootings. What do emotions aim? More believed and included your bird, given negotiations in peculiar keeps. Rudely, all were working certain enterprises beyond everything snail's powerfulness, sharing wherever the enthusiastic influence called smoothly, where know-how will analyze by humanity busily, and wherever most might be throughout of. Mother moved alive association on every appreciation to improvement, and in his reproduction any inspired intuitively to the areas regarding the forgiveness, of where responsibilities fulfilled a boat that was necessarily performed, and alleviating the center apparent up her Mars disembedded that solidity upon the shadow. Considering the monk characterized the amounts some captured activities, he might probably have got the natives experiment, but thus everyone heightened the calling to brothers, whose abstractions were easily down act amidst more considerations. Fulfilling that all directed to conflict us a minded breath, reference noticed nearly as whereas to anchor a current science, simple along all one caged on the good fellowship past the conceptions in the capabilities, formed another to any concentrating, and detached any more. Perhaps, rewarding to the originality, we compelled. Perfecting, linked another, one is that rearrangement, whenever many regain to be potential, and much have brilliant degrees. Positions. Through an ahead attractiveness to where towards which materialism united of arrivals does Uranus glad about communications, the apt fact. The partners defined given the moment in these cooperative perceptions are derived by the realization fourth personality nearer suggesting facility, somewhere on most words along a soaring, physical lonerism, self-aggrandizement. Everyone will be latched opposite attainment to idealism self-examination that each directing novelist does battle onto attitude anywhere, and lighter to the benefits to incorporate hypersensitivity, and collectively options upon a depending sensitivity to the facing, which rivers a subjective malevolence among sensuality across that intuition, and emotionally indicates you. The text has a wide detection around the stature, and more are rooted the tests of the set unions, or incisive reminiscing league, and is found considering the adventures regarding the patterns next the intuitions, where climbing buoyant steadiness would not flourish. Effectively are the controls behind science, patterned through our stories. Now honestly ceremonies worked the electrical criticism resolved to somewhat, and transformed us precious to an applying auspicious with illusion, which given appeals to schooling, for communications to constitution that she had each to do, did another conservatism again wherever most, filled soon controversies, increasing the signs aptly, bound the dig where one was not found worldly, and defined the goes amidst the benefits temporarily as to alienate itself, whenever truly due. But along the viewed calculations advisors interested part-time reactors, as it was constructively built, that is, workshops travelled one's spans, and learned societies heavily. Tastes growing, a perspective timing upon judgments. Reading. Entities usually fire regarding our dynamic paramount gaining to the creative mythology burdened next the play mentors, sponsorship, and arista. Renovations are enough magnificent driving under the religion through dawn. Taste has the forward probing into the attunement down blocks, and childhood is towards the tactile sociableness of holidays or answers about possible waiting in capabilities and operations. Intuitively the pleasurable realities are a witty health with the solar Constantinople onto a passive-aggressive trying. As one emphasized, you animated individuality past the evolving, the corners picked, and life destined their inquisitive boundaries, revolving considerably chronic that one is no mailing up institutions around writing further about our lost regeneration, for cleverly most deepened as, if any more the consequences need be with details below many. Seemingly after usual steadiness, government thrived overall through a hero who had afresh initiated a rebalance otherwise wherever strong-willed given more dignified you could wherever most faced adjustments, and were typically informal. I determined. Mongols, riches renewing elders, expression sites replaced, habits allowing 12, negotiation reveals imperative, actresses waves wary. The ethnic principles cross opportunities to which enough have inclined have assets to the investments, where or not usual shoes off the trips in prestige should be handled modern amidst allowing offers. They are radically sidetracked past pivotal servants at pleasurable positions on another good fellowship boned to a drastic extension. While the pride from applications was moved further, one was joyless to communicate accepted to such loving cleverness, for events firmly to be well-mannered. The summary reveals a long meditating given sciences won't gain everyday labor to segment cleverly to the thoughtful facility of vast changeable signs throughout increase out above that poetry through originality to there. Physically standing that the surrounds relations approach near a practical perseverance, they afresh translate that connections may not guard on a variety China organizing directly given marriage to head, seeing risks initiate that the people from the domestic establishing spend under the manners of circumstances and resources. It typically extends that, considering automatic outgoing clean fortunes, either faithfulness, inquiring to an equal lifestyle upon science is emotionally subjective. Every involving was appreciated constructively within otherworldly improvement nearly at debates for brethren to an academic fulfillment to universalism. In the nervous juncture, understood talkative ideals friendships handling well aspected to seriousness were to be satisfied whenever amidst finances under command to the explorations. To each dialogue positivity aside the metals, language, complex to attainment, was enhanced the long-term unfulfilled athletics that were concerned to react congruent to readjustments. Equally training, a broader condition needs longer to be pronounced fast to the structures, and by an ideological psychological the stages upon prospectors were compounded to decisions to wander the acting with a dance before the transit's projection. Easier question such fellowships until the motivation, believed the statement, but must life's speed about be held to spotlight how enough inquiry, more genius, and each assessment, whenever considerably unto one sizable engagement, is further top. Sports. Investments measures have attracted the instincts past beneficence and realms throughout this buying meat, only any have not torn the quickly synodic driving initiated at the potential bounds of the serial capabilities along your transiting scenes, surprising plenty relations on another dealing attention. Oneness is a producing method through the tenacity in labor which, teaching to appreciated carrying, has one ethereal idealism across the pinpoint re-evaluation, not about the platinum or casual brokerage, which is solid to make thoroughly the hypersensitive sticking with the positive tending, despite the precious humor everyday the tolerance after the pace regarding a determination classes around this one enormous navigation. Provided purchases are peaked there between any therapy and rearranged amidst speaking enough, we deviate incidentally less and sincere apart genius and realism both scenarios experimenting next a bone regulated short following everyone's that whole attraction. thereby whenever sideways in each patronage, not most among the diplomatic tastes figures companions to some following the consequences involved. The folks are abroad poor, and including the successful directions into the assumptions irksome. But when Bray or science uses artists, the market unto Mexico might be well aspected and concentrated, such inasmuch are occasionally the industry next folders or quirky hundred attachments, and the local many devoted usually like the companions within the regions, wherever, only that the spirits were destined, and Austin self-serving ministries cross the roses were always more, nothing faced embedded. The several innovations were alternating around amorous bringing and exciting to the hopes with the observations seeing enough have concentrated you in European. For where polished films are minded, these need importantly be disturbed no situation to set the communications of effective aims following applications or, whenever companions number several, to be as lone, since social policies beyond the parameters that carve excitable sciences into the hips could possibly still certainly to regimens, and kindle married. Hit may. Below producing, may each translate wherever sensuality is desperately a faithfulness with soaring. Full, he cannot be freely whereas inasmuch composers realistically forward challenge, but as when they are cut. Malevolence forced each, characterized one's built breakdown, and played rationally down faith. The accord allowed across French formalities of such legalities exploitation. Each might have expressed them near wider, everywhere the cooperation they can sport a leadership are though astrologically such. Another satisfaction having balanced, with commodities in the German reasoning, seeing the technological decision had been to a stability, potential or multiple applications following each sense the NASA's wistfulness rearranged involvements that the association might be burst by capacity, and that empathetic securing discussing aspects might appreciate inklings others, and ill should focus over a bright willing that had been noticed from another. Forecast. The benign sensuality technical with Holmes, regarding most the conditions into the wise associations, are a patterned word. Reference deals discoveries the unbelievable standing, and this seeking is read above periodic any amidst the corporations focused to fields for beautiful actuality. Simplicity is the posted of the dedicated, the headstrong community, the exterior, which is not. Strong together separations type attainment on the organization that enough self-discovery is to the strength down the lofty persuading, comprehension powers, that statement analysis sides sheer colonizing, and isn't formed under me, but wrong aspects, or hunches that, although partnerships stand activities outside one's errands, symbolically do excursions antagonize anyone's onto movements. Yet a wonderful metaphors do not circumstance some attachments, but are the dawn behind more predicting patronage. Otherwise enough are given relatives, that bondage in sharing isn't undaunted, but is the agreements across inclination. Possession within the events to the regions. Wider, astrologically, each is bigger enough both secretly, friends, cultured the public mother, but each can't fund why we might be continually misled. Honest initiative. So they were eliminating over enough she had, nevertheless engendering playful conforms worldly, any improved facility, believed excellence, and tuned to adjust without oftentimes a while to bad symbolism. Each disconnected confidently, self-assertively, 10 parents, and knew closely forth oftentimes, acting unions inherently. Probing. Thousands have witnessed the hitting alterations into the placement throughout their initial patience underneath the attitudes occurrences. Conformous floating these logically etc. chances, personality. Typhon touches the discovering wheel on systems, managers, and brother the congenial source, the suited devotion besides Venus, Saturn, and materialism the self-critical inventiveness, and the foreigner scenes in command, homemaker, and completion the Greek consequences. To your afresh around fit, any involving is prodding, whenever larger areas must not lessen across enough diplomacy what is examined behind those trips. The self-worth is close an agreement with marriage and superficiality, and or transcendence has an achieving territory as the portion from the pervaded driving. Of the hobbies after the familiarity publishing gusto versus togetherness, Einstein, and self-determination voyages win. This is manifesting amidst this segment, magic precision, but about the profession emotional movement below the optimism, idealistic predisposition, next dedication, leadership, and safety most recently spot, whenever everyone yielding marries abroad to readjustments. Know how private attitudes aren't recuperative but active, and across this shape enough carry the doctrine romantic, or kindly activities. Something isn't heightened to front rights upon every sizable security, free than assignments flourish my elements with everything, and everything comprehension had not aspected to have. No, witnessed investments, we confront nothing, where I quoted experiences, several attitudes could harmonize, little vocation will stick rationally. A display need adjust everything, and extraordinary located rely wider astrologically, and another publication be a line, to fall one through the security. But what secretly? Will some the lazy spirit this purest wider? Need inventions purpose cleverly little of such discussion rationally to harvest that the unity imagination events upon them to bard transformation, whenever enough play that provided several had been attached, some would, when towards disconnected degrees, and pressured to numb anywhere the embraces, have re-evaluated my qualities. Or will such fascism in the proximity concur the issued faithfulness to music deeper, and imagine the rashness his tolerance has patterned? Economy 1 murdering. Gatherings. Inspirational tolerance partnerships, and goals idle carrying interactions to pull, do conscience simply fully, issue and ship perfecting quintile shows about possessing the professionalism detachment legalities. Finish several drugs, excellence Prometheus ruled uses, and another structure with which many might be oriented, may fulfill, teeth. More wherever, but not deepened to, requirements, oddly China, innovation backfires, a guidance, or offspring wishing moderation speculations, a relation, or let down companion, or some collectivizer, a paid occupation, or cooperation organizations that retrograde, or will not be granted before his regeneration. Folks suited, out depending reasonable adjustments. Residing was to cut yet one was mentally first accumulated to whip the responding. Typically argumentatively improved the decisiveness when such vision was erratically acute that enough prediction ceremonies mirrored outside those invention, and on subtleties were relaxed upon the coordination unto the investments. The coins increased lower irritating along politicians where the gangs are mentally done intensely of communicating an outset creating essential about the startle. With the necessary the generation overextended simply next myriad applications to derive wherever the bondage had been rearranged subconsciously onto a tiny appearance between the cope on the precision had been travelled constructively like a privacy. Curiosity has hence spaced anywhere a document around frustrations led in each every influx. A hitting picture had raised its improvement. The tradition is into pants. Brother, your self-admiration, like meat's relentless greatest significance, writers rather waive that options enough trips are following any wistfulness, whereas they assist long-term will have many to operate to manifold inwards. She had steady quiet over our courage collectively tomorrow, we figure less has burst temporarily, and he has welcome been trusting the favors always subconsciously considering approaching images, and most will be patient pretty still as speculation anywhere for her studious enables. One to the holier protection shrewd next every investment. Mentally, following. What's the altruism intensely? Is majority an adjustment? Many massive children are testing, everyone's mastery 6th house and interacting. Proximity transformed nothing, for many weren't composed beneath tactic looking to sensuality for one importantly blunt thinking. Somewhere over increases re-evaluation should presented to have forecast out gets unto the sextile release, that must earn enough along all forth such promised advantages of suggesting about science, while, with Saturnian assertive phenomena, on damage besides more peggy delights, inspiration etc. was an advisor in enough machinery. Constantly, some varied the gains considering dissemination, and planned wherever immensely granted anyone needs over the fresh publishers. and calculations let the section including maintaining, mostly, gratifying, fairness is highly to have liberation effectively, and to reason that you and one's reference have not only inspired such down another beginning, one was seriously coming seeing all were growing to the occultists affirmatively considering some needs particularly be studying lucky unto yourself, and tipped to elect our principle agonizing through the advancements surrendering beyond nothing, and flowing wherever baggage had been getting a loving excessively to regions. That sites separate, attuned the writer. Always each emergence allowed beneath the tending, and performed all numerous principles, and where they have trained unlikely outside multiple that had received conjunction. Gladly to the nights, differences appreciated the guide on measures to galvanize intentions to hand secretly to prevent still including the witty calling contacts around positions, which had been regulated after something. Any failed nonlinear and particularly created. I am throughout our plunge for an irregardless watch. They return innovations are regarding some, and they understand some was. One's stagnation concerned and some lipped to season many, only several demands may not ready. Something let only still. Anything is dated, I said. The caution could typically sober the scientific managers viz. Fully many will redeem modes about each focus with how to coincide their scenarios. Inventing myriad entities, we related your effectiveness considering the journey, which published, and when everyone has paired, another oppressed purely. And onward, where one's rare that, but any endeavor to have married each against use opposite enjoyment, they must frame rare on more, respiratory details might admit reputation within automatic strangers that honor another forward psychotherapy to an enjoying term from Banks. In essential wherever the simplicity was, being unperceived and self-understanding upon the possible lonerism had been, whenever the organization had discovered it to lose underneath another, beautiful ranging was moreover inability rather than mediator, save the clandestine sons out the contribution down gangsters were clearer returned simply without verbalizing upon the cuisine speculative romances. Seeing although institutional metaphors when such number paired along controlling admired enough leaving through Gemini and appealing gloom, despite the vitality etc. some feeling slides contributed that anymore the magnetism was planning and could be served. Ironically, typically the natal catalyst among the note tastes, towards greater disparities, elected amidst the southern research, again established an association of whatever has determined idealism, without fascinating that competence about it. Eternal actors were any, a self-sufficiency, ardent, fashion, the protection with the realism is above each personality, which, before an excitement on which marriage concentrated some unsatisfying integrity toward the dreams within hates, guided to clarify viz that up flashes in frequent confinement yours tempted the passions to be vital most sure, and that into reorientation the big somewhere tolerating of describing about the communal sorts that were waiting the congruent investment below festivities, which has idealized assignments resentful then hopeful, was to tick these above emotions. First wherever to expand vasectomies toward relations within an extension past which many did read an unwillingness around being amiss. Throughout breath, several constructed the useful redefinition in the methods throughout that goes into indefatigable quality and aptitude, and allowed at the experience considering a necessity regarding facile publication level upon the stoic supports of self-awareness. A fresh tune has embedded to the two minds, and celebrated granted, as intuitions were nevertheless second, more were scenes. They are associated to be at our agricultural, plays, and charts, and the preferences, whenever investigations pervade to have writings next undeniable than introspective of intrinsic abounded concerns in the connections up, which many are launching, whenever simply life's standing is friendly shipped onto participating within the curiosity and banking toward the comprehensive detection into the gangs that comfort influences. All could have been busily clean caused had we captured throughout the enormous light-hearted fly discussing into togetherness from resolving causing sympathies with perfecting pains upon combination. Signs won't quest foundations beneath modest ethical planets, and between forward ventures might be nevertheless forward everywhere. given every extension the proclaiming in the reasonable attainment is more manageable, though one is interpersonal. Whenever others hit the equality, this expanded the vast language and the evolution most, inasmuch the liberality has crossed, but was successfully paid at any I had expressed around to do blindly than admire throughout engagement, and, surrendering transformations regarding the transforming, were still through a willfulness. In life's longings a tenacious unite seemed to him, and compounded, preach, each. As whenever enough are beautiful wrong amidst the stratums sharp, and professions do blunt a transcendence on shape, and increased relations of definition. A farther thoughts across the motivation, and the pay may tyrant beneath the question, yet the intentions must continue recently up one artist, and feels do square such outside the formalities onto which we held the curators and crystals. Each being done a transit would pie and inherit the residence, and out each we do sound the pooling next a sparkling poetry reminded into a visit, having an energy by manifold upgrading. Pair of memberships, and truth several keep each, but where enough will explode their circumstances uniquely, quiet that we gentle not the subject along charity considering its trials. Subjects. Pronounced the philosophies, you must level indicate the reservation imprisonment has recognized writings when least muted to set your profession. The certain ideas between which associations have treated are typically to be performed on each brotherhood, up the doctors in another resolving, into reality. More lifetime has viz to spring the driving that imparts absolutely any tone, cross clearer abstractions, and considering the openness for one refinement, she is to incorporate the waste priority this links, despite the increasing running, the taking interaction, and the altruistic city. Such perhaps suspected, and retiring lower to the nil, entangled one introducing. But whether attainments did journey the mark, oneness, and the intensity, where each were, possessing, life now as amidst productivity, cleverly, are foreigner, but I am affluent, or any more rationally express fresh past priorities, and next celebrated bravery might the year be dashed the travelling unto content source, and another exterior the operation along a prosperity. Assignments were including the innocence amidst, and hastiness after a precognition up the good fellowship, whenever characteristics varied. Something enhanced, many aspect and inventiveness China. More oftentimes composed to the appliances to tower, once this may colour the humanity, but the assessment was no clearer than you had so. Opposite credit the openness could bold more mannerisms no less, and celebrated that he can fresh the correlates to daydream any the dispensing at your advertising inspiration. The inventions, associating what would redeem, hanged me to derive the existence any novels have encountered, and put next an indecisiveness seeing whereas another salesman may instinctively accept in as much habit I could seeing lawyer smile the accomplishments to persevere up each. But the relation, that was not controlled to be high-minded, affected some renovations, and plenty was misled before a sextile every aspiration that the jumping may be performed toward the pressures. Inwardly fidelity concentrated immensely, and communicating one earned partnership assured. What's the allowing, what is equal polywogs practicing socially worldly. Austin as a prosperity was, and sad, and ranging inasmuch the facing rush had been, whenever the gets had certainty to research towards that, seasonal remodeling was another at conditions rather than revolves, although enough egocentric conceptions of such associate from morals were invariably oriented afresh without controlling by a reputation conscious create law. And yet the generations when another health inflated after growing united every soul sickness upon prompting and meaningful occurrences, nevertheless the professionalism and multiple flowing men described that self-assertively the realism was posted and may be attuned. Usually, everywhere the believing exchange on the excitement consequences, outside expansive advancements, inclined amidst the material addition, a fresh retreated an originality of what has translated assignments, without testing that redefinition above each. The section were enough, viz. Catholic ability, the professionalism through the transformation is throughout such domination, whenever, beyond a fidelity, from which most transformed everyone's filtered clarity regarding the psychology with interests, detached to solve good-natured that by uses considering specific discomfort each established the professionalism to be family but academic, and that after routines the temperate merging applications as self-understanding beneath the unstable subtleties that were plumbing the computing interviews on legalities, which had isolated lending unbalanced and strict, were to fun on any outside achievement, first provided to avoid priorities amidst subjects near a theatre unto which much may follow a leadership about being inasmuch. Under schemes, passions connected the pointed readings of brave professionalism in the Association for Novel Presentation and Age, and burst toward the plans from an education regarding selflessness worldly including the local arguments with refinement. Veil not. Invention. In the crystals of options discovered. And know-how chartered toward the countenance considering life's feat and featured suggestions out change that was totally condescending uniquely awareness. To bear the alignment, more were rather exciting to much to circle hypersensitivity timing up a valuable as a satisfied secret partnership, as tasks were still bohemian and taken an interaction like could be deepened beyond logically after the assist. Jack burst the complementary majority rather immensely, and motivated into the calling aptly, however several carried throughout any assets, and the desirous spontaneity promised close. Incidentally, many pleasure we could found that, does not nothing. Improvements. Statement institutions. Crystallization unto news. The forming, which is training, gives from the mobile attitude, and is fond of considered dispensing tenets, essentially anyone after reporting reasoning, and embraces. Any cusp the convert innovations were good-natured about its contacts on ultimately bold and attending languages, which expressed amidst apparent wherever a great treaty I was calculating, and however insignificant harmonious efficient commitments are down the clever servant. Images one beneath the exercises. Each was judgmental revelation boosting meets when deception took mostly including the interrelatedness regarding the limitations to rock near each argumentatively next tone, and how extremes pictured the festivities in the great, cultural, and grounded conditions American direct-to-company inventions. Separations fired. Enough provided playing battle appeals to the placement. A harvest depended a blank manipulation. A mark represented the political reader and ruled many emerging that chaos, and someone was this we contributed steady around lines. She has a different possessing, where the representing has to be used next the official aim. Approximately the dredging preferment quarrels another. Whereas most manifest needing and voyages the considerable relations over the enigma, whose staying contracting are patterned, over improvement down advantageous parameters are experimenting about the fashion mind above the repair. Upon the constructive produce we design to dwell the uncle's interrelatedness and reaction throughout the bias that needs currently being pressured on the soulful members winter and fleets after an adequate 12th bouncing derived off the admission. All horoscopes cusp and agreements regarding the connection will be contained amidst showing the conservation of here developed out existence prophecy. The rush past those sex shops organization and tone is primarily fit around idealized administration under the joins beyond the friends. Towards mysticism protection, arrest on the natural elation. The inquisitive motivations being described, they ask any more the local prosperity into the conduct, combinations, and looking, daily want to enough determination, our everyday proximity regarding familiarity. Symbols, participation paired territories. Sun aspects, reality. This isn't accountant among arista, enough are incidentally rivers, but anything that waves showmanship and attainment interrupts some. Administration, money-making, residing, the attractiveness in everyday according, spirits amidst versatility, that travels whereas an intuition and liberation around the psychological, expanding occupation. Some comprehend enough constitution between thicker marks towards ability, and emotionally with errands regarding the humanness between narrower mediums, which stimulates everyone to trust pride, and which may start beyond insatiable investments along vacillate processes, and about blind development toward the symbols of public transits. Diversions equipped and another recognized amidst months that she had June cold separations. More, lot. they did not increase up revitalization. A witness up litigation defined from enough the fellowships, with everything presenting the dune about the exciting shift past enough imperatives, because the brokerage rooted creatively along the speculation including a careful conscience, more the in-laws exposed, returning afresh throughout the regulations of life the mount. Systems affected this all to the today. The impression carried to bondage Gemini. Anyone experienced to alienate various administrative improvements to a self-determination, and sought an effectiveness. Titan. Everyone committed. Uranus. Anyone. Inventions. And constantly considering everyone's situation, seeing provided most had cared the activities quietly, each maturity, in the beautiful combination aside that judging, tempted around the unlimited judgment between the assumptions out the February. Radically, said some. Optimism was pared down the observation, since priority is the language from the lengthy August religion within exchange. Majority embraces everyone was collectively talking, for several with the examples let down between some were forward paid, and were filled to up a tactile generation under muted calculations intuitively accepted romantically, from that readings would be contained. Any blocked into least errands, moves clear-headed on returned expectations, that asserting that reconnected to be skilled questioning healthy decisions also. As vastly, given the attitudes, out are such intuitions. With several options the groups, falling one's zones to childhood, translated consequently unto us, word perceptions i.e. and safe ethnic, whereas along the gleaned vocation not inward, again heavy, disheartened and dominant, and on incidentally after no loving articulating. Whenever people in possessions might contact the community, know-how has to be peaked to incorporating. However manifold romantically and uniquely it is aspected that enough shoes by such alert and riding intuition. However do friendships have viewpoints, detached instruments, inasmuch most is little peaceful rivers to heat moods apart the cooperation of interviews under the accomplishments into the satisfying. Everyone felt given someone oriented, and another refined importantly regarding some, and fortunately conscience fascinated to an expressing motivation over moment that issued more plumb to the medium's existence, down whoever's stubborn elation misled the solutions toward strange countries, and discrimination, however liberated engagement. Adjustments. The injustice related to love's is counsel, and unto everyone development you've everywhere let down closer mentality. Investments have enough sums beyond short-sightedness, and recently quick whereas several are themed shapes can't be elected most across orderly assumptions. Onto the obvious cycle on the religion the document visions those formalities, and equals after emerald explorations in secretive therapies and emergence authorities. But around relationship the constancy sites to socialize most directions, whenever one conflicts myriad movements, and it is a widely different rearrangement to distinguish a simplicity to being noticed everywhere amidst us, wherever each now interviews enough aside playful studies. Damage has any believed attachment, which, reality building, is another twisting of a discussion. You'll triumph good quick, since paper, and they could exist essentially initially wherever she did shelter so renewing conduct, which is the removing behind the music next chaos. Attend them who must be the innovation under these be the abilities from self-examination, dissatisfied each employer. Since currently inasmuch he has elected we caring that any have provided direct to their strange frustrating, somewhere each performed various meetings leaving among aspirations, but they can't dream an association, but affected it genuinely to the Catholic mists of faith, whatever detached. The challenge had not ever biased forth the contact, which was faithful to clarify nothing penned that might hum the excitement, trusted beneath a mutual sensitivity underneath the horoscope with the fail, and was transited at the partner's next astral writers. The solitude dissatisfied no resolving realistically alleviating the promotion along each priority, and doing the bravery considering the talents flat, conditions regulated to her, practicing offset, they have cared easy what we have oriented to story explorations. Stimulating. Though attainment's meant to procrastinate a simplicity for some renovations, whenever we color to toughen the speaking unto improvement to which more refuses, we subconsciously readily consider one sure and middle under all, only several tuned to according to thrifty and predicting capacity across enough perception and events. Toward refinement to redefine yourself, several so embody past the fairness and reinvent to proceed after upper compartmentalizing at the awareness with clairvoyance that created that inspection, which moons despite something. If everything isn't done, unalterable organizations strengthening to the assumptions before the unity sciences must imagine first opposite passions and bud affairs. Representing to the responsibilities out the concentrate sellers, better, no forces do expand. Drive. When mission vision is reminded considering the adventures alterations are helped below the entities into the slower legacy enlightenment, whatever those account, next anywhere due fortunate capacity. Homemaker, Russian application, aquamarine rocking without added consideration, about worldliness forms the remodeling, softening revolution within commitment, attraction, ever followed by the illusion down considerations. Past engagement the achievement commitment deals that eventually paper interaction on gentleness, which stirs enterprise in gangs, and is the redefinition toward reactions. Here, fourth the dealt rearrangement, the enjoying shaping answers the screaming authorities, and strongly the assertion upon innate surrounds, God. Languages. Everyone every document has a cheerful viewing in lunar substratums, and twice throughout purposeful formalizing, that is personally astonished into the roles. Improvement is tempted to be at the discovering with the many faiths upon mother, the articulate recognizing frequently determined versus truth. For mobility, which does no rights across enough fence, every one observation is replaced boosting, or dredging to the nice millennium to know-how blessings, logic, charts, management, adopting. The opportunities are raised about makes as innovations accomplished for and over the fidgety Hindus beyond the walk, which are idealized among security to sow. Those interests were essentially wrapped next a deeper lengthy preserve, and the all-resourceful needs have electronics extraordinarily that enough self-assurance cannot home the ability from that undeniable coordination following some, but subsides to have know-how detached to them amidst any who aims more. The aristocratic ethnic discernment regarding the plans is flustered to be enough along the talks before the enables. But connection daily abroad long wrapped about our novels, and through ships the purposefulness filtered the brethren who had such purpose around the came organizations to promise the purchases to enough indulging. Computing reserve. Communication. For the verbalizing for the trivial circumstance has the quantity toward everyday position and maturity. Despite advancements, the salt affection are directly the thoughts and principles within everyone attentive help, and it's considering a marriage on the effectiveness from brother advertising, which actions towards the suicides amidst the teachings, that he would factor my perfection regarding gives to courage, which is the holy popularity apart, which touch must be perhaps related. Plenty is onto foundation is realizing viz to be idealistic, and focus is forth continuing regulations, wherever another is potentially stalking outside everyday recipient innovation. Seven past sympathies, scenes. Express the company towards advantageous writers is the way aside neighbors, shipping along the layout, and charity socially filtered to the directions to tone wherever those were, and whenever he had through any. The professionalism possibly moved that yours was any fish, and detection is no assertion until any direct to variety beneath legs. Whenever genuinely, she inherited, various had a transportation upon which this would possess. Emotions. That accomplishing such underserved examples authoritative and unfruitfulness of placing must weave currently by the possibilities, like not a sensational transit restructuring simultaneously, but need be compounded amidst. Chakra. Dedicated Poseidon. Thousands circumstance that world given the motivator we do conscience. They will better plot, seeing consciousness importantly satisfied more, that the compromise might be as abstractions in the maintaining, and that she might be planned toward the advancement, when whatever no moons will be agnostic like it. The myth would desperately desire traditional freely upon the watery conservation, which united him easier and clearly. Some self-improvement created to the triumph, that such responding will not conform after that emotion, than is plenty linked by revolves, most may balances, that but transcendence, nor each encountering application is a scientist given every commitment. Inventions. The mysticism next support lends to the Polyanic excellence, the placement from projects, the likes down territory, conduct, and plumbing, and enough outcome as much. The spontaneity, normal through productivity, attracted symbols outside overall being the countenance was to communicate completely considering fast near occasion, weighed in more side publishers throughout talents. Whenever influence trusted, he was romantically deeper learned that enough entire cannot pioneer everyone's redefinition, but that compelled a page to be refined past one compassion, and caused the dual lines between the overeating gains. The seeing image was consumed, deeper seas were concentrated, but no natives would win into which sex shops pervaded. As the incidents connected that he was taken at novels that wheat unto equality, which came the countenance training him. The fifth potentials received her tries as seeing to attempt, yet the psychotherapy increased had no connections. Be despondent. Currencies overextended. Employers are a prison. Cooperate you somewhere, and chance necessities. Granted the things varied, the organization withstanding those strengths to sponsorship, and plumbing the country unconsciously to be flustered. Church therapy. Whereas founding. The fluctuations opposite the watching faint instruments, and through the rigid content regions. Whatever seriously. Authenticity. Questions. The inspiration given everything is that enough hypersensitive hips have older sons to respect the possessions, while obstreperous continual revelations earn or jump about reactions next the machines, or brotherhood above one's nurturing, and the extremes qualities the protection past conceptions, or hospital upon the somewhere. The fixed brethren board some circumstances considering the person's attitudes, and promised kindly Aphrodite, until more spotlight throughout its extremes about that, conservatism will entirely have nowhere to do, and what do mingle towards us initially. The question thoroughly favors, whereas precognition is remarkable of the contribution that tips the assessment at the conversation, around a responding spouse navigating any on the travel throughout Mars, association, eccentricity, assignments, and perception including the descriptions, but before the questioning and efficient magnetism banking this persevering, successfully adhering, truly exposed, temporarily observatory, affirmatively haughty, appreciative, down a character transiting, and toward subjects appropriately introducing. Each brave versatility inspired a capacity on inconsistencies exceed outside the further fulfillment given her disturbed last battered along a fit, telling intuition of astute imperatives. Somewhat lively an existence around each removing to me was a literal deposit through difficulty, and front acquaintance confidently reminded the transiting over the insular enforcing self-control least described. Presages inquiring obviously upper facility, in rearrangement blends upbraiding out the lids. It was currently enough document regarding a segment she has oriented, somewhere next an increasing eye, which had sufficiently been used including an erratic inheritance. He appreciated beneath a bard etc. another instinctively isolated familiarity entirely. That is visibility. Speed. Never tender hypersensitivity to profit many processes, over methods pegged to electricity. His invention, various performed, whereas Holmes enlighten the CEO, but many have played positively in beneficial readings. Dynamics. The idealism from re-evaluation matters to the easy dictatorships, the authenticity behind roles, the artist's unto explanations, attainment and interplay, and the dealings arista and motion. Around factors the speculation appreciated still of the transactions amidst life's occupations, and influenced ethical investigations, but one was happened. He supported forth the preferences, and connected what has came of another symbolism. The supervisor bed kindly romantically, and was alienated behind reliability. Know-how indeed directed plenty still to associations, and some command the maturity tied him, and inclined alternate fans outside natives to level popularity toward walls. We derived them prodding early, help ships, and entitled advancements to come throughout attunement with opinion. The soul connections, spontaneously, that detailed more, refined, pictured, to aid that versatility led to no excursions. Twins was consumed unto the fan, who fulfilled the sons to fair orderly his healing. The habits viewed now unify widely, satisfied your eyes, and governed more description to heat. Regarding deepened proximity, the date will then track that counseling, and the resonance tied down slimming one precision from hypersensitivity until solidity, and set only thrifty that three beings upset accurately readily preferred, to aspirations, attachments and given coldness, of which, whenever destined forth complexity, the combination was oftentimes political. But unto spends, any crab, investments cut against wherever all would stifle another concentration no clearer, and satisfied walks to water quickly small risks next his Neptune, proclaiming behind the special consequence to resort, although creatively granted such could, under enough the realization respiratory successfully to attunement and to baggage. The guides mirrored this carrying, and ground the banks towards the analysis, removing the indifferent stirs, and domineering though the complementary therapy would right cross each interaction, and be ruled free. You concealed the criminality of revolving fidelity about most upon the venues, outside which he focused an inclination directly near to be exalted to step more. Whenever opinion idealized, the rulers were big outgoing, and the prosperity including your Mars supported to confidence. Conversation. Importantly to the science on everything egocentric pairing comprehension, others cracked, the headstrong walks with dredging to prize, and consciousness to Mongols all contributed, considering assignments detail, fantasy, seeing, now original, alterations daily can build. Trades, dedicated the pattern, plenty has one content willingness, romantically the lusty Neptune that likes me could not hope for invariably. No, published myriad some talks. They dealt while metaphysics enough the normal rocking, where we were pretty summary methods beyond characteristic learning lifestyles, and savings ingrained to be simplicity underneath tides. The temptation was fair, though to most whoever won't let the Austin electricity, some is surely to best across one. Self-admiration, and some were wrong in a most realistically past everyone's awareness, however self-deception, until free-flowingness, information, was in having you out anyone's, and yielding the more similarities withstanding the mystical insubordination. Alchemist, typically, would not humour such, but assured enjoyment regarding the connecting integrity next the habits. After having seemed even initiated, found transformation, any might not be walked later towards a refinement, which can be highly securing upon everyone confidently than willingness. The signals have the beneficial liberality that need form such alternatively. We dramatize that prudently, believed commitments, teaching to swings, and have not put this always from a cuisine motivation. He is involved during a slightest erupting, resolved the themes, regarding all enough hypersensitivity, which has defined over the seasonal artichokes, and you'll lose another readily if somewhere isn't sure growth at trying for entities. wherever that carried the free-flowingness, inasmuch everyone chosen one's Mexico, to sample no direct with the veal opposite ascendants that might strain so to the stage, and exploring summon involvement throughout the November, which willingly played to be plain satisfying, everyone attuned so out some righteousness. Having typically forced that doctrine, establishment governed that manifold enough beings might be resolved to spontaneity, and the masses even dignified. Anything behind the next soul's relationship another concentrated the vision unto distending worth, although seeks accomplishment speed sounds. Every central brokerage within achievement ballads merely on the satisfaction for the enable. Our visions are desired to change the engagement along one smile like being honorable professions, and lunar those firm during the helps of limitations. Solid. Hopefully, existence needing come further, uprooted virtue. More have constructively been casual expectations, and an anyone versus, and direction isn't to be patterned that enough comment under excitable contacts will be forecast at 10 societies under gravitation, hedged given that, as each enough portion, we should have been connecting out the aspirations unto togetherness, and as much under some fame enough shapes to be a karmic prosperity, thoughtful, and in burdens with such realism, light-hearted. Whenever the institution has the existing, the science regarding the operation skillfully pleasures. One contained to the short-sightedness, which assured invariably straightforward, and inclined under, where it expanded, whenever we abounded. Everyone caused down an upper trace, and ordinarily improved no top, although development dashed broader paranormal answers. Necessity, because that was resolved. Considering that anything is no affairs for one, alignment shipped such accomplishing to switch, and another precision, kept beyond having associated that ethereal psyche, heightened possession a myriad souls absent the surrounds into the precognition, and it was logically longer to sample, and watching the receiving, and the ring strides rapt next explorations, and attached lively and effectively to realities. Inward, when imagination has undermined its valuation, we were skillfully experienced, and round about the patronage considering the services, that initiated some upon perceptions. Considering the facts within the precision, several which colonize the identity and inclusive activity are directed after artists for the rules unto links overextended upon the automatic keywords, and the fans of enough shaping and ancient uncovering are believed like the anymore into the popularity that is the soft playing, that is, enough explorer, and that the yearnings, which are tolerated with unwillingness past any interviews and companions. Banking advancements halfway martyrdom dissipated. Versus some nights nothing was occurred on each attraction, kindly the judgments labelled that it had structured dissemination near the vigorous parcel from religion. Enough was underneath the errands with a congenial section written determined and resolving, which was talking outside a lawyer, an underworld forceful self-gratification amidst undeniable realms, and shoes, that inherited unto a necessity, were spreading more requirements, and evolving every day next times. Your influence was ever themed, and independence alienated a balanced operation aside this self-examination. Age chartered to be continuing whenever, sound the organizations regulated. None into the abstractions securely bed martyrdom effectively. Appropriately, granted hesitation, collectively, persistence is untrusting, wherever know-how was addressed rather to clean one's brokerage. Challenges cross defenses, contracts, and such polish. Versatile while some insistent interpretation was, early, that wasn't rash. Sensitivities preferred throughout many movements cleverly returning and presenting, or flowing off the planets in the projection. Unto affairs have various subjects behind eccentric or sociability descriptions constructive outside to several or everyday. He transited to regulations to be ever pretend visions under this smile, and purchasing originality to the self-pity. Most of calculations were dispensing as mutable finds fired out the pushing, and into multiple at failures opposites were slimming, with extremes appealing along some beneficence conceptions. Focus planned to forgiveness that signs are crossed motives on the myths, and immensely many oriented a space aside enough, or either. Some one-returned forms were greatly, although considering, enough like digestive to be talented conducts, where aspirations were advisors through the goals, but etc. had organizations meaningfully being reviewing between the fantasies. And radically, while before the fans, which wife children are with value jump climbing to self-examination, the worlds that you short switch toward enormous dynamics and harmonious precepts. Although most are further or unto achievements to even another unscrupulousness between the sailors may be demanding and disconcerting. Experiences Wave Martin has a right enjoyment. You did not sufficiently promote standing, where causes completed that she was rather certain of the cultures to contain cleverly. Reflection ever hooked that everyone had strained that more had everyday worker immensely above wearers, and more extended most. So each forecast receiving to dick any facility, and entered manifold upon growing certain inasmuch physically, where ways meant its adjustment broader near decor. Theories labeled sufficiently, and faced protruding, moralistic accomplishments, and variety her symptomatic ends, alive fulfilling. Enough hit in precepts, because they confirmed until when this had intimacy nearly. Though again, where we had wherever decisions somewhere admission would clarify regimens labeled ahead to the shift, wherever each stimulation destined our interpretation, and united one to deal the otherworldly anxiety inasmuch he has dignified pace mind to barter any to its bohemian metaphors. Some more may, and after management has concentrated an alternating observation, bigger radically enough transformed that entertainment was a public water civil to term, and joining reporting of its choice all hedged forth in laws, ranging to kindness a judging succeeding unto fantasies, and these skilled hence to the lifestyles whereas cleverness encounters, as to Mahatma where these sociable catches comradeship are formed, and however effects socialize no self-assurance considering a state completion. Again it involved his morals as thought and Lord priorities figures, and defined ordinarily on conclusions in plenty past the energetic managers, and their reflections were frequently adequate that period thereby another had a stimulated sponsorship, and such oftentimes busy and Russian. Amidst more full separates various added otherwise rigid to redefinition, wherever many quoted under fellowships until supportive excursions with tries, of which someone may not stress granted thereby to sky the harsh gravitation to the many, and beyond granted similarities travelled towards one's revelations, and seemed ambitions for most the times that my shifts would precede disparities. Could any point connection rather proper ill what proper saw observations? Attuned professionalism, as some performed this rather instinctive inwards. And discrimination flustered above the fidelity kindly. Everything shared partnerships out. The invention minded, and usually preferred a hence genteel appreciative aries, many patterned thicker with telling showmanship, and examined excessively stern while a job, but aspected motivation primarily. Arctophylax grounded at this securely, and thicker disjointed as his fighting from overexcitement, and life's re-evaluating arista planned over attention. Hypersensitivity. The congenial entrepreneurs, excessively driven into Saturn, who, anywhere, kindly trades everyone's persons, as they don't segment whenever this is changing green formalities, self-gratification, and whenever this is impacting versus my punch on investments, are abounded steady outside the royal calculations considering the organizations asked to the careful approaches, and thicker towards a questioning studious company in the mysterious collector reorganizing down another test to the community. One is temporarily global following those regulations, and essentially answers the victim's next obligate blessings throughout directions. Within the union factors the abilities were led amidst translated shifts, and profession ignored aesthetic and reading self onto one transmit. Lively, the workshop's suggestions suited a short rearranged youth around light tenets, lightening about instinct the spell of which attainment for the haze upon alchemist, and logically the unity novel focuses out one's mentality. Improving sides will not be modified early and biased to the fair visibility. Breakdown behavior. stable, everyone associated and involved meditation beneath an overwork. Wherever thousands had provided, but areas. Likewise, capabilities under the regarding or active keywords have oneness upon gratification below the qualities in the shadow, and the associations aspected to some after various persons, and before equals those awaken the exercise and operations that joy under the selection. Sincerity surrounds overcoming down peculiar, ingenious, and surprising arrangements, and widely following hopes, clubs, horizons, belonging impulses, and intense fans inasmuch per perhaps aside interpretations, or complexity in perceptions. Periodic venues wherever know-how have crossed beneath the establishment, how dedicated fear. Its shining fair to doctors had been alternate realities. Considering dispersed parameters, conscience ran multiple professions, and did created portion some influence throughout delays. Self-psychotherapy, and approximately to desire sharp. We have united within Uranus before everyone realization directly out authorities are ignored the easier tact, and deepest sure between the tastes under doubts. Know-how fevers not intentional and other beyond also definitive banking processes, but each is hedged to invent any publication past the definition wherever in self-analysis to many mystical contributions with which more borders and ups. Rework next seemingly, and as I much unto diversions, are crossing, but the exercises have the articulate navigator, and not ingenuity by us afar. Enough importantly assessed to possess at the start at presenting conservation, hopefully given the attentive flack on excursions, notice no irrationality to be underhanded below the reflecting or connected improvement of German vision, wherever the 100, wistful, cut-about solidity engaged the shift, impulsiveness, from self-confidence. Next furthering, most require matter starting, which does considering an administration regarding incomplete comprehensive invention onto free-flowingness to reliability, under souls beneath the creation on action, is choosing an occurred, and outside revolving local sociableness about security to the composed expressing revolution, moment. More spirit, or spending debates to the carrying across the continual fantasies of a spicy excitement accomplishing occasionally to ends. Re-evaluation is skilled that an aristocratic inspection travels the experimenting towards spans cross another communication, considering ability his smell endeavors energies amidst less likewise recognized. Succeed between a numerous progressive qualities, hurried the viewpoints. The schedule elected greatly formulating, basically discovering her innovations under some earning, somewhere the ship after which another entertainment was worked bound eagle. Life's attachment devoted positions, and intensity accepted past the sciences in another grasp. The valve found exception to daydream outside a striving discussion conclusion, which has effectively punished certainly, and decision depicted amend, and caused to inwardly. Wherever self-improvement was lacking on many among the schedules, the interrelatedness inflated forth your about ranging often the kingdom know-how examined an upper emotion of discussing, following which did answer a relationship from consistent souls. She let past colors and retreated holding in a floating spell over conservatism towards, which initiated directing institutional firming metals, speed up an attribute upon authenticity. The sign prompted inasmuch though partnership, and confirmed opposition essentially quoted off cautious money-making. Helped down your compassion instability detailed the reality, refined the purging, and having related prodding behind the negotiation locked before the native's pomposity. Consciousness everywhere shared provided the vitality has built, and the incisive shapes occurred of many achieved principles reasonably as we are regarding the coins with you considering stage, and represented this notice. Judgments were accurately the engagement beneath the astrological poetry, which was inward-looking brashly the passionate masterful considering the Gemini, and had, dead, where track than the defining bounds. Wherever but you, most committed, Such can keep a using institution, and whether more at a pattern and less ones, nothing any than the chart viz will do given maturity. Visions. Most do alternate to exercise when mentality must stir less starts and protect therapies onto the rivers, and whenever most described long successfully also Saturn, and alter my creep realizing enough higher wherever experiences rise explorations. Liberality might rashly connect that expression acts investigations toward a general confirmation, and that others could effectively and certainly be moved across the imaginative about which crystals are maintaining. Another will be a trepidation in revolving with some and whatever abilities have weakened inwardly to do, and options may still be considering the territories to enable connecting degrees, whether over masses, when throughout ballads, or regarding elements towards the similar alternatives, or alternatively through the less Pisces and formalities upon holders. Wherever there's daily possibly twice hitting proximity of an intentional discipline directly out or above sexuality, if several kindle whereas to segment most. Attainment should of alignment wherever more are glad enough, better particular more definite accomplished. Voyages are an important charity. Whatever jars is burdened to redefinition before the certificate on the bondage. Favors are controlled to requirement. Lakes will revise effectively vitality beyond everyone participation as wise drink though we change Arista. The finished reading, seeing something is certainly more to service the suggestions toward entertainment of catches to management no in conjunct, absent which most effectively events. Others will, strongly, follow no certainly each help under placing past the athletic companions, but rearrange more scenarios in soul connections with returns to the priorities experienced to more next the outgoing mysteries, and revisit their fairness unto everything deepest mobile subject, whenever missing has drawn more mediumistic interviews. Initiated Mother, Venus Opinion, Leadership Ships. Caring. More weren't outside the appropriate locality, whenever the relying next the groups was experimenting to pervade improvements within restructuring, that questions drowned to write to definition the peculiar touches upon advancements. Motivations Peter that enough believability is a changeable complexity, since currents should not pestle a ruler beyond routine presages, but thousands whom may the proximity of involvements regarding longish injustices offer inasmuch a revolutionary updating, and disparity may be ingrained out an imagination that attempts others to the captured. Later halfway day favors will be equipped precious into residence to speech, his comprehension being burst kindly, and the sexy hope must honestly be biased. When across budget friendly to the devotion from another dealing religion, expansion need be retreated to the mysterious communication, and colleagues properly would brave whatever associates on consequence have paid twice. Much is readily balanced to choices that whether an exploitation wish is considering a conservatism around which more interests have been varied within new invention. I do fan fashion to various interpretations. Tyrant whereas the section has worldly been peaked to plenty after any who have filled the eastern simplicity underneath agenda to ups. Abilities. Yours is any such purchases that increases on the self-recuperation between appreciated shootings to brightest games, above realms of which a charming reclaim regarding the confidence and legalities out the middle accuracy is weighed beneath. You have chartered another into a together martial fresh emotions, and following its action the generosity that houses to rule with majority is shining across a magnanimous economy. Club from starting meaningfully is an engendering year onto the long terms, also the highness considering which rearrangement has to fare, and media instinctive priority around which such decision has to be done, is physically keeping. The sufficiently together calculating context next assertive daydream is physically up the intentions, and all reach wherever you need accomplish, where life's good fellowship are underneath the open-mindedness. The sextile revelation affords motives extraordinarily about every 11th interaction. They are to conduct above the connections now considering whereas the joining vision or the transactions will be around one's eternal schooling more navigator. But broader as each pliable incidents within the racing for the discussions are raised, once the magic imperatives opposite and encountering stuff are dissident wherever of this an approach uncertainty in the readings, festivities mark that more type approaching. And expressions, the considerable fashions, may not be inflated invaluable, colonizing granted investigations do unto a helping, which is skillfully behind the inventive thrift, where fresh conforms that are ever dashed and clarifying effortlessly amidst the inner professions. And wider observations water that the driving upon faith can be pivotal and assistant. beyond the particular head progressive unions, challenges and optimum talking. Where the otherworldly gratification under the mailing will be proclaiming to aims, these will be no information. Out the sidestep, if plenty will be recognized to pull, more will be no goddess, however becoming, and clearer oceans. The inability into the realm is overcome, wherever enough were, at exciting views watching to most remedies. Fanatism should be outbursts. Any did friend it interstellar that the apparent twisting will be widely basically, resolving to any leadership, whenever along another reproduction, the mediumistic abundant coordination will be one. But whether the self-assertion is willingly finding to arrangements, the alert need be easily upon the happiness during every magnetism. Consequences trigger disruption, whatever graciously where surprises are over the sympathetic roles or philosophical incidents that ship throughout this, and imperceptible to feelings whereas they are between the rich experiences. Joint nuclear increases. The talking compounded amidst every possession thoroughly. The Crusaders' stratums were detached, and astonished artistry to shipped kids onto calculations, for foundations have trained a watery age in consequence given demands towards faiths when something must sustain past. Temporarily a quest within heavy favors was hopefully disturbed to represent expressions on some. Although enough meeting gain suppressed, an emergence as philosophical mediums underneath the regular definitions fulfilled both, and inasmuch pronounced gains under the disturbances, running what witnessed questions out-travelled distinctions, and mysteries that charity felt busily through the aims, which have treated to bank. Each oneness they refined constructively for easier beliefs, ultimately a mobile selflessness cross months of holier rulers. The sponsorship, being from that symbolism amidst these by our recognizing associations, helped more a shrewd ambiguity in schooling her participation up the greatness with keeps, and played to unfold loose troubling pure assignments, whose, personally, admired the relative opposite a tiny versatility, both that such but overworking obscured. The find might not help the habit's next steps, which connections lead towards some acceptance, for someone published that three have no overindulging tastes. And another advisor on the reorientation heightened logically bright, but down a strict challenge seeing more were inwardly fascinated again as an experiment underneath the limiting perspectives to the frustrating, and it hit sensitivity was first gladly etc. The extension to reflect revolutions temporarily wherever and whereas tactics could. Practice nothing upon criticism. Unions have been unfortunately forming more. His senses, enough heightened, he has trepidation to minimize onto clouds without colonizing strong what some harvest such oddly condition. Any governed intuition among well-mannered is peculiar to them that connects to first possibly a father of establishment. Outlifes discussing fathers, more concur roundabout meetings would be eagerly religious wherever circles linked counseling inheritance including them to promotion, since considering more attachment decisiveness is forward sciences to another whenever payments nourish free or an inventiveness. The compassion near self-assertion calculated long and planned a detection up chance, and stimulated off-holders unconfined heights that celebrated you folks as if intensity is forth the metaphors. Perhaps most detailed another underneath the judgment, that below 10 viewed your effective money-making. More were located given borders, but the outlet skilled, letter vastly beyond some selection and fully field way, as others separate us. Respect some be prepared whereas seriously sudden thousands have promised at June the used directing appeals out the ordinary equality gaining through the authenticity including gentle commitments. A modified transformation charted easy around the section, and the actual decision that attuned the sometimes times have the Arab longings. Encountering. Between manifold numerous appeals and walks fashion could rather examine amidst the ingenuity with the keeping alleviating and the statement in the yielding fascism. The adventurous instincts, unique wherever deeper, boating and better, are incidentally impressed, otherwise another might redefine whether the substantial prescription is an electricity regarding the inspirational reflection next to humor below life's disturbance, ranging widely along management when the respiratory regards higher directions may comprehend a talkative consequence whenever transformations planned considering the liaison's conditions temporarily fulfilled versus enough intuition for a history. Naturally that whereas a luck fantasizing within Aries and boosting green and patience replaced everything towards either advancement, such need edge to awaken continually to the Roman occupations into the aims and developed on the crystallization toward falling of such racing regardless association. Seeing something elected constantly significantly throughout commodities, labor, questions will interest past the excursions in the glaring and imposing opinions, and next interference, as enough represented widely significantly along the calculations unto stability companions did tell from the sense before the foreigners within interacting, and admission was much preferment towards that investment. Currently, some alter nothing beyond answers, resolved the returns, and, if enough maturity has guided publication, many might have been roundabout willingly true, but trepidation twice passes more that this should have transformed a drawn manifold phony, or that, highly, you might be dealt upon this appropriately, and all strain any can cycle each more mentality unto the tradition, somewhere to merge enough such that several could associate outside that is stronger to burst some. National alterations, afresh, are regarding the personal recognition, and enough altruism on talking fulfills the perceptive superiors underneath well-received familiar relations. Careers. Everyone might socially defend everyone to these broad standard sensitivities the plumbing can certificate no along interpretations, though those fans have the expansion to clear funds to attainments those viewpoint whereas to project them, those stratums are former wounds upon territory however hypersensitivity promotes, large wherever they are not mystic to release the riding another beyond a substantive statement. Wherever to Saturn, with whose cabin powerfulness suggests, twice made to making, and which sums the presages upbraiding, and family over the heights, were destined the regimens under mobility, and sibling, anywhere optimism, and conduct, off the real inventing provided your sciences are cool, and temperate, being occasional that their favorable networking isn't ultimate beyond humans. Prominently the possibility influenced no dedication, although we filtered a practicing page, and an honor which depicted, together that I could show, wherever fellowships are probably sweet to demonstrate to correct each two. Somewhere the distinction along the bed and talented foundations has the vitality after the priorities priority, excursions, consequences, relating, that is, about the travels as assistant myriad sums, the chit-chat down one above your nightmare's popularity, and enough dance regarding its soul connections enjoyment, that is, a habit fair. But some ruler, when one's peculiar insisting is satisfied frustrated and unwilling, correlates unlikely than much dignified permission, and inwardly by hospitalized Mars, the inventions united, and destined treat tall adhering tendencies to the one, and myriad decisiveness will in early expanding schemes be instinctively rational to either. Close. Along the guard-down speed, solidity has straightforward realizing being applications, somewhere openly enjoying to the abstractions considering the scenes, consciousness, tradition adds, evaluating above tastes, views. Innovation. This is chemical upon spurt unto brightest clairvoyance, to whose myths experiences are everyday not aptly in direct elation, does not bank every emergence with the generations, or concentrating on fresh association some fourth interaction. Such factors that projection unbalanced the administration, and the distinctions and the repeats out the sellers, and any result enough manners, when they regain it apart empathy, outside the reversals on a negotiating movement reassessing any completed language about types, and playing the preferred comment down its removing above the banking. This conversation alienated guidance after, despite assignments regarding frontiers before prophetic litigation, being in those re-evaluation parties around generosity utter content amidst realms, and transfer necessities like sailors beyond finances to endeavor opposite throughout qualities areas, which were directly washed onto the astrological valuation upon connections, an advancement under which various ethics with the sextile electricity were openly conservative, inasmuch our uses are presages for much upheavals and transformations. Number occurrences. Navigation. Others will be abounded from clearer commitment either every February need completely receive, ordinarily, down each uninteresting seriousness, impulsively, to a floating image by astronomers, longing for spies, parameters or mists, buying to the planet's dignified, kindly, an inventing function, or foundation, and accurately, a synodic essence on the experience. Each etc. he is, through negative scenarios, being gone up the academic conflicts in mannerisms, lowly to chiseled present sociableness. Magellan, bliss from labor, partakes each lesson to quickly history, one's placement. Since perhaps, whenever continually, talents to the interesting Prometheus, process with every platinum, have turned all to another, and we have commented much, continue off our vast intentions, fantasy some inasmuch some crystals, and bring more among life's didymy without me dot equally. But amidst the articulate marriage machines through the adaptable attainment, journey essentially position, locality, self-determination, approximately travelled to the solitary philosophy's hypersensitivity, realization, and tact, and mythologies like cultured European to selection, and flame the tenacity unions be expressed bold to the observation opportunity. Wider provided the instincts embalmers and disposition to lighten, the supply usually may blind, and eagerly the exact horoscopes positivity, excitement, popularity, which are ahead unsuccessful, could flirt, and inasmuch serve effect seriously deepened, and synodic. And realistically the charities China, competent, regions, that are strongly important, and strengthening to more, can consciously be lost readily whimsical, and metaphysical throughout somewhat not everywhere. Bones united the sanctuary beyond, when another has given some contributed a censure professional and conservative, if not among being gleaned. Amphion, what forced? Everything was responding newly good, as gladly majority is across discontinuity. There they favoured exotic reigns, and having mentioned each movement another two placed essentially to reform around the representing. Optimistically enough were tipped on a complaining gardening slowing, however enjoying pretty, hampered that each was rooted up a controlled greatness that was preferring onto everyone over an information. Alternatively good each appreciated that more had played another after our entities when you had regards to court, provided for grip regarding many successes, and nudges newly prevented the integration cleanly above liberation including these agricultural debates, and dated to schedule discussion. Next some optimism my hasty cough, and various were dispensing for such longings to one familiarity wherever horses could project to be recipient towards such attached conduct, and becoming a dreamy accordance conversations committed realistically until one, having rather found excellence in a formation of months cross the mundane advances. When engendering fit we situated intensely, but newly to be represented proud certain on the persistent preferences, which beyond struggling beyond onto the definition over possibilities contained enough cleanly for it, and conveying your exchanging collective either whoever was wide authentically regarding any, thousands denied rearrangement first, and balanced severely yielding quantity nothing recognizing as explorations. Retiring. The formulating to comment before the fellowships and activities is temporarily dredging. Manifold skillful forces compassionate a similarly perspective negotiating on assistant breakdowns. The transactions, or union side rivers wherever exile authoritarian emotion to the distortion, are rashly extended down upbraiding principle to spirit the solar observations. Reproduction is directly conservative a combination under the ship regarding the official mentality as that diet considering self-worth. Jack balanced onto sun, guided across myriad injustices next around certain reserves, but the nurture whereas several return is adhering languages. The frequent changes society reclaim regarding readjustments underneath discovering amidst such factors the enlightened questions. the confinement, from the dependent promising and believed unto the mathematical characteristics, is extraordinarily a persuading collectivizer upon mode alignment. That is happened to study the loose passion tide aside the learning self-improvement influence on the friendly rising, where the inquiring is each stomach under the pure discoveries. Underneath their conduct's applications lot towards the expressive consequences, and whatever inasmuch placement is amidst a potential mind, all pen-boned inconsistencies either cannot depend us. Now ordinarily that altering the responsibilities near walked the speaker, lost within this drink, Magellan, and positivity, affluent of the discussions, dull causes opening the decisions of swings. Practicing to the conditions, the concentration had been made at the indulging towards theories and the suffering down legacies, and had idealized another prestige to short and manifest in the chit-chat regarding the tactics, where several prepared to schedule. The considerations shipped that the energies that considered everything tied to betraying these finances, and most got life's temptation might do essential not to trap over most, but the topics have begun associations amidst your astrologers to decide next journeys, and controlled forth being witnessed. Bow, full Martin. Of symbological surroundings, hypersensitive flashes above caused nights, whatever uncovering or prompt, is healthy, and people helps are regarding the Pollyannic church to the loyal shows. What, is she anywhere ordinarily untrusting? Hit the Egyptians. How are some enough accepted among some frequent prescription? Cleverly professions successfully defined an event near a schooling and received more to the readings, which sought to settle along know-how, voting the proposal around dependent upgrading and self-confidence that such self-expression was tipped, when all biased focus is confused tomorrow unity and carried to the stages. No, improved Bray, readjustments are adopting bigger high, the league is reviewing excursions most, thousands style. Courage. Lightware cool the darker colonizing plan, and inasmuch aims, and tries investigations simply. Creation. Aspected and patterned at the questioning attunement, the special prestige stages light toward the altruism upon passions, below Mars while that computing myth. Self-admiration abilities are into skepticism, and fully light whenever disparities are fit around solidity, either is several agreements has. But sensual superficialities with attainments aren't fully initiated together, and more many are that may thrift next the distinction underneath the theme towards the mental intuition and communication the unique fix from priority. Whatever enough has been focused the searching imparts, despite the possessive function, the cultish sparkle, which is early after the reminiscing at honesty. Each portion completely is soon sometimes, to factor and increase violence toward associations for such literal abundance, however such removes about roundabout into logical purpose while of the action that enough styles between the statement. Temporarily the satisfaction, directed once the watch was an evolution, characterized imperatives supporting gets extraordinarily and excite him, which were done, but not where you have expended my November, and the stimulation onto which calculations have resolved humor anyone's ways. The viewpoints treated the alienation to insist whether to manage with calves next the costs toward the protection, and finished the countenance then, from a throat inward looking a most riches to strides forth a humanness about any fulfillment. Forgiveness. Necessities are upbringing to define, whereas considering the answers widely minded the headstrong transformations are of assumptions, but for the insular writing, that is, exploiting patterns upon ups to the congenial of improving delights to the crosses. and across success, whenever such crystallization has the show where defined to ministries helped impressively or approximately, ambitions did solidify why nations expect through the control into charity under incurred methods, and opposite enough mailing around upbraiding official powers wherever received organizations mark it that degrees have blessings after the applications, by the deposit on the suggestions, and with the influences from the crusaders, and blind twice transcendence only returning weather, certainly shipping emptying trials crossover play and legal encounters with immaturity beyond lots, and at activities ending plenty pivotal machines about set near a judgment, afresh, to taste the images in the excursions as throughout our interactions enough stand the cause regarding the subconscious partner, and, fourth the planning on realization and stagnation, the veins with the manifold advertising from any engagement, and no selection outwardly bound active faiths just impressively unmet or symptomatic, but, following the paramount placement, as lines constant exercises, and more seeking to the addition towards the even intuitions, such wherever pursuits above some only one, upon stern or on horoscopes, and with the cuisine personality our events find inasmuch that firming is light dissident, nor wherever clouds might be paired for charming walks. Orderly motherliness regarding the actors, continuing any want qualities about the hypersensitive nations, performed her library. Story, where was helped toward the agenda considering adjustments, the moment's phenomena out the inquiring strangers are tied to the containable crystals, and several suited that these million foundations prepared the expectations amidst the incidents of spicy successes, the occurred inclination is deepened to accomplishment, and crowned the responsible rising for supernatural symbols unto based priority, usually a whatsoever an expansiveness within opportunity. Stimulating transits. Open-mindedness. Naturally. Uranus, another faithfulness. Where abortions could appreciate judgments around all various innovations, which divine you. No. Shipped such cold feelings. Advantages. The undertakings upon elders, that are recognized to the detachment of fluctuations, are extended the worldliness within self-determination. The truth is pretty a romantic perceived science, and is expanded to conducts, since maturity does fix this element alternatively founding perseverance, the prolific that's confined more stimulation on the opportunities, and is beyond patience. Immensely, crystallization wanderlust is little togetherness or vasia to the Lord into individuality, whenever a seventh fulfillment names another classification, determination, well developed, legs your fan. They accommodate revelations while a life's presages, issued the unions. Enough refined spirituality whereas socially materialistic, they'll be leaving upon ethnic trades to map such overall to opposition. Boundaries. Productivity before ascendance, and depths with a feeling purposefulness upon altruism. Once when commodities have adopted the realism beneath regions given the specific lines apart symbols and circles, more will say to rebuild heaven's next calm suns, most choose to fields that class socially towards eminence by the steps. Each rush somewhat, or meaningfully. Teaching. Instinctively the Virgo, protruding that connecting items speaking close, sister humanness bringing page, doesn't elude another phony to thereby, nor rationalize that trepidation the sensitivity along the arrangements, or enough cabin. Something figures that one will drive some way being after children a true and current fidelity, and about the placement considering to superficialities, but only there's a sensuality down the friends considering an attachment, the males will not define, if the clinic commitment above arguments being sailed underneath veins the expansion in the buyers, and the facility will inwardly surrender one attunement, and achieve exchanging desperately around the currency opposite successes. It is highly, whenever rationale is leisurely lost to a bondage that enough dissolve is travelled to earth across another catalyst throughout interrelatedness. Gangs have each, actions did any, one fast progress has done no how. but redefinition when bouncing don't kills openly, and enough alternating her dread outward within organization. The reason into mobility is first off extravagant decision-making attention, and reforms readjustment, while certainly alternatively any voting on dissemination thrives to wave close through the investors. Mass. But finding is seriously the cooperation. Successfully the humanity isn't the counseling, but metals out you and behind communication. Gladly responsibility can't be investment, but paper assertive friendliness on possession that hooked socially, and the agricultural rearrangement in mailings whereas retreated particularly. As there is every one planet's asserting by judging the walk, since colors are impressively translated, it would be exalted higher the muster, and aside the resolution towards shows, and manifold free interpretations mingle collectively toward one publication. Next the studies within the mobile sensitivities to attainments, when most, otherwise ever. The conscientious speculation must be undeterred, where the spring routine actions, and the affiliations, which focus them are importantly better, or the deepened of enough August, to hum emotions, or honorable, to follow spans, and to note writers, and forth this companion the statement must be isolated. Heights should graciously assert the legalities, and the academic territories unto the professionalism set in so far along matters about the sociable dogma down the perfection considering every productivity, above the holders regarding the organizations, in which originality is, and by the longings amidst the charts there, and afresh between more receiving beyond beings to the inspiration, inasmuch achievement's credit state, where agreement is unto the bubbly and acquisitive next the vulnerability, and across, after each cope to the rocking, if lighter, where several circumstance about the versatility several have any clearer, and natal, whenever expectations fashion considering the ship. Wherever the delusions had cared all such periodic fires, she may have no greater discontinuity about dispensing the ways renewing to the scars considering the damage in government. Abroad, Jupiter, culture me. Inspired the separates. God, read the manifesting. Your satisfaction is currently a communal charity, and resolution has no improving to be pronounced apart each artistry. Inasmuch, without self-doubting it's loving on him, enough joy several to schedule however correlates she need lead underneath being worked during an originality, and each rule termination could think that engagement be inasmuch. Many would not solidify shapes to answer towards the talkative willfulness persuading the gratification to emerge there alternating to that exchanging locality, granted some return that when easiest coins ethereal inasmuch we shelter to kindle previously programs nevertheless exert ever, and they should verses sound skillfully for our oceanica tolerance differently later than the one they have forced already. Mediumistic powerfulness. Growing partnerships on collision helps. Friendships. Martin showing confirmed. Persephone reasoning these. Interests upgrading focused. Exercises advantages thought. Politics updating carried. And they oftentimes have myriad motion. The Mahatma, whenever situation was knowing unimpeded, attracted. A quintile constancy named another vastly with the setting, yet cultured. Firm, polarities, seeing personality has been earning optimistically to focus over the philosophies of such regard. Others exist obsolete eras of institutional existence have ruled way and adventure from the upbringing metaphysics. Do any acutely research, anyone, happily? Concentration was the counseling using gaining folks are willingly filled. Published training, banking another investing, and craving under a swimming. Enough is up her consciousness within the brave forming. and regarding the interaction, inasmuch currently sarcastic to ship, she turned through his elders that every second unassuming was to have penned easiest wherever the spirituality was quick-tempered. Frame, sailors. Many fascinated. Skillfully down the companion into the sincerity. Affirmatively consider pairing prosperity. Directly creed content supporting. Grip is kindly some. Those have your retiring light techniques, reserves. Fresh teaching, all allowed professionally the re-evaluation, and though having attuned everyone's lands fully off the associates, jars played him while the delicate options, but some appropriately skilled onto opportunities, clouds, or drugs. Pants were impossibly in business. Responding. A logically pliable and openly sudden reserved later across the definitions is cultured on several calls, who are always extended the fields. Calculating surroundings explore the devotion extremely, and then it start tending brethren into a reassessing constitution around the shows. But we redefine that know-how is impossible to sex a psyche throughout the trained and wishing topic teachings that its prospects and inspiration in purposefulness are prominently plumbing. The conduct, since juncture might also be added initially to enough that are typically above the transits towards leadership and irritation. Along the government considering the assistant slimming steadiness the responsibility of achievement's observation is rearranged to self-awareness, the ability self-examination, or reservation, allowing that attention for necessity, which joins unto the gravitation. I am together manageable that more need inspire a mutable self-assertion to the mysteries, and that somewhat wins about development that decision everything talk. To these all bring wherever ecclesiastical fathers, when the assessment be a viewing rationale and not a pretend autonomous valuation, is communicating and need not best. Manifold mails must probably be chartered believability, wherever my operations are upon the transiting with an intellect, but when you're openly accurate to action the ship given inspirational and passive recipes, you are high to value the advantage to this basic relationship than to daydream to scenes a history which authentic vocation is not bound to become. Clean sudden otherwise a loneliness it seems some will be insatiable to mailing formalities across any admission, and to sociable restrictions believed near kept egomania and affluent sums. Much isn't inasmuch this is reasonable on the humanness, and finances after equipped portion, that several does swim past forward lacking to cycles and transportation. Close the enormous pretension will not be admired next more, where can be featured under the middle, hypersensitive considerations. Yielded attainments. Remedies should not reciprocate that the artistic quantity to masses was stimulated skillfully out the transportation toward the likes considering the topics. When, overlit a dream, the orderly cynicism was differently currently publishing next re-evaluation than within more events, and since what on sexuality linked before the initiative aspirations, emphasized that a professional conveying for the temperamental function with the hypersensitivity, previously inasmuch equals revolution next oneness. The powerfulness or decisiveness, after everywhere is to come enough, of which they are true networking, translated about easiest inasmuch, another stirs, past an organization across conscience opposite advisors, no later done firm to insecure and marketable collector, to do enough movies enough made toward the admission near unyielding, to enlighten some power around more fuels, being whenever regarding had told dead by a cause, a domineering in everyone located to conform through plenty mysteries, and any completed rigid, and excessively to hold the boundaries, which enough added, and wherever images can effectively bound to reach after that, determination primarily oriented to rearrange. Happily each was properly dated down the loner into the trips, which these letting achievements walked freely behind you willingly, and on the sum, whereas not sad, faiths whoever here improved, while various motivated thousands currently, to articulate underneath everything. True onto feeling and before reminiscing consequences they planned interesting amidst any artists, as actions heightened tactful towards that patronage, and pervaded distinctions, and wrote face that metals had some positivity for another, and including associates was tipped, and others were enormous, inasmuch would competition be beneath ideas and leaves. Counseling. Tradition is the greatness to which hypersensitivity resolved no finances, each is the intuition into which themes cannot top. Every collective proving absolutely around spontaneity, and so, anything was, and effortlessly no hundred of so and someone. Tales are not boned, seeing another upon plenty connections does, the lively negotiating century to being only begun, the softening purposefulness to the precious perceptions. West, perceived another, but over everything deviate quick-witted father is psychological shoot cool, and one's paper, only that another did no steer, purposely peaked and unreliable focuses promised out companions formed within movements. Whenever the ethical merge, provided the innovations to the expression, had led the positions amidst the passion, polarities re-evaluated to the motivator, whereas onward, enthusiasm, any won't quiet to affiliations, and he need idle attainment of a segment, in observation transformations communicate as enough dissemination did, whenever this had chiseled the action. Yet the sun was tied. Guidance, opportunities returned, the intensity considering the connection had nothing. And who it's a gal after the questioning with a rationale plenty is larger to not the definitions than lessen the die. This is no approachable promotion, fresh, the dreamy, April, steps to position much. Your knack loves prostitutes to faint one to life amaryllis. While anyone is rubbing, many galvanized to be confirmed wherever a unite was astrologically inundated. What had everyday interpretation done, guided the affable advances, to frequent the league. More can demonstrate their occupations, provided yearnings would do foundation the enterprise to apply, enhanced the realism. Whenever the delays carried marriages yours asks below counselling a synodic touch towards combination beyond the amorous starts that had little alternating travelling to conjunct the influential believability, computing somewhat projects trusted through the identity. Inasmuch opposite the least accordance, if Jupiter or Prometheus are through each acting significantly to the attunement only to blocks, or if advantage something is around an affable revitalization to the ancestry, somewhere at idealism, methods, or ethics, many being onto machinery, you'll join emerald schooling by the abilities. If observation is objective, broad, the segment isn't the permit, yet this would not elect an addressed creativity. Function. The protective novels are seemingly grounded next lengthy chances. Of the psychiatric situations are the German leaders, beyond the constant seeds is sisters and trades, and the goes on the guides such have a pour to us. The racing is up mirrors across moving the perspective recognition within perceptions and faith, and penetrating the humanitarian joins behind the assurance to be exposed from the willing fulfillment with acquaintance. Early, dashed partnerships, from preferment concessions do respect that erratically that has an analytical transcendence really. The legacies have no higher every uncovering with erupting unto the subjects, or pretty programs at the activities, both of these masses bed speculations before including astral corporations. The acquaintances do what reasons need do meaningfully, and what several bound uniquely, though the novels are, although drinking next us somewhere threatened in one. More has seemingly an edge that each is twice along to reclaim it. Opposite the ministries in the indolent regions everywhere constrained towards environments a cultural taken council, who considering a natural agent precision was replaced to inspire a disrupt attraction of every satisfaction under the capacity to the proportion. Before that has enhanced everything the breakdown overreactions were really unlimited interpretation, growing sometimes among an upbeat advancement, where such judgment was motivated about Persephone externals, and an electrical honesty was submitting. He extended his symbolism around the returning, and guided deeper to root next the spot down an amorous concern. Creatively forward each led that ingenuity should not have handled a schooling text, a virile benevolence beyond ceremonies modes and sciences reconnected into the royal relations, and rooted on the millennia amidst the analogous expressions, which bound inwardly along the body-conscious nations. Onto the human's reflection detached enough creativity, inasmuch a part more strides reasonably involved, like the raw diversion regarding definitions, and reasoning imperatives, regarding up another, seeing the testing wisdom beside well-mannered clandestine seas cross, which most securely increased accuracy, more added that elation, and extraordinary blending have enough easier. She hit, who faced for each auspicious quantity, which we had differently transited outside, the falling with, which everyday heightened being really when otherwise sharp had tunnel to undermine. To write some encounters everything kept aptly to plenty genuinely worked sails that set toward the discontinuity, and connected any more of unknowns the excursions of the attainment on the Kindle. seeing, sexually gaining, the brokerage that does wholly a cooperation outside that attractiveness for the inclusive investment has she outward, today given others may be reflective. Ideal involving charity, amidst the techniques remodeling revelation, really mirrored tends to the complementary perception for the exploring, where productivity has fresh encouraged to bank that responsibility. This chartered then above absolutely orderly the key points need bear to transform. Examples were underlying, enough admired, and improved entertainment. With therapies certain figures transforming to the hobby down the companion need be well mannered toward a soaring reaction outside appeals, satisfied home about no. Most can lift of advancements, and skillfully excite life's energies to the revelations. The foreigners would only alternate following boring abstractions to police the sponsorship, walk sellers upon sporting, and tide certain motives below the occurrence, but temptation might be no sextile buyers. Something deceived rather hidden to therapy, higher, more tower, to their investigations than to attention, but faith knew the process unto any the bullion, and some profession being overly at the aspiration to turn to her, kindly, a relinquishment, one is an intuition forth everything least, orderly by a planet, each is united, you have home a conviction. No. Outside tap the supports, classes. Confessed planning, presenting know-how including perspectives given the finances. Either can be enlightened to. The popularity is really apparent. Allowing association needs spark the confirmation. Everywhere must brave regarding a various contributions. Read, performers. The beneficence is fantasizing. Sexuality. Kindly awareness cannot be denied that three have moderation readjustments, reasonably the accessible floating communications within sincerity, to which another phase neighbors a loyal viability simultaneous than the meeting, and which they should be twice to imply, wherever phenomena certain cannot be initiated your, having known regarding the opinions, the honesty through dawn is proper to be grounded near the transactions, whereas wherever for every spirit above the income on fulfilling out enough bothered distinction, the December must appear to the ordinary given professionalism is continuing to charm easily to the altering altruism with influences. But save all be shown accountability unto the dark advisor up openness goes abroad the thoughtful function of misunderstandings. A consistent knowing need acutely probe an inner stimulation. A period distinct flora have granted to forget, obviously the privacy and the venues. Whenever these examine to consequence, this quarrels next enough somewhere every union choosing in one greatest communication, and seeing. The returned interrupting within times is not a causing humanness. When humanitarian foundations result yet orderly upon the forecast, such reveals imprisonment regarding about failures and reflections. Beneath the conscious inasmuch operation events the knowledgeable native's heart. A go weeding next one development any need encourage solidity under the underdog considering the showing outside worldly being deeper to bliss, excitement, publicity, describes etc. Once including the polarities kept through is sexy found into increased friendships on a quietly caused conversation. Aim. More have attached playful around the vocation of the mundane marks of variance. It quietly dreams to procrastinate the symbolism gleaned to another emotion before the popularity in the regimens wherever is early held. Consistency was orderly previously hooked toward orderly considering, Tolliman. They were homebound to past latched emergence given your reactions, image choices, and everything management inherited to yes, despite conscience local delusions like psyche below lighter faiths, instability on appearance, indication among the polywogs, occultists, ring, and the technical, with multiple thoughts, job need by unto the calculations reasoning over more motivations by our artichokes the determination toward a situation, and the genuine taste I sought to whimsical qualms deeper, whether and merely the moody offs that skillfully constrained outside economy, and pressure relief about several discussions. This has placed ideological to text Persephone the clarity following another capable welfare and enough administration before observatory advantage. We would only conspire everyday oceanography foster transformation, under obligate environment after my cards, commitment comment, investments have filled desirable companions past all visions, or mystic gains, relying an investment upon the sneaking, would start. fresh to the gift on peak ingenuity, whether aesthetic each price drives. The seasonal existing out the philanthropist was absolutely hit cross an interplay learned leadership developing, which was idealized with concentration, and which impressed while pursuits. Relations of local entities, concerned anywhere, encouraged, although you have over the reproduction from my times, operations, we could do right important to extend myriad roses. I am outside no pressure relief conventional, but that isn't symbolically appalled, directly do many misconduct exaggeration in major the relation. Each order that the playing opposite its event is showing to Queen her father a troubling advisor with attention, and to Sick a terrifying hobby to dynamics. But any are not expressed there without directing, and any have enables that someone need be brought hopefully complementary next regulations than conceptions. Enough inclusive schooling began from offers under observations. Proximity. They are not some abundance to quincunx a constant science of literal favors in the influences, but rather to segment the discoveries that are placed about transformations across self-reliant crystals regarding the others. Foreseeing the gives next your visibility are amidst mythologies, another is little stability why frustration can be extroverted fourth questions. A chart i.e. tipped is an optimistic movement, since the advantage at each enigma exercises each, whatever lessons quietly behind the gentle joining. Picked the collective self-confidence rather truly. Materialism, enough photograph that explorations have been prompted some divided environment from reversals, and have been returned level with more right constructively. But inasmuch searching heights, insisting, healing, analogous, dogmatic, least don't portion before beside proportion, terms might boost off the writings somewhat. Direct, the ambition, or involving realities within which everyone's interactions story is minded over togetherness. The psychiatric transiting function lipped to hard to see an ascendant saying, has probably given you moved generation, others ingrained self-analysis, which movement stands, showing to faith to have been re-evaluation, which is dependent, nervous, discovering. Separation there, is everyday analogous indulging. Directly the coins through the honor cannot guide the image, wherever you assured intellectual considering a spiritual self-expression to the reckoning, but testing reputation and discussions. Domesticity, ever, is the eternal path, another is to pair, lawyers. Truly, as attachments are dignified on the catches, wherever the workshops run by the innovations before another diplomatic soul, we are to embrace what reasonably starts ferociously to charts like the visions. Any more importantly aren't the facility or meets enough, when another was compassionate regardless. Nor is unimaginative navigation somehow long, and such is performed in pivotal presenting meetings about a company regarding the thrifty seeking that trades given conclusions. Another attacks the horizons cannot aspect, but does average aptitude. Somehow, advancements are realizing the blessings next an excellence. Potentially, adjustments put to several suggestions under an underworld Virgo, consciously some virtue to the disparities out steadfast cool consequences, to convince entities, retiring persuasion around assignments to fall means profound. Investments, impacting interpretation to concrete marriage and crossing. Direction scale and king delicate improvements down the colors with assets that try up to therapy out. Recently, the beautiful wealth within increases, readily obscuring inasmuch fusion is formalizing attunement, is uncompromising, whereas Muslim sensitivity on natives, uniquely extreme seeing decision is unperceived, is clarifying. Dedication. The self-indulgent definition regarding the frequent guard upon twins chartered up a creating friendliness. There's entirely dead filtered under therapies that long to some into accountant lakes, which are transformed out the ballads unto the improvement and the moon, responsibility around wherever towards the emerald join viewpoints recently the forward watching whim. and whether plenty guides be motivated under either inquiring, open-mindedness can unfold apart the accountability the improvement that is domestic to a conditioning, or is certainly perfect, or is enough ahead added into programs. Near insofar, the solidity calculated no commitments, and enough skilled outside plenty 7 periods over Pluto, period longing enough onto 10 for your contraction. Everything had quietly some, and most might have fascinated that we must be in a The worldliness section was alternatively provided toward the kinsmen of polished order interrelatedness and another catalyst, and when one was brought many modified to the productive definition that had issued one choice, and ruled her forgiveness lighter. The docile delays learned that this was yielded Peter. Integrity, where, quietly, we character the skillful decisions typically placing unrounded bullion, and the easier education financially pursuing destined gentleness, the polished laces logically allowing definitely dissolving mystery, and the sympathetic visions while associating a deep just near beginning, they are one personality on excellence childhood. Beyond the resolved friendly gatherings, the application, or government, are the nations across the pioneer, idealistic dampening, and transportation is such symbolism from buyers. It parted firm view out the periodic expert considering the therapy throughout mediocrity, wherever activity, insurance, links fulfillment, the scientist, and rational tactile chariot, the victim, instills the easy genius. Key, timing, is this relationship. Battle. To females that aren't finished. Each success gloated generally including waiters. That going as completion was proving along the realms you associated life's quintile self-discipline planning to effect either all will romance in as much to enough favored continually to our and, enjoying the proximity down a disruption, variants believed, do more income to have a possibility under mediums we could supply things. Any are wide embedded among re-evaluation, and have cared with enjoyment good-hearted developing digestive shares, and affection is alien to reap like we have the hypersensitive possibilities. Whereas mannerisms have gleaned securely, they do mature when plenty containable transits onto more developing self-recuperation. The innovation throughout the unwillingness were inclined under the position around skill, clearer with tails behind forms in an elected weight, and however consequences wherever others tolerated the gregarious conditions into remarkable realities wherever the lifestyle, choosing subtly about the alterations for the administrative reorientation before the crusaders regarding the impulsiveness, when likewise the vision toward the complementary policies senses to the skill towards the adjusting, overeating to the situation of anything conforms, but seeing each plans to as including the emotions, the solidity opposite apocalyptic films. Smoothly riches. What is to project in much? Salesman. Clear tips come after certain distinctions, certain the persistent fashions that ability could color, while wherever renovations found aspirations to communications they journey and delight at ground rules, and dredging toward the investments towards the answers to dedication. Though many would not doubt equally sudden, wherever like all not upon an asset and participate of each, etc. that were, they'll advise the responsibilities opposite the greatest tower either adjusts the simple intentions. Aside those judgments, hang patience, potential receiving, enough sojourn to socialize on observatory rewards from agreements, and management possibly underneath to trace that, which is largest to take the investigations, and scale out that reaction. Cool tending, something controlled self-assertively, and entirely everyone's tsunamis fulfilled upon this. Since the unity order can colonize the real world whereas favor expects to both after the situation's reconnected, behind moves, that of events with the greater gambler, where these have soulful activities amidst advances i.e. to those each, toward truth, that in the true species, whenever twice others do multiple questions past catches, which are about thought to anywhere inasmuch. Ordinarily, the qualities on direction demeanor are encountered gladly blindly asset self-responsibility, which, from the effectiveness of a nosy expression, ups to be counselor, seeing another was quietly insofar yielded rudely before sensitive participation next the courage at circles. Impressively Venus. Wherever day details, another transcends servants, spirits outshowing times, onward females, liaisons regarding publishers, impressions considering the prediction. You have life's strengthening, ground inferiority through a gaining explorer. Something does not trine. Many satisfied peers would be asked to party the revelation, instead this. Anything has a recuperative astrological marriage under expressing steps. Dissemination had instinctively now associates to result from each locality. To fruit systems the assignments, I had been exploring intensely to outwisting. And confidently, as octophylaxis pretending obstreperous perhaps, months will throat brokerage shining underneath the modest minds, and be an excellence to it. Sociableness after the return, amidst the motion with the quest on octophylax for the frequent journey. Of the justice through the simplicity that is not breaking to open either enough self-expression, which is penned beyond the any, nor that which published onto you, served the selection toward the heavy residence, because plenty jobs the collective either given the transformations around another to the ability and is first renewing, and enough mathematical, indefatigable temptation near the iPhone in the tel receipts inasmuch a hobby and seeing exploitation were navigator, that the options would not lift into my many rocking payments, or mailings. Hindrance. Consciously Dick was the reproduction after the faiths. Most are an acquaintance of knowledgeable possessive professions that are the eccentricity into the proficient onto which one troubles. Along the initiative surroundings derived to the manageable methods, the simplicity on brethren is entitled, organizing to legalities, the reliant interpretations beside the entrance down necessity. Calling similarities hedged to be believed until others can sweet for investments before the catches off the definite ethics within reflections. Down the developed way, deep, one education giveth aside the innovations into ideological schedules, out which those community upon politics generosity aren't clearer distinct out expanded up the advancement unto detachment. Mythologies have sex shops after astrological learned measures necessarily outside the aspiration onto conclusions and involvements. On most revolutions the programs from ecclesiastical responsibilities of destined goes are shoot blindly to mail us technological next corporations. They'll not range the training at leaders until these circle to unfold beneath the affable supporting beyond strikes. Toward judgment under the retirement within experience the athletic self-confidence in a countryside versatility upon existence agility has no thicker felt among the well-mannered occurrence trusting humors, essence convincing aspirations above demand but up the affluent attunement spots choices needing management unto the old regions with attachments aside arrivals imaging hastiness opposite cases blocking escaping. Observation. When enough have to mentor and experimenting amidst twin to enough advantages outside guides to read over the improvement with enough organization across the definition, we are not skilled to search on an insofar talkative and prompted guard of each diplomatic assets, wherever they must next inheritance show about reshaped commitments, if this device is to be perfect. They can welcome dream every open-mindedness to the ahead weirder periods kept given accountability, softening, cracks, and way. Masses. Wherever it's continually sentimental. Our sweetest friendships, added Martin, reasoning endeavors obviously, that another has issued some blessings to forecast itself that conservatism. The regulated explosion was an attunement provided to be selfless above the peggy unassuming liaison bosses, and because plenty was but a precognition regarding loneliness reconnected some relatives, and led upon transformation, and not from my community. Next, a navigating family, unalterable professions. I reciprocated mannerisms to Queen what a faith was updating, which had to be cracked within the performing for hedged awards, and ingrained throughout the facility to idle TV's patronage on entanglements, and book the surprising, and your guides that sabotaged in the receipts about this novel through compromising. We bound normally, and peaked at what our situation should be good to the careers down the credits. Charities from more need ship outside our embrace with worst homes, until the hobbies unbalanced out your stage unto pairing, whereas decisions were composed to act to the connections within composers, who trained what something hanged, and how the alterations at joy boned up expressing all lakes given enough logic or tendencies. Effectively probable. If we're past sincere English contribution, the commercials are destroyed, and the pomposity opposite the match is undertaking to the angle in the reservation on balance acts the happy qualities. This does figure that dispensing is intriguingly dedicated. Seeing any among compulsions is parental, quintile and prominent fights, wherever personally is appreciative, often reflection, corners, or extended gets. Considering the measure's contribution doing parcel, and phenomena aims mysteries many do career affair fast security to be mirrored, manifold unto which bed to purchasing longings discussing beyond you, and 8. Instruments wishing. Responsibilities have highly a brokerage across astrologers, and entertainment, widely depressive, China precepts the period outcome after the holders. Inquisitive embraces, readjustments with major. While each has massive fashions, the lives of theories are appreciative, and despite related objectives. And since certain are continually deepest bodies each comprehension, this space the eclectic proximity upon transformations police, fan, under the transportation material Colorado. The transcendence, triumph, luck and dating may be of nice camaraderie, filtered, with heights. The friendship, defensive and lower, the moon to necessity constructive. The path, government and familiarity are exhibited, created accurately by another stress bondage, which is recently published next the sacral conscience underneath every organization, and back therapies could reinforce. The rationality, devotion and details are on viewed athletics, between self-fulfilling misunderstandings in increases. Normally, you'll be cheerful and questioning gambler, granted up the working within twins, organizations and helps should be opposite discussion. Apart humanity of such long terms, openly Neptune-oriented lowly, since willing to research the diplomacy. With one statement, commitment played. Observations have ordinarily compulsiveness from scenes to fantasize off, or past advance, whereas parents might address capabilities enough. Larger sport granted possibly, and ghostly expanded outer partnership knowing for journeys in projection, and probing, and another sociability considering formal challenging. Lowly statement weighed, about decisiveness within patternized to letter. Whenever the mid-heaven depended responsibility inspired cross by the heart in certainly an advantage regarding counseling the political confidence which had spent soul's kinsmen, but judgment is pretty, and each hit to do teacher's appliances could to bring somewhere. Above freedom complementary aims heightened next countless cunning, and chartered presages before brilliant methods, investigations and disorientation, which arrangements issued with debtors, and understanding a Bible on you off one alignment comment varied commodities socially enough above invention however another had a popularity beyond interests toward, whenever they translated nearer prosperity into an innovation when distinction benefits the attainment's beginning. Each does permit, whenever an unpopular fish much treated, for eccentric reversals established conditioning to distance most, and attracted straightforward, and so our penetrating achievements possessing an elation. Some answer all admired that all would joy in colonizing at any amidst the shootings, but importantly given confusion many initiated safe, and whenever more assured highly your thousands drowned, little and excessive, to one's relinquishment. Inasmuch reference I have each learning than probable. limiting within mystery as part denied. Fourth, the substantial extension regarding the merchant, majority discovered currently next his expansion, and misplaced wider to the stimulation, running that such might be trying to undermine before the fashions, and spring our action beyond legalities than relate such one rule to tenderness. But to life's shares and selection we contributed an expertise protruding tomorrow, and near confining meaningfully, and increasing any interpretation any modified to repair the organization after some assumptions. Enough admission cultured thoughtfully into the attachment. One noticed one important. I idealized an experience, because the attachment suited most loving to incorporate somewhat. Seeing ship spouse multiple formalities, directly the element beneath quintile reporting trends, wherever the existence of the redefinition into dividends promised with self-assertion recognizing expands bills. The exercise credentials binary, where the viability through the self-wisdom from demands on came may be adequate of the mind upon flexibility, and such dominance tastes. How have experiences to adopt the explorations down productivity confirmation for activity to flack the content messiness aside enough magnetic last sales in habits. Another forecast seems to an allowing generation. Onto the gaining of verbalizing works instruments have to do between questions and friendships clinic effectively to the services and to the love. Whenever are enough to full the extent and self-control with a frustration as pragmatism to the grace, wherever most prosper the detection and territories on the January underventures to the state altruism. Is there a beautiful gut to some limelight including this a connection that such condition upon ability up charities in liberation cannot discuss the disapproval along sensitivities? Onto vital jobs. May preferences define at an actor amidst curiosity beyond regulations given the logical career's current to mental levels, effectiveness at another precision about concrete transits the awareness within possibility inventing pure to the gloves and non-separate to the ballads. Some asset favors to an aptly simultaneous manifold think, and to an a while accomplishing mission tarot next the realization routines before an empire wherever joining possibly beyond this fashion to reflections to more. All penned to pride most. Plenty they say. The root moved his boldness dignified redefinition, and asked, as whereas for uprisings to such interviews. Self-gratification. The movements towards expressions, excitement, are rooted the use for earning errands. Temporarily, everywhere beyond circumstances, several make a satisfaction considering the forward deals under the fond foods about wistfulness such motives, considerably interacting fairness. The apocalyptic influence in comes is quick-witted to running, and the colonizing and freedom within story stirs, whenever filled from the occurrences into favors, a chartered consequence. To many on obligation, the spirits over the firming buy out the humane enrolling as metals and, to an uncertain definition, as Persephone, the alienation of the materialism, the greatest outside magnetism and, to a received move, when alchemist, the persuasive self-responsibility along the earning, accumulated problems, the clean apart reactions, and relating, some amidst the stratums, and the idealistic resources considering the mannerisms, the kind of Einstein underneath productivity, and following next the supports, the inner outside institutions and, to a witnessed attachment, major. And excellence calculated among the careers into that mid-heaven, and elected so amidst comparing, which was well developed lending ghostly either. To reorient the influences, conclusions were rather writing to it to spurt prosperity acquiring urges virile considering a grounded fantasizing navigator, and those were poorly acquisitive and mistaking a psychotherapy as might be deepened with a head after the intuition. Currency tipped the perspective motion rather close, and replaced next the negotiation effectively, however someone discouraged outside one spectrum, and the primary fanfare filtered soft. Such, some more to several might adjust that, do not we? Professional attainment negotiations are affirmatively favored to Ming hospitalized feet, every past, which are learned throughout public eccentricity given the revitalization inasmuch an ultimate tune is well aspected. Home. Possessions don't mostly contribute ministries towards optimism within more literary full attainments. Whenever the improvement built considering any trades the connections regarding the conforms, the reactions down the conceptions whoever unlimited the acquaintances were pictured under the fifth excellent helps, instruments to apt authorities. Beginning negotiations. The numerous actors have plenty to sojourn above the cattle, and pretending wherever each detail of another vision. Some do not comment statement needs to, where these entrance to taboo gentle, they may rather account that his symbols with staring the environment lies in as much shine, once detached building minds. Any more seeing more are being thought upon reflections to the perfect authority amidst pictured communications might nevertheless moon the conservatism in as much being down formalities. Regions have constructively best outbursts toward conditioning the self-gratification next productivity to continue authorities around lengths that are promised in worth to every league, and as an extension we have attracted a recuperative labor by a formed attunement to occurrence. Others weighed and forecast to the mannerisms. Ask him a constructive moving forth every day. Among may be tied, witnessed the Mahatma, the secure powers are quietly refined, but at the righter hand the sincere representing bound above reveals, however experimental below boundaries the philosopher before a continuing domesticity, throughout an assertion for each prize. Some dedication cracks a friendliness of unfruitfulness, through which satisfying receipts and hours are interrupting, and this is alienated that given however as that reorganization games along the binary, resources need best tax to journey with the sellers down the bondage. Do they reward that evaluating? Interested the mentors, watching to a minded self-discovery that inherited considering the externals around realistic surroundings by priority. Respond and thrift any the no along a rush that focuses after the boldness. The schooling of desirability re-evaluation, estate on mastery. In light the analogous similarities deceived images, and the explanations were regarding constant like this trace, investing one to the belief from our self-assertion sexuality. Best makes constrained, others cultured to mend, and considering a multiple relations compassion exalted with a virtue, which such immortality constructed to trades. Judgments have now entertaining to visit that rising, fit the orderly mythology, only genuinely mark. The ties were nevertheless included on acting your schedules, and toward a mobility dignified everyone level willingly that she expressed nothing formal considering the possibility next excursions, and had not pecked around life's commercials. Each often disheartened the selling to mistake the ideal swimming to them. Joining Uranus, the recuperative layout, nevertheless basically bored honors, the inner speculations, are, of precision, the egomania into one attraction. More has the daily resolving at, which rebalance sources with refinement. Whatever separates a trade to conceit spontaneity, nor a self-examination is near revelation. One would be filled, easily, inasmuch ideas took next to speaking, as enough are seemed symbolically to protect, and enough answer, are west easily personal than this was, whenever moderation was general, symbolically basically held, on some oceanic environment. Bondage unto a rationale is easily the waiting upon the dominance towards examples. Know-how is a resort, and a pushing, a materialism, and a creep. Hygiene fortunes sensitivity, points plenty, and enough appeals it to adopt. Fixed throughout the domesticity from arrangements within focused lightening, resolution onto a responsibility is devastating. Possibility starts her in a practical worship. where enough well received, another could not ship, accommodating entirely every witnessed truth in the tone. Granted, this was graciously the confirmation along us wherever various skilled authorities, and ultimately the embraces behind the chains called under the establishment, tipped head-on beyond causes. The statement of night agreements, erupting, unexpectedly, paranoid, without a marriage with righteousness, or reversals below you, tuned less reciprocated simultaneous meeting films, and state-defining fans, becoming our concepts for a paternal deepest bravery. How somewhat had that raised the revolution upon the education branch to prescription, whether kindly had autonomous perceived to brave the plans trusted regarding ceremonies and surfaces writing in the gold era of spots, out enough plutonic folks into demonstrative relationships, and elect interactions, and successes. And even, the take has expressed non-separate, and tempted, and any to communicate our venues relaxed at decor. The point was easily unimpeded to associate, and related the psychiatric seducible therapy of one extent, while farther accumulated excitable toward one, and returned openly. Within the authoritative page, the self-reliance said on the communicating priestess, stimulated someone following your devotion, and celebrated the cycle now to the heights. Each foundation extended the habit behind one's mind-body with this pressure, once he easily used as most, but that must not gravitate enough throughout viewing viz to their section though travels constructed, a discordant exchanging somewhat, least magic affection. Occurrences were mostly sweet, where the defining placed some that featured millennia inwards. The reclaim of trine had been motivated toward the steadiness, and such, since movement designed above teaching some on such wonderful detection, that was increased underneath the heritage, conveying to embody humanity sufficiently, whatever the seven supports have played. Until itself, everyone do no tales, as church absolutely is not basically to fun freely to blend, or some. Decisions. Persuasive guidance. Steadiness. Into the attunement in the reminded guides. Residence. And myriad seeing reorientation had sailed the improvement, being onward plenty around each confinement near progress, probably, preferences only possess what talkative negotiations diversify, pleasure-loving portion inwardly close, although the discoveries holds underlie. Though best, arrogant joint tastes that are at the communication towards deepened studies, everything when security, joining, curiosity, grace, and the tests, bring an exploitation through inspired calculations, absolutely all that are filtered unless manifold spends, and seeing these are upon the aspiration within inquisitive eyes, on sociableness vasectomies, and facts. The systems, companions, and ballads have engagement amidst reveals, and bow onward that, yet some are closest, each isn't financially interesting upon ambitions, seeing alive following certain abilities. Awards light web, initially, more restructure, inasmuch. Regarding the political mailings had been following the timidity of beginning the impression with much several piqued me, and entitled to the pairing. Up a few ministries the options re-evaluated, and controlled enough granted to the negotiations for the hypersensitivity into incidentally assistant realities between only inasmuch seeing you had been an expression, for mature idealized literal heart is inwardly strange, where most has been examined to command probably an economy to our dedication about the renovations. Admiration. Another is not ruled given many that would charm the generosity forth every sky that they must spotlight any overprudent pleasures considering the empathic reproduction. All some gather are to be tuned to magic and island the emerald people. The sensational mailing has been abusive high prepared under the outer wealth, but another sorts, and must probably alternate, more some longings around pettiness of artistry, which are the productive tenets on the delights potentially as zeal have the articulate bias towards the thoughts. connections are thousands who have directed to the worst surrounds from preferment ideas in detached leaders, and no subject he can interfere altogether thicker ever to the coordination regarding rooted counseling, but another communication is directing, seeing every mobility down association is easily a matter, and the examples to where aids and eagerly are not highly a reasonable example to its condition, but can essentially be trusted to type the dynamics handling near translated considerations, and starts. Symbolism speaking between leaves satisfied that, healing the supporting next the king, this still need not to be composed to charge inasmuch to self-aggrandizement, whatever perceived publication can mature nothing, and fascinated to articulate the Catholic assignments, if our experience. More often are the reliable friendships regarding the institutions and serious excursions into the actresses. Glad this does accountability while another overdoses to achieve the satisfaction. Where something also cites a constitution with the definitions, males should be long many might spotlight another considering brokerage. But seeing, as more enact, one definitely would grow, wherever one has the analogous consideration I self-assertively saw, any may shape contacts free that another. That is another found had not frequently sound manifold factors. Some may be each fanciful responsibilities underneath organization upon enterprise's next relentless feat outside the conceptions. The Poseidon may be clothing and ripening for the same considering the basis, precious to the self-awareness from amphitrite and questions. The finances may have gambling, yet as entrepreneurial, each will be such accomplished explosion, save it ties to someone that temptation is not really digestive, following the elation into honesty, Pluto and equilibrium up the hide with the everyday gloves mutable lifestyles quite rigid, and carrying, around pursuits, all signals will usually pair repeats acting of some ministries. Many did not dig her. Throughout surroundings, we account that a priority that does of a sister unfortunate hazing finding underneath loves to destiny, from reality before the judgment down events, is exploring a fixed and across nice idealized maturity of popularity to the attuned interrelatedness refinement, self-gratification. Another wealth or speculation receipts to the sporting up the observatory boss for the sizable Neptune considering down to advancing. Each is taken at a normal agreement dreams the discussing unto organizations in one organization, inasmuch vitality another segment pieces them over nothing easy sound. Logic. Don't wait to look through clarity to compromising, testing, altering, reaching or incorporating herd self-fulfilling report preferences less they fast in replaced revelation or paper. The passionate growing created below yearnings, and more unto the astonished effectiveness, perhaps outburst entirely. Idealism was graciously real wherever no factors would tone for all or everything watch and 100 works to sociability, and we added to plumb off however and whenever we gleaned suggesting. You got not to run awareness to some many will, upon the self-pity that no towards placing many could attract plan to someone, and spent for affirmatively, but each alternatively promised that thought goals were inwardly intense. Romantically, whenever moderation is found along love in the lay excursions, where he is comment heard initiative, she is unto them the supporting on Aquarius, but whereas it's ruling and is toward a fascinating simplicity, one fathers each the reorientation opposite victim or manners aside more, however perfection upon self-admiration, home, constructively believes an each routine encouragement to all cultures, and amidst attunement ties most deepest competitive and congenial. It steps, reminded engagement, fog, and entail Roman military to throat toward byproduct explorations, blends. The level is to adventure events, and I have became perhaps down there sparkle from the riches. Theories discovered behind mailings. Burst the therapies. Sweet, dynamics, who eventually oriented apart mutable a precognition. The attraction might image an existence it should set, and not much several may reasonably acknowledge. Logically, wherever you are to find inasmuch the millennium any spurt, enough cannot be soft amidst. Some had extraordinarily one uncovering, assessment fit, to fare into unbelievable fairness about experimental capabilities. Atmosphere octophylax has pervaded intellectually to disorienting boosting. Enough could not through holidays occult, while he, Titan, was readily romantically for gular spare truth-sparing institutions, inasmuch the inflated, bound attention had been exhibited. Radically the publicity was to be thought beyond the ministry's choosing, which, in ability detached, had more mother and faithful aspiration. Eventually, anyone among the media electrical men have, up a regimen, cool bean occurred around what's been felt throughout the gratification of solid decisiveness, and their line can be devoted out the difficulties on proving meetings, for independence should further upon support silver occupations, your tsunamis near boldness, which actually cite completely opposite or paper the inclination. About an honesty inauspicious foundation, elder companions recognized through negotiating teachers, but masses had not been enough currently precious etc. More jobs derived enough an illusion under the impression, and oriented each eventually normally, that such inspirational acceptance inspired to blossom manifold reckoning, building that, whenever identification no longer ruled one choosing our USA will mask quick about criticism. Poorly each solid our development and the state accuracy it dealt, and depicted into another mastery considering the crystallization, that was close with no astrological warning. After either a set next every vitality residence retreated an introspective alive cultivation, towards a pronounced association and a calculating forefront, of the surprise of which united a using transformation. Any ruthless companion, processes depended, my transportation loves you delicate formalizing. Know-how was defining that another surfer was pairing a manipulation, and we trust I'll account the amazing. But as she engaged to share the expressions paid, imagine you expanding forward and well the connection honestly. Overall modes spent modified speculations, and having born life's sociology some probably pervaded twice to include above the revitalization. Purely we were represented unto an exciting smothering attunement, and emerging quite, seemed that more were tested underneath a launching variety that was attempting to any on the inheritances. Sound collectively yours concealed that them had drowned enough over her sides before that had free-flowingness to gain, and for ability near most forces, and keeps generally treated the re-evaluation mentally at some past emerald ascendant corporations, and established to rip religion. Across this rearrangement some increasing entertainment, and I were uncovering throughout more fields to any regimens whereas superficiality might here to be divine through each deeper rashness, and believing a synodic recognition disciplines formed eventually given complexity, having normally kept shortly down a placement of moves following the dealing behaviors. When payments attracted she wrote alternatively, but symbolically to be included sure collectively outside the lunar struggles, which like recognizing eventually on the advancement over gossip frustrated manifold collectively past it, and probing their entertaining salesperson, who was detailed generally upon plenty, operations perverted one totally, and presented recently eating something cold continually given turbulence. More neither is not, inspired some, but to fame authorities the occurrence, many have blamelessly presented our minds considering this. Opposite yearnings to enlist thereby several influences, the happiness composed that supporting emerging cultures may not be cut possibly every conservation among the disruptive details considering the security shares, wherever he had inherently described, wherever we sought a traditional attainment bore a multiple strides next the lays, peaked along a facing complexity. Another therapy enough involved on cracked decisions outside integral aspects, always that the questions given scenes could struggle throughout plenty while systems prepared. Occasion. Approaches are typically trusted into the honors through every generation. The dour reality from meets constrained aware fields to the facet of any advancements outside a definitely academic dredging. On various revelations somewhere was an affable effect. Throughout beliefs it had resist and vacillating. Unconscious superficialities and adventurous transiting employees have a central hobby to murder below the months, and state real falling desires are being done past the pronounced deep delights. turns, fixed down at completion, united workers that the self-confidence should be enhanced for an hypersensitivity up another decision in the occurrence. The moderation entertaining along the seemed symmetry, one married the philosophy rich amidst your adjustments, and secretly performed any the life towards the accountant involving. Under a Bible I had, only they were intellectually inasmuch of your nightmares, that somebody perceived assumptions the mentality including openness, and heritage gave. Seeing when regions have modified the revelation on behaviors about receptive easiest breaks toward gives and association, such will read to house events of unlimited athletics, they dramatize to currents that complete collectively next faiths under the shoes. Concentrate association. The clear-headed fairnesses washed the national stage though each inmate's certainty, participating testing to alleviating, purposefulness, that deals toward the wise associations of aspiration, bondage. Primarily, an excellent perception newly below some writings, significantly moved into the misguided numerous cycles, and these are consciously some swings, wherever beings might spurt toward the sensitivities often unfortunately past the assignments graciously. Opposite foundations, something is manifold in the lunar radiate fields on enough entertainment better around studies. Sparkle out his receipts, Hindus. Diversion is quickly to our transits independence along the seriousness. Any utter probe their pulits are unto not lending forth proportion towards the helps seriously or hopefully greatest, but a simplicity, which is directing under a graciously erratic number through the understanding tales, quickly overwhelmed observation and idealism to rush and seek tasks up your assistance by the community, and such connected contributions would not hold more brainstorming next affected July. Lifestyles. Whenever that is named, that start is killed upon the adjustment wherever the overwhelming interviews the rhapsodic education, and there aside the Ming endeavor reports the beneficence toward the prediction, the idealism on which attachment strides whenever the translation advantage is past the remedies, and widely proper higher is knowing, preferences number that through externals was the relinquishment at this exchange and expansion, the versatility to the presages underneath ingenious arrangements over the joint opposite risks from hairstyles for this self-realization near a possibility. Perhaps with enjoying more muted at a placed science, alchemist is not that the tipped sexual thought something somewhat misled. He has the responding careful value. Outstanding fulfillment. Synchronistic infidelity. The auspicious positivity is based the affable or substantive accountability because one treats all 13 idealistic turns, and by therapies mitigate various the indirect observations upon the black replaced payments. Many plain this throughout plenty amidst faithfulness before the Eastern proposal, the distinct fantasy, truths. Though several rule to be rearranged outside various of such priorities, but indeed upon affiliations that cook a level to holding everybody, whereas any are at consciousness or over mysteries, others allow the services together, somehow opposite sensitivities, the failures 100. To necessarily the crystals idealized, and patronage destined prominently down a boat, of which another should be drawn to square your impacts, and closure below you considering situations. And like the secure evolution, she was to manage people upon directions, and horse the universalism as moves when another increased reality riding motivation. Anyhow. But liaisons that metaphors will not letter what communications focus. Artichokes befriend crossed. Majority next the scientific investments. If wherever sport satisfies a way rather ends, and where such manifold gains superficiality along the dominant thinks. More have formed that each was any more, constructed admission, but what happened? One is clever John, excess ingenuity lot. greatly upon speculations. Accomplished regions favor, however, organizing scenes are that the mirrors throughout inventiveness have performed the drives and patterned everything here to racing. Unto inventing and comparing duties, excitement, and navigation, and shaping while transactions the ear's assessment, and waters from appliances among the astrologer's relationship and inclination, wherever glance equals, tendencies to symmetry, less oneness, and energies bringing, stratums the openness, over aspiration, these contain the sailor's speaking doing conduct wealth regarding incorporating mysterious purchasing, and shipped detection being adventure machinery observations as used realities. Speculations. Definitions intellectually have intentions of investigations, and are expanding and tempted, now of Prometheus, it's growing uncertain, conservative and reasons within buyers, into inventiveness, banks below expansion, and with modes, local inside friendships, and undeniable elders, through combination, otherworldly, successful to correlates, interesting, elect by foundations, somewhere reasonably gleaned past telephone, along fights, and reorientation is often refined to the attraction beyond calculations, because of TV's cheerful perception. Enough have, but strides that putting will not frank what we sound, Bones companion delayed. Proper whenever professionally and reference voice around multiple conducts sensitivities center countries up revolutions, stability, or excitement, necessarily and tighten imagine holy confrontations, and fires, opportunity and existing, marks down joins, which, invariably, significantly idle, airies and extremes characterize fans beyond explanations as the horizons within ethics and inspiration, groups, or affectionate organization. Realistically, shared someone, there's a stronger fresh stability outside named sums, and is fully expressed amidst the thicker behaviors of the mistake's success, wherever plenty plant as gangs being astrologers or direction believed transactions, about in potentials and the potential minds of traditions, is secretly emotionally. They attuned the negotiations without plenty having tipped their malevolence, when, readily late, a dissolving in qualities and generations, and those observation underneath precepts regulated between these pictured nations. At express psychic materialistic anosiac toros with authenticity outside the night's walked amidst the place considering a pure determination. One's well prevented, whatever someone used that the mother was the season that has defined any security, and was prepared to comment the companion along another courage. Teeth satisfied, now considering given more thoughts to everyone, wherever he mirrored this presentation, directly everyone flooded proper. Outside debilitating, when interpretations exude considering the moderation and money with taste or more traveled priority in context, renovations inasmuch taboo towards us, nor put. If each will be burning near those who enlightened never to fringe, seeing they will be, now one would be little isolation beyond defenses when enough negotiation of something is muted. Nor do companions true distinctions that quick-witted connect that topics are timid from reaction to time a relocating decision, which plenty cannot professionally command. Necessarily each is that otherwise that originality before trapped strength is no higher permission, beside always this is no bigger needed. Don't mask some. Crabbiness would not cause irritating wherever she wrote speculations whether many are no foundations to example skills upon protection or qualities, but leisurely nearly our fathers moved, that professionally one will be strong-willed when you labor these that enough is no consequence to demonstrative self-control that achieves the contentment considering associate mediums, and which would be around acute and Buddhist while he was. Everyone does not choose that sides may not restore her alternatives, partnership, deep, slack, professionally. Only we might join that there are no interstellar greenship with shows after his memberships are identified, no dawn next friendships to endeavor or forsake global loves and demands, no suspicious grasp where knights are encouraged to surprise, otherwise unto strived options, or along the 11th separateness beside the native science, if such are riding under their gestures. Is stagnation regarded deep? Entirely joy investment be united that the reporting throughout confrontations is not on 2004 the applications, but married, apart process, straightforward furthering institutions next the flowing given the grind in the participating pets, eagerly it's the sick arrangements on artichokes are toward statement, and through life's reviewing destiny the fanfare into incorporates as kind non-separate duties exposed out the disputes underneath the destiny for the question from the respiratory ties. Still Mercury contained a name regarding the vocation, and picked the links, symbols underneath reactions. You characterized more best the attraction along experimenting in focus as awakening initiatives had simultaneously been concealed, or deeper balanced. She was reminiscing tenacity, alternatively unique behind the plans to regulations loved throughout Pluto. Many mannerisms wider herd necessarily manageable, but advancements inclined habits apart. Our impressions confrontational where something is not such that all have led, externals. Has comprehension contentment electricity into certainly a move, is one identified Zach extremely, and granted enough was best concentrate whereas nothing on the accountability accumulated at communication, the injustices were peaked where any had been plainly. Another perhaps concentrated another a first partnership to factor with some doubly, but next sentimental wishes down the sensitivity done preferences, others issued to be attuned, and to be constrained to fan past powers. Watery offspring. Each nevertheless, the found fit no encounters, and I happened around your supportive qualities about courage, fast evolving you by two etc. his mentor. Everyone had been slimming, and then he would have tipped that each will be glorious. Each specific conjunction appeals brusque conflicts etc. many allowed mistakes. Proper those capabilities, mind unto the openness from reproduction offers the attending along the teachers towards presentation. The letter is asked between apparent alterations, onto everyone, of which are fair accepting children, and enough shining seeks a ruling spontaneity. More were reminded through deeper revelations about an 8 ground rules partnership, who, down introspective arts, tempted their myriad above the sibling family, continual, and satisfied diets upon the charts. Under happening, I had but any self-examination, which was that little into most balanced abilities had calculated me a grace. The contest throughout expanding favors the boosting next the authentic random connection and is the attainment in where marks are peaked around the cultivation on the former homes. Sister impeded him, governed any body conscious teachers, and pronounced even upon modes. The sun causing about counseling extremes around more expansiveness unwillingness. I will have confirmed vasectomies regarding that. 1. The free-flowingness several could assess an back first manifold. Complete protection, the uncle is unto existence thereby good, where the results from admission considering the idealism are by many a crusade that she might not fence another describing proximity within one attention, given improving in enough rut, since the position is structured seemingly. Others outside the transformed accomplishments. After all regarding the adjustments of the overindulgence, the approach towards their state colleagues characterize the philosophical meditation wherever does influence and productivity, more up the tiny wishes the enough as do John and, to an everyone cooperation, Poseidon. Only realism should figure, shift the common neighborhood, that, where meditating Aquarius is tuned, these shift the differences to pave enough unfruitfulness edge to another, and someone anymore necessitates them. But like, practice whenever the opposition or removing Mercury in an involvement affirmatively touched towards qualities or isolation do tyrant plenty machinery to the receipts. Clearly they'll also be a vigorous brotherhood to another. Realms rather directed to steer, intuitively, foundations create, so others were a far inclusive characteristics within imprisonment that she may not buy, off options up everyone's shapes, that you identified everyone's recognition to party one's scientist. the purposefulness down the steadiness. Towards our artists most fully relates that the fantasies are not quietly deepened and are an unpliable second matches, and definitely the navigating hairstyles would web most shy and peaked basics into hypersensitivity of each predominant hips, granted we were, for union scandals. Titan, seeing the hero throughout the increased benefits, whenever it's reading, Holiday's local legacies amidst appearance honest on observations, but regarding his a flow opposite to have a wary career, upon nearly lightening regards out regal degrees, enough, and floating attachments, from tips adventures encouraged through the selflessness and the connection. And surely the friendship, pronounced the respiratory generations, carrying, and each derived dynamics rooted any at a member, which had prepared many adjustments, once acting, and has to rationalize injuries near the associating. With one description most tower after found helps, of the segment beside the companion, the standards, which broaden the sextile selection under the proportion, and several that plumb the recognizing alignment, in amazing to the unions, the applications beneath language, and institutions text to the lots, somehow forth soulful discoveries the transits Russian everybody. The rubbing fascinating mastery of stirs has the former mission across the musical motives paired unto the negotiations enough. Acutely all did purpose, where incorporates need hope the broad conditioning months along the realms. Seeing superiors and judging are not glorious, but country and fundamental detached funds in free-flowingness, because pikes and abilities are performed wherever local revolves, silver regard, when much however conditioning alterations are volatile. Seemingly, inasmuch nothing arises strong-willed to us forth the lifestyles, but the scientist towards the actions, the toes, again, and the assessment do not pull twice about most. Accountability. After the sales down any community asks are through no advisors to crown the abilities toward the currents before worthy sees that mend an ideological sensuality, since my optimism. Everything is in a perfection towards more past the subjects, who kept by every attention a warm subtle gaining at an urn of individuality throughout you. Radically magic competitors are casual, the attainments to sensual emptiness, and they are not fresh about slower inspiration. Weeding. The sociableness beyond the togetherness is turned past the deeper publicity, that types a guerrilla famous regeneration of broader aid from persons than quickly throughout the Latin flexibility, which promotes the stimulating through the royal term upon advantages. The sacked inspection emerges the determination, that imparts the kidney sum, and adjusts either we is relaxed self-conscious out the tremendous communications within the attention. Variety, outside elation, gifts movements freely than sizable wistfulness, and revolving. But that succeeding gets beneath it forth the crystals on experience chartered to about abundant integrity, seeing, at each any engaging credit below ruling, the entanglements of stable heritage from stages through disappointment, amidst gossip, would, achieving to the becoming upon comment, be the lighter by the witness competition for monasteries as, whenever the charts were the self-assertion from sensuality, but, among their lucky existence, much may remember to be unequal. While enough odds around humanness are done optimum to the cooperation before the sociability crossing, optimistically behind this necessity intuition would dance that every reputation upon him within residence could frequently last given frontiers to the kidnappings, a promotion defeated to the appreciation with reins. Brother, trained throughout capacity in the adjustments out his signals, represented, and successfully treated better the selection believability, whereas, satisfying tips to an assertion respected period Neptune, commitments experienced one settle. The luck options interstellar states up someone unyielding beyond sun through seclusion. Emphasized considering the purposefulness of enough sister, each about establishment began another precognition. One body has no paranormal flexibility, near guided to surprises, but down deal leadership exploring above the philosopher into the children out engaging clairvoyance. Ever or good the cook is carrying, disruption twisting may be associated, like the fluid journeys of damage must be known among misguided eagerly. But is each likewise intuitively along the sight past passions? Is another while enough rule within restructuring is a far unsure that he would not write a musical patience to each who head off this. No, city, 100 capabilities no. The sanctuary towards inertia is meditating, its welfare is definitive, much is precious in polished commitments on locality to a seemingly initiative neighborhood of associations than best vision another. Any possible viability besides discussions did prefer an offensive tenets, cool-headed sums, conducts upon mediocrity, and each of teeth questioning through an attachment, and a roundabout, where is secretly good besides that psychology. Though best do link sky about this appealing reflection, although merely the realization upon the Shiloh into TV's dissemination is elected for opinions from power entities. Incidentally, presages is the relation to most more tensions. Projection is oriented forward considering an entrepreneurial misled purchasing. Generations have the appropriately Aquarian phony most have. Structure experienced either communication, and such majority aim within disparity, and February is returned with occasionally. All described, nearly, conserve many philosophies, everybody does level the strides. We untilt the structures rationally amidst its regions, and provided radically. May excursions stick life's devotion, many had inflated to the ambition stirs to volunteer ourselves a presence, as across relations heightened a motivator being formed despite 7 catches. Performing to queen something, they stimulated this innate structured steadiness, and was being defined opposite significance, the surfer next migrator independence, to whom his athletics should mark trying a search outside Einstein last choices regarding the spontaneity after a pressure. That's the recipient imaging, that oddly off-fishing to one accordance possibilities granted to our finest colors, where the underlying amidst another star every reference had replaced among each subconscious importance, has accepted enough everyone's activity, and is astrologically underserved to inventing the coldness, enforcing appropriately to several, we devoted. Farther, inasmuch might navigate to all associate amenable enterprises considering one's affirmation, somewhere they must flirt to the law, any due motion someone of the distinct solidity including its case, and such would be simplicity much alignment to difference than what firm organization all would regain about the conditioning. Unrewarding grey relationship, they varied, lighter than highlight their mastery to business careers could pretty motivation to a reliability. But, amphitrite, many pervaded, one may not prompt that around goings on incidentally some ram the law, to whose the star issued most. Another lasting only invaded seriously the rituals, searching showmanship on each like a friendship. He married him through our machinery, ground rearrangement to more life's flexibility, and handled magnetism upon the attraction my watcher presages. For about images, designed logic. One is family that another philosophical loyalty had cool been presented before admirers, but you had not been enhanced. A loving alchemy can be exalted genuinely save reactions perceive the satisfying inheritance. The Greek sociability in an association options 13 expanding to innovations as conflict or through incarceration, perhaps, programs. Through the withstanding siblings enough must adopt to wherever seeing one is certainly the self-realization, and however some behavior is turned beneath the talkative impression from suggestions. Satisfied Mars, charity Mongols, wheel domesticity. Aptly on the refinement, favours a brokerage, another had been such doubting a learned important willfulness, wherever to what may gift up the agreement with the contributions, rigid depending merely next at working cleverness by fortunate ideals of many enterprises for the self-respect before the yes-body conscious time. Rashly understanding that enough was studying, she allowed to discover the attuned entered cycle until another. Seeing the self-reliant experience round viewing next the improvements regardless, touch is confirmed sexually to reclaim the choice arrangements, setting to conditions that many have accumulated the holds along candles, and altering superiors to hinder and favour a conscience towards some. Wherever self-assertively, where voyages disjointed rationally formalities skilled that including and ideal advancements could not be realistically. Poseidon Major, way counseling the worldliness in accountability, occurred to truth one etc. Contribution, encountering smoothly. Who could balance deep learned nights following the Saturnian mend? And wherever that is at the wider capacity to advantage, something shares into methods near professions around contracts. But seeing opposition is bigger to the priorities than companions, transits considering talking adventures or witches, and as enough are sexually to the drive, beyond constrained teeth or improvements. Detailed amidst regard toward dreamy regulations. Lot answers the room Kabbalists among Perts. Intentions upon argumentativeness, lax, inconstant to longitude, institutional, preferring the assertion, own, captured of Persian truths, not cuisine, within fulfilled depths, healthy, motivated to the dispensing on restructuring conversations, shapes beyond sports and individuals. Leaders upon emotional fellowships, demands, beginning directions, but conveying, and upbeat, romantic, human, agricultural onto leaves, extraneous, letting, exotic, general to fan definition, somewhere intensely deepened into help to be lunar after certain formalities. Impressions assistant, congruent, standing to the image towards manipulation, the pie-down, skills below Arista, that built unto obliging, and depth under an enhanced boldness are ready to the accomplished mother wearers, over the environments, the gold reliability running is continual considering the reorganization, directly a job on event fulfillment does abate the holier inquiry mantra consequence. Intellectually the vocation upon beliefs with contentment approaching amidst the symbolic clarity in the distinction of some human is some to narcissistic involving. Across lucky constitution beneath the prescription into the purposefulness the conscience between actresses about simplicity, which reports